Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is Tuesday, February 17th. I had to check my calendar there real quick. This is the opening call. I am JD. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hogan. Over there on the right, my other bookend, Coach Ray. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling today? Hogue, what's up, my man?
Hey, good morning, JD. Good morning, Ray. It is kind of a synthetic Monday. Yesterday was a holiday, very low volumes. Always kind of throws me off just a little bit because yesterday was not a settlement day, very low volume. Always makes me wonder if I should pay attention to what happened to yesterday or not. We will be taking a good look at that, but great to be back with everybody. I hope you enjoyed the long weekend. And Ray, how you feeling this morning, my friend?
I'm feeling good, feeling good. Raring to go on the new week starting on Tuesday. I know it feels kind of odd, but yeah, anxious to take a look at the charts and see what kind of context we can provide folks in the audience.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you both. Hogue, you brought up a good point. Yesterday was not a settlement day. If you were trading during yesterday's abbreviated trading session, you might notice that your top step daily levels indicator has not changed. Those are still the levels from Friday on your daily levels indicator. Again, because yesterday was not a settlement day, we're still using Friday's levels for your daily levels. And not that there was much to write home about. Yesterday was pretty much that abbreviated session was pretty much an inside trading day. Spent most of the time trading inside of Friday's range. So not much change necessary there either. All right, gentlemen, let's get into it. We got about 2.5 minutes until gold officially opens for business. 7:20 a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for gold futures. What do you think of this trade? High level. Do we want to get into this gold trade? What do you think?
Well, it's it's a gap from yesterday's regular trading hour session range, but it's inside Friday's range. We pretty much like finished the repair of Thursday's double distribution trend day yesterday, if that counts. VWAP is flat, so we're opening maybe with a little bit of overnight inventory for the last like 2 days to the short side. Gold has been very cold with the VWAP flat, but opening a little bit out of balance from yesterday's range. As usual, it's a coin flip. It's low probability trade. The one you don't take is probably the one that's going to be a good one. Thinking we're probably going to see a relatively small opening range. And with a small opening range, that lowers the risk, and I have no problem taking it. Gold, that opening range, that 1 minute opening range trade has been very cold lately. We never know when it's going to fire up. We'll see what happens here today. I'm ambiguous, if you will, as to whether we take this trade or not. I don't think it's going to be a lot of risk, but again, gold has been very cold. Opening below the range from yesterday, a little bit of a trend to the downside since we opened uh, on Sunday night. See maybe another test down to the weekly kickoff low 48.80. Is that in the cards here? We're already kind of heading that way. I don't know. What do you think, Ray? What are
Ray,
you
we
thinking?
got
Yeah,
Ray,
yeah,
we
I
got
think
10 seconds till gold opens. Tell us everything.
that's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm looking for. I think maybe a retest of the lows. I think it's kind of what I'm looking at. I'd like to see something on the short side.
Excellent. We got a short side bias going into the open here. Oh, ding, ding, ding. Gold is officially open for business. My alarm just went off. And we saw a little drop and a little pop. See how wide this opening range gets. The ladder is thickened up just a little bit. We're seeing a little more liquidity in this market this week. Last week, man, it was that ladder was $1.50 wide sometimes going into the open. But we're seeing a little bit more liquidity in there this morning. Looking at the micro contract. 30 seconds till this opening bar closes. What's up, Hogue?
Just looking at the size of the range, about a 550 tick opening range so
50
far,
ticks.
approximately.
I've got a high in the micro, 49. We're putting in new highs in the micro right now. 49, 36.70. So we just extended the range by about 20, almost 30 ticks there. Low 49, 30
And
quarter. So this is
it is
running away from
thin,
us
man.
just a little bit. Yep.
It is thin. I'm looking at it, and there's just oodles and oodles, and yes, that is an industry term of prices that didn't even trade. While the dome is kind of getting a little bit thicker, don't let that fool you. Don't let it seduce you. This is still a pretty illiquid market.
All right.
Jumping
About
around.
90 ticks wide. So you're looking at about $100 of risk per micro contract right now. Might be holding off on this trade. Let's see if we get a signal. I might even scale down to just a one lot on this, just
You can always
because
do that.
Yeah.
we came in with initial bias to the downside. We were feeling more comfortable to the short side. Looks like we're poised to trigger along here. We're seeing some buyers stepping in early. We'll dive into the charts a little more deeply in just a couple of minutes. Let's see if this confirmation bar triggers a position, though. 2 days last week, we got in on the initial trigger. All right, no trigger on that first confirmation candle. So we'll give it a few more minutes. See what happens here. Until then, let's take a look at the eco calendar. So we are in the midst of a partial government shutdown. So we're likely not getting a lot of these news releases today, starting with retail sales, likely delayed. We've also got the Empire State Manufacturing Index out at 7:30. We might see that number. Business inventories likely delayed at 9 o'clock Central Time. We've got a couple of talking feds. Oh, the housing market index. We might see that one, might not. It's a couple of talking feds. Michael Barr at 11:45 Central Time, and Mary Daly is speaking at 1:30 Central. As always, we'll keep you apprised of any of these releases that might be coming out. Again, we're in the midst of a federal government shutdown, so not likely to get a whole lot of economic reports today. Some more delayed reports coming out later this week. Tomorrow, durable goods, housing starts and permits. Thursday, we've got leading economic indicators, jobless claims, international trade in goods and services. Friday, GDP, we're supposed to get that PCE number on Friday. The Fed's favorite inflation gauge. Personal consumption expenditures tells us how much Americans are spending versus how much they're making. More housing data on Friday, and then we will get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. We'll get a little bit of a inside look at how inflation is affecting U.S. households. But a lot of these numbers, economic reports, are not expected to be released this week. But again, we will keep you updated on everything. Always got one eye in the ditch for you. One eye on the news, one eye on the charts. That's what we do here. All right, still no confirmation on a trade here in this gold opening range breakout trade. Did you trigger along in the mini? Are you watching the mini by any chance? Anyone?
I am, and no trigger.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like we're holding off on this trade for now. Hogue.
I don't
long
hate
weekend.
that. I don't
Yeah.
hate that.
I don't hate it either. Well, Hogue, it's been a long weekend, and the people need to be reminded about doing their homework before going out to play. Let's let the people know what needs to happen or what they should be doing.
Let's
Tell
get the
the people
daily
what they
check.
need to do. Yes, let's take a look at that checklist.
Get the daily checklist out there. So yeah, what are we doing here? We're looking at these markets in multiple time frames, seeking accurate context, risk management, and patience. We are doing our pre-market research. Always do your pre-market research. It's kind of, you don't want to just jump into the playing field without being prepared. Morning checklist. Get your coffee, get your water, get yourself fed, get the dog walked. Mindset check. Are you in the right frame of mind for trading? Trading is so much about mindset. Get your trade entry checklist. Why are you going to get into these trades? Are you writing those trades down? Particularly doing your journal, because you're going to want to review all of that at the end of the day, which should be part of your post-market checklist. Review the trades, review the thoughts, review the feelings, relive the trades, be prepared for the next trading day. And there is your Topstep daily checklist, reminding you you've got to do the homework if you want to go out and play.
Is that true, Ray? As a school teacher, do you have to do your homework before you can go out to play?
Yeah. You always encourage it. You always encourage it.
There you have it, folks.
Do they listen,
All
Ray?
right.
That's a different story. That's the subject for a different day.
All right, guys. Still no trigger on this gold trade, so I'm going to share some news, and then we will get into the charts. Higher cost, guys. It might be time to break open that piggy bank.
Mhm. My dog ate my leverage.
The Wall Street Journal reports a number of companies are raising prices once again. It's after a trend of holding them steady for holiday shopping. Many retailers cite pressure from tariffs. Some small businesses say they're also grappling with wages and high healthcare costs. They have tighter margins than larger companies. Many retailers also increased prices last year after new tariffs took effect. So that trickle down effect of tariffs is starting to play a little bit of part in these prices going higher. Let's see how this trickles down to the consumer, right? Who's noticed higher prices in everything you purchase? Go ahead and raise your hand. Everywhere. It's a real thing.
Pretty much.
Right?
Pretty much everywhere.
All right, guys. Well, I will keep an eye on the news. I'll see if any of these releases come out at the bottom of the hour. I'm not expecting much market moving. But until then, it is nearly 7:30, 7:28 a.m. in the Central Time. No trigger on this gold trade yet. So let's take a deeper dive into these charts and see what the oracles are telling us. Hogue, Ray, take it away, if you will, please.
All right. Being Synthetic Monday, starting on the monthly in gold, we have an excess high from last month. The market has been spending this month seeking a two-sided trade, trying to bring the liquidity back and reducing a little bit of the volatility on the weekly chart. We see that same excess on the high here on the weekly chart and a lot of indecision for the last 3 weeks. Very small candle bodies, very long wicks, and really just kind of hanging around the center of that 21% off the all-time high break that we had about a month ago, close to a month ago. And the market has really started to kind of show a big reduction in volume. A lot of people sitting on the sidelines here, and you can see it even more clearly on the daily chart. This market, as the volume has just been absolutely crushed. Of course, yesterday we didn't see any volume here. It was a holiday, but we've kind of centered in the middle of that range. We were kind of telling everybody about the open interest fall off as the market continued to push higher. It started to fall off. Open interest has dropped about 25% since the 23rd of January, and we're kind of seeing it waffling a little bit, maybe starting to come back in a little bit, which is good for those of you that are leaning on liquidity and a little bit more sane markets. Don't let me kid you. These markets are still very volatile. They're violent some at times and somewhat illiquid. So don't expect to get filled on your stops where you place those stops. You are going to be seeing slippage still with the lower liquidity in this market. So on the daily, we have yesterday was hardly a day. I mean, look at the volume yesterday. Does it even count? Did we even need to do that? Maybe, maybe not. Last night, we did take a look down below last week's low of 4,900. And we did take a look just below the weekly kickoff low of 4,880. And we do see some degree, at least for now, of some rejection there. Went about $5 through it, rejected it, and now it has come back in. I'm not seeing anything other than like about the 200 session simple moving average putting in the high from the overnight session last night, but no other major levels other than the weekly kickoff low on the daily chart. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market that seems to be kind of ranging here at the moment. I see the DMI indicator here on the bottom. You see that the positive and the negative are just kind of overlapping each other. I do see that price is reacting off the value area high here on the right hand side, so that maybe is giving us maybe a little indication that maybe there is maybe some opportunities, maybe possibly to the upside, developing a little bit. I would say maybe a little bit of a demand zone down below here based on the daily. I'm looking here. Maybe that's an area where I could maybe better manage my risk. So as long as price stays above those levels, maybe there is maybe a little bit more upside to this. But I feel like, there's still some sellers out in this market that could drive price a little bit lower before we potentially turn this around here a little bit. So, cautious bull.
All right. So, there's kind of a two-stage area of balance that this market has sort of set up. And we talked about this last week about 4,800 being, kind of a secondary support level if we break out of this current area of balance we're in. So, of course, weekly kickoff low is the lower extreme of the current area of short time frame balance. I would be looking more at last week's high, 51.44 half, as the upper extreme of this current area of short time frame balance. What are we seeing on the 30-minute chart here? Let's take a quick look. Now, do we count what happened yesterday? I do to some degree because Friday, we had that double distribution trend day. I've still kind of left that blue line on here showing where the higher volume and the lower volume is. And the fact that we opened on Friday between those two levels kind of creates an opportunity for the market to try and repair any of the low volume zone that occurred during that double distribution trend day. Double distribution trend day, an area of time and volume accumulated at the high. Price leaves it quickly and pushes lower to create a lower area of time and volume. Opening between them puts the probability into repair, where we're going to look into the lower distribution as well as the upper distribution. And, between Friday's high and the overnight high on Sunday, we kind of reached into this lower distribution. So, does yesterday matter? It was an inside day. It was inside value. Value didn't change anything. Nothing really changed that much. We still are using the settlement price from Friday, which was 50.4630 as our settlement price, because again, yesterday was not a settlement day. So, from the open on Sunday night, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. Does this indicate a possible short time frame short accumulation? Is the short time frame too short to continue this move to the downside? As we've been finding balance, the market has been leaning more towards short time frame control, indicating short time frame levels are likely to be respected. Well, we looked below Friday's low. We looked at the weekly kickoff low. We rejected that, and we've been kind of coming off there. I still think that there's some 2-day overnight inventory that may be a little bit to the short side. It's a good thing we didn't jump into that opening range trade to the upside, because already we would probably be taken out because we just took out the low of that opening range. So a good miss on that. Ray, is there anything that is outstanding to you on this 30-minute chart?
Yeah. So, I mean, on days where we have kind of abbreviated days, I like kind of extending my fixed range volume profile to include Friday. So here I have on my fixed range volume profile, I've kind of extended this range all the way across through Monday. There was not enough going on Monday to really kind of draw any conclusions. So on days like that, I include the prior day, and you can see that price is below the value range that we have. So there is obviously, I think, some short term control that's currently underway in this market. We are coming into some important levels here down at 4,900. That would probably be an area that maybe we could potentially form maybe a little bit of a double bottom pattern here, but we're still not too far away from that level to kind of maybe witness that maybe potentially today. I look at the DMI level. DMI is really not all that impressive. We do have a kind of 40 reading, indicating that there's a good amount of momentum right now, I think, to the downside. We have our negative DI is sloping to the upside. Our ADX is kind of flat, and our positive is kind of sloping down. So indicating that there's still a fair amount of pressure to the downside in this market. So I would say that we need to continue to kind of maybe look for some opportunities to maybe sell some strength until we get to this 4,900 level. Then at which point maybe we need to kind of change our tune.
So, Ray, just to talk about your ADX for a second there,
Yeah.
that 40 number on the ADX is indicating some pretty good participation, even though, yesterday was low volume. But overall, since Sunday night, we've been seeing that ADX increasing in value, which indicates, more momentum to one side or the other. And with the divergence of your positive and negative DIs, the increasing of the negative and the decreasing of the positive, that is, it is indicating that with that participation that you might be right. We might be looking for opportunities to sell strength as long as we hold this downside support in short time, or downside resistance, I should say, in the short time frame. Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically kind of what you kind of spot on here, right? So, I mean, our ADX reading is relatively high. A reading above 25 is relatively strong. Our negative is above our positive, and it's kind of diverging here a little bit away from each other. So that's also kind of an indication that there's a good amount of selling pressure to the downside. So, like I said, right now I feel like it feels like it wants to revisit this 4,900 level before it makes another decision. I would say to the upside. But yes, what you share there is 100% correct.
All right. Thank you. So again, the profile on yesterday or on Friday was a normal variation trading day, more of a repair day for Thursday's double distribution trend day. Yesterday, a very small range, low volume, inside the range, inside value. But again, putting in lower highs and lower lows with that ADX indicator indicates, I think, as long as we can kind of hold a trend line off this high, we may be in the right frame of mind to look for opportunities to the short side. If we were going to count yesterday's day session, we're opening with a gap. And if we can't close that gap, then we would be looking for opportunities to the short side. So the nuances as we sit here talking, I think are kind of lining up to the short side. Not only is it a gap from yesterday, it's a gap from Friday's low as well. I view that as a little bit more important. So the initial balance low from Friday, not 49.7710. I view that as a as the gap close, not the low from yesterday's regular trading hour session. The gap close to me is Friday's low, and that again is 49.7710. The nuances are lining up to the short side. Does that mean it has to happen? Absolutely not. Anything can happen. As we say here quite often, ECH, and I didn't get the chance to say this before we came on screen today, but I want to tell everybody, smiles, everyone smiles. Happy traders make better traders. Anyway, that's what we've got for gold here this morning. JD, I'm going to pass it back to you, my friend. I know we've got some more news to come out.
Yeah, quick update. We'll get into that silver market real quick. No trades triggered on that opening range breakout. The 1 minute played both sides of the opening range and settled back inside. 5 minute. I'm looking at the 5 minute now too. We still haven't signaled any type of direction in the 5 minute. Very choppy so far in this gold market to start the day. You want to do a little silver analysis and then we'll do some more news?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at it. It's not a market that I recommend trading. As a matter of fact, gold is a little bit tough right now as well, but we're going to just take a quick look at it. On the monthly, we have the excess high. We've been talking about that since last month. Weekly, we also have that excess high, and the market is seeking an area where two-sided trade can ensue. And again, this is a very volatile, illiquid market. I don't recommend, unless you've got some pretty deep pockets, even trying to trade this market because it is extremely volatile. You take a look at these ranges back when it was somewhat tradable. These are very small ranges. We're still putting in huge ranges in very illiquid markets. So let's take a look at the daily. Right, we can see now that we've kind of set up a short time frame area of balance in basically last week's low and last week's high, 63.90 on the downside, 92.01 to the upside. That is a big area of balance, and anything can happen. We lost 600 and well, wait, where am I? We added 900 in open interest on Friday. Again, it's a non-settlement day, and we're kind of holding between the 100 session and the 20 session simple moving average. with the 50 session kind of hanging out here in the middle. So there are some kind of references to look for opportunities. But again, as a day trader, unless you've got some pretty deep pockets, I watch it, but I wouldn't trade it. And that's just me. It's up to, of course, everybody to make their own decisions. But it's a very volatile market. Jay, Ray, anything that you're noticing on the daily chart?
Yeah, so I would say that's probably even showing a little bit more signs of kind of bearish kind of price action here, right? Because feels a little heavy. Every attempt that we've had to try to take this market back up has been received with sellers. Now, if we look at all these candles, right, these daily candles that are forming of late, the bigger candles, the big whales are on the bearish side, right? Look at all these candles that we're seeing of late since maybe the end of January. Every candle that has attempted to the upside has been met with a bigger candle in the opposing direction. So right now, until I see maybe a little bit stronger candles on the bullish side, I have to err on the bearish side. Now I look at the DMI. DMI is really not giving me any indication on direction here at the moment. I see a lot of overlapping DI and the negative DI, and we have an ADX that's falling. Now we were getting readings of 70. Now we're down to half of that, 35. So again, I think the daily is showing maybe even a little bit more weakness than the gold for me at the moment.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Moving on to the 30-minute chart now. So, this is Friday's range. Didn't quite get to repair from Thursday's double distribution trend day. And remember, double distribution, there's some time and volume accumulated here. It is left and rejected very quickly and moved to another area of time and volume. We haven't come to that repair yet. So since Friday, we've been putting in lower highs, lower lows. I'm inclined to agree with Ray. We've got gap rules. Okay, of course, overnight inventory is looking a little bit short. Gap rules looking more towards the gap to close on the low of Friday's regular trading hour session, 75.88 and 88.5. Is it falling into short time frame control as the market falls into balance? That is a tendency that does happen. Some of your longer time frames just kind of hold on to or have liquidated or moved their inventories already. The profile, normal variation, nothing outstanding here. This market, again, is just trying to seek levels where two-sided trade can occur. And it's doing a good job of it, but just remember these ranges are huge comparatively to what happens typically in silver. And it is a very illiquid market. So if you are going to be trading it, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay up if you're using market orders to get in and out of this market, and any stops that might get hit. And hopefully none of your stops get hit. That's what I hope for anyways. You're going to experience a lot of slippage. So be careful. That's my thought. Ray, I don't know what's wrong with me today, but
No worries.
What are your thoughts on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, so similar kind of thing. I did, I took that fixed range volume profile. I took it back to Friday. Again, you can see that price is below that area, below that area of value. That area at 76, I have it at 76, 425 would be a kind of a logical area, maybe to expect. Maybe we could potentially get a rally up to that level, right? And potentially reverse away from it. I do see that we are developing, at least on the 30-minute chart, I do see it. We are developing a little bit in the way of support here, down at that 73, down 73.50 down to 73, which could indicate that we could maybe see a rally up to that level potentially. We obviously need to get above 74.80, 88, 95 level in order to potentially see that. But it is, we haven't, at least on the shorter time frame, have not made a newer low. If anything, we've kind of stabilized at this level. So this is giving me some indication that maybe we do entertain maybe a gap fill like you were talking about earlier up to these levels above. and at which point maybe at this 76.40 level would be kind of an interesting level to maybe entertain what I would look for, maybe a short at that point.
Right. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that 76.40 level is pretty close to kind of the value, almost the value area high from the session yesterday. And, just because it was a low volume day doesn't mean that some of those levels cannot become important when they become important. Thank you very much, Ray.
Welcome.
JD, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just another update on that gold opening range breakout trade. Still no trigger on a trade. I'm going to just go ahead and call this invalidated. We've taken out the high and the low of the opening range on both the 1 minute and the 5 minute. Still no trade trigger. We're moving on. We're going to take a look at that crude oil opening range breakout at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Crude oil opens for business. If you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, we're going to look at a 1 minute opening range breakout. We're going to let that very first opening candle establish itself. We're going to look for a confirmation candle for direction, and then we're going to put on a trade. We'll talk you through it in more detail at the top of the hour. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. Hang Seng Index closed up 0.52%. The Nikkei closed down 0.42%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.26%. Stocks in Europe trading a little bit mixed early this morning. The DAX is up 0.06%. FTSE is up 0.33%. The CAC 40 is down 0.03%, and the Stock 600 is unchanged on the day right now. The U.S. dollar index up about 0.5%, 97.318 last on the dollar. VIX well above 20, 22.33 last print on the VIX, up 5.5% this morning. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting peacefully at 4.039%, down marginally on the day. All right, fellas, let's get into those equity markets, if you please.
All right. Again, Synthetic Monday. This is the monthly chart. Since we've been on the highs, we've been largely in a range and with a lot of indecision on the monthly chart. Small candle bodies, large wicks, the market probing new levels, not finding the ability to facilitate trade, kind of coming back to the center. We're down near the low of that area of balance. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Weekly, again, showing a lot of balance, a lot of range. Market has attempted several times to continue to push to the upside. It has struggled to do so. What we need is new buyers to come in up there, and they're out there. They're just not ready to pull the trigger yet. On the daily chart, let's take a look. Okay, so we're still showing signs of balance. We're still, still in that October 10th bar. That tells you how long we've been in this balance. We've got our moving averages, at least the 20, the 50, and the 100 session simple moving average inside of that range now, and kind of flattening out and converging, indicate again more balance, more range bound activity. Where does that break? Well, we've got the weekly kickoff load 67.96. We looked at it last Friday. And we rejected. We're getting close to getting another look at it here. Friday's open interest was the largest open interest since pretty close to the beginning of January. So there is some money coming back in, but overall, for the last week or two, we've seen a lot of waffling in open interest. So there's no real major inventory changes going on here. Of course, the longer time frame is adjusting inventory on a daily basis, just no major changes in inventory. It's going to be interesting to see this 30-minute chart and what this $19,000 contract estimated increase in open interest looks like. So the 100 session simple moving average, if we're going to break this balance into sections, the 100 session simple moving average for the last two sessions has held as resistance, and last week's low and the weekly kickoff low have held as a degree of support. We're still hanging around the top of this October 10th high. I don't know when we're going to leave this area, but it sure meant something to somebody that day. Ray, what do you think? What are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market that's been in kind of a range here for a period of time, and I think we see a good amount of strength, at least in and based on the DMI, to the downside. I would say that this 6,800 level is a relatively important level to hold in order for us to continue to maintain any semblance of maybe any opportunities to the bullish side. Because I think if we do break that level, I think we come back down to this 200 moving average down around 6,700, maybe to this pivot area that we have. Yeah, 6,600 is kind of what I'm looking at as a
Ray,
possibility.
I gotta break in here for just a second. I'm sorry
Sure,
to interrupt
sure.
you, but we just saw some movement here in the equities, and I'm seeing here on the wire, Iran's foreign minister has stated that we've reached an understanding on main principles with the U.S. So apparently things might be looking good. Seeing crude hit the skids a little bit here and a little bit of a jump here in our equities. So apologize, Ray.
No worries.
Please
No worries.
continue.
No worries. Yeah. So, like I was saying, I think the 6,800 level, maybe with the positive news that actually could cause the market maybe to use that 6,800 level as maybe an area for a pivot back to maybe retesting some of these highs. I see that 6670 level on the two. It's a 200 moving average. We have 6,600 here on the left hand side, but uh, if we do, and I'm not saying we are, but if we do close below, I think there's an opportunity that we can revisit some of these lows. But given maybe some of this positive news that we just received, it'll be interesting to see over the next couple of days this current candle, maybe the candle that follows it, whether we may get maybe a 3-bar reversal pattern here that develops here down around the 6,800 level. I'm looking at the DMI indicator. DMI indicator is telling me that there's still a fair amount of interest here to the downside. Right, we have
Mhm.
diverging negative and positive DIs. We have an ADX reading of like 35. So there's still a fair amount of strength here to the downside based on the DMI. I would say that 6,800 level. I think it's a level that we need to continue to watch.
All right, thank you, Ray. Yeah, that is well. This is good news. I hope that it continues to bring peace as we pray for every day. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. So Uh, there's our look down towards the weekly kickoff low. This weekly kickoff low remains for the second week in a row. One of the things that we were going to be looking at on Monday was the afternoon pullback low from Friday. It was looking before that number came out that we might open below that, which to me would be, a little bit more looking bearish. But this new information may have us opening back above that afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps, which was 6832.75. Yes, is it a obscure level? Maybe. Do obscure levels offer opportunity? They do. At the very least, the opportunity to limit risk. Here's the range from yesterday. It was inside range, inside value. So no major changes, nothing really that important to kind of impact today, except for the fact that once we broke below the value low from yesterday, it has provided a degree of resistance. Now, does that resistance have something to do with this 200 session or 100 session simple moving average? Maybe. Watch and see if we do see some acceptance inside value from yesterday. I usually don't put a lot of value on information from holidays, but you never know when it's going to become important. The settlement price from Friday was actually 2 ticks lower than Thursday's settlement. So the market, we had an afternoon pullback high on Thursday that put in the high on Friday. So this exactness is of concern for me if I'm short. It's also right at the 200 session simple moving average. This is not strength. This is not a strong high. This indicates for the potential that the upside auction in a longer time frame may not be over yet. So just keep that in mind. So it's going to be an interesting trading day. These non-settlement days tend to screw things up for me because it screws up my profiles and we're going to see how this plays out. But Ray, uh, thoughts? We added 19,000 in open interest on Friday.
Mm.
New longs.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think,
Yeah, no,
Ray?
I mean, based on the 30-minute chart, you can see that we're kind of forming maybe a little bit of a double bottom here at these levels around 68. We did try to make an attempt to get to that 6,800 level on what was that earlier, I guess, and was rejected. Now we're up at this 50 EMA here, and we're getting rejection. So market seems to be in some sort of range, kind of trying to figure out exactly where the players are at this point. We see take a look at the DMI indicator. The DMI indicator, we're getting a little bit of an uptick here on the positive DI, given these last couple of candles here and a falling negative DI. Okay, but still very much in range, right? Really no clear indication as to who's in control here at the moment. Taking a look at the kind of fixed range volume profile for the Friday here, we're right at the lower edge of the value here from Friday's range. So if we can get price maybe to close above this area, say 68.40, it would not surprise me if we maybe make an attempt to maybe rotate through value, maybe get back to maybe 68.75. That doesn't seem like out of the realm of possibility here. So I'm kind of interested to see how this current candle closes. If it does close above this 50 moving average, if it does close above this 68.40 level, that could maybe be maybe a precursor to maybe a move back up to at least, I would say, 68.70, maybe as high as 68.80. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now in the ES.
Awesome. Kind of like value acceptance inside Friday's
Correct.
area of value, I think.
Correct.
Pretty much.
Correct. It'll be interesting
Awesome.
to see how this candle closes. If it does close back inside, that would speak
Yeah.
to that a little.
Understood. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
JD, what's happening?
What's up, guys? We're going to be taking a look at this crude oil opening range breakout trade at the top of the hour. We've got some more headlines coming out. Chicago Fed Governor Austin Goolsbee is speaking right now. He's speaking on inflation. A couple of quotes from Mr. Goolsbee. Services inflation is not tamed. He goes on to say recent headline inflation was partly pulled down due to base effects. We had serious there are several more rate cuts ahead if inflation heads down. Goolsbee saying, I see 3% as a loose target for neutral rate. Want to see more evidence of inflation headed back to 2%. We've also got some more quotes coming from out of Iran. Someone really goofed on those Iran quotes. They put them out 10 minutes too early. They didn't give us all a chance to get caught long before they published the headlines. I guess that's one for us today. We're already winning in crude oil. But let's see what these charts tell us. Oh, real quick, let's run over a little bit of news. Peanut butter, guys. Been a huge recall on a whole bunch of peanut butter products. I thought this was important. I know peanut allergies are fairly common, sort of common. But the Food and Drug Administration updated an existing peanut butter recall. Let's see what it is. There were more than 22,000 affected single-serve products were distributed to 40 states. So pretty widespread recall right now. They include both peanut butter packets and small cups containing both peanut butter and jelly. The products were produced by Ventura Foods and sold to distributors mostly under private label brands. It was affecting multiple different private labels. The problem is pieces of blue plastic were found in a filter at the facility where they're made. The FDA's new designation for the recall is Class 2. That means consuming the product could cause temporary illness, but not likely anything serious or life-threatening. Peanut butter recalls, folks, and it's widespread. 40 states recalling Ventura products.
Is that meant to be a pun, JD?
Yes, exactly. Everything I say is a joke.
Widespread.
Widespread. I practice these things for a long time before we go live, Hogue. All right.
Of course.
Crude oil.
Of course. You're consummate professional.
Yes. Crude oil is officially open for business. It's 8 o'clock a.m. in the Central Time. Opening bell for crude. Ding, ding, ding. We already saw the move, though. Like I said, someone released the news 10 minutes too early. Now what are we going to do? We got about a 6-tick wide opening range so far. 7 ticks. 8 ticks. Do we even want to get in this trade after that knee-jerk reaction to the headlines? Headline risk is on in crude oil this morning. We have the Iranian minister still speaking. We're getting more headlines coming out by the second. Is this too risky? With headline risk on, are we just taking a shot in the dark with this trade right now?
I don't know. I gotta look at the bigger picture here.
What are you seeing, Hogue?
I mean, it's
What is the bigger picture telling us?
this push to the downside took us right to Friday's low. And I think we're still, pretty much range bound for Friday's low is up against a trend line. This might be enough to drive us out of balance, which could provide a bigger opportunity. I don't see, as long as the risk is manageable, why not?
Why not? Okay. We have established an opening range. That first 1 minute candle has closed. I've got a high of 62.62, low 62.38. Got a 24 tick wide opening range in crude oil. No trigger on that first confirmation bar. Let's see what the second bar tells us. I'll tell you what, guys, I will keep you posted if we get into a trade here. Why don't we dive into these charts, though, and rip through crude real quick?
All right, let's rip through monthly balance. There's nothing really that has changed in crude oil in months. Weekly balance, maybe a little bit of a break of a lower end of the balance, but still overall largely in range. Daily, all right, there's our breakout of the kind of smaller end of the area of balance. We've been kind of creating a uh, triangle formation, and we've tried to break out above it. We've tried to break out below it. It keeps expanding ever so slightly. We're at the low of it right now. So if there's going to be some sort of state change, this might be an interesting area for that state change to occur. We lost 2,400 in open interest. Caveat to anything, it's rollover. Today will be the last day we'll be trading the March contract. We should, by and large, be moving to the April contract tomorrow. We know that in rollover, the market has a tendency to try and stay range bound as the longer time frame traders are moving all those positions from the front month to future months. They'd rather have it somewhat range bound. It makes it easier for them to make money on the rollover, or at least not lose money on the rollover. So we're still looking at probable short time frame and for short time frame control. This information out of Iran could change that. It could force longer time frame traders to adjust inventory in longer time frames and create a bigger opportunity. We don't know that for sure. All we're doing is to looking at context and probabilities. Ray, is there anything that you want to point out on the daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, a similar kind of thing that you kind of already mentioned here on the DMI. We're getting kind of really flat readings on across all the DMIs, really no strength in any direction here at the moment. I'm with you on this possibility of maybe a bigger move here if we do get, if this news that we're getting out of Iran is indeed interpreted as positive, is going to force maybe some of these bigger players to have to come into the market here and adjust inventory. And potentially we can maybe see maybe a little bit of a fall here in the gold in the crude oil market, maybe down to what I'm seeing here, some levels down below here. The 200 is right around this 61 level. Would not be surprised if we were to come back and retest some of those levels down below as a result of this potential break that we might see on the daily chart. The fact that it's a daily carries obviously a little bit more weight, right? There's a little bit more momentum in that kind of move. So would not, again, we won't know exactly where this candle is going to close until the end of the day, but we're at least getting some indications that it's looking to at least maybe take a peek down below. So will be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of the session today.
Yes. All right. So just looking back here. So there's our upper trend line. It looked above. It keeps expanding as we kind of expand the range, and we fail to continue a breakout out of this triangle pattern. And we've just looked below it again, and we've rejected, or at least for now, we've rejected below that level. So is this news that great? Is it enough to change the market state? Maybe not. If we can't see any continuation below this line, below the weekly kickoff low, or excuse me, below last week's low. I mean, there is a visual target down below. Weekly kickoff low is still not part of the equation here just yet. I'm looking for acceptance below this level or rejection below that level, or a return back to rotational trade, perhaps to the upper area of this distribution of time and volume. Again, we lost set 2,400 in open interest on Friday. That it's hard to kind of look at that and expect any kind of context as far as directional activity from that, because again, it's rollover, that move, that those changes in open interest, particularly the week of the rollover, makes things very blurry. Again, it's a non-settlement day. We're kind of right near settlement, between Sunday night's activity and yesterday's activity and the pullback down to this level. I don't think we have much as far as overnight inventory to deal with. So a lot of it depends on, are we going to accept below this level, or are we going to reject and come back to rotation, back to the upside? ACH, baby, anything can happen. Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the 6250 level I think is relatively important. We see here on the left-hand side that prices come down to this level a few times and moved away from it, right? So we see it most recently here, and now we're right back at this level again. So the question now becomes, as you mentioned, are we going to close below this level and maybe seek lower prices, or are we going to hold this level and maybe rotate back to maybe some of these upper targets? So yes, I see a market that's still, relatively range bound. I'm looking at maybe a little bit of momentum here to the downside. We got with the break of this negative DI above our positive. So what you can see here with these bars, that there's still a relatively good amount of control here on the bearish side. But with the reaction that we've gotten so far here, it'll be interesting to see how this 30-minute candle closes, and whether we close and maybe chew through some of this candle here to maybe offer us maybe an opportunity back to the upper end of the range here. Okay, so right now, I'm going to have to wait and see how this 30-minute candle closes. Otherwise, I'm maybe going to mark a level here around the 63 level. 63 level seems like a logical level. If I'm going to maybe, it's like 50% of this most recent candle, maybe that could offer me a location where I might be able to entertain a continuation trade to the downside that could potentially break that level lower.
All right, Ray. Yeah, we just traded to the naked point of chill from Friday's session, which was 62.82. Visual target, short time frame level, short time frame targets and levels being targeted and rejected, at least for now. I'd like to see us get above that and show some signs of acceptance for longs if I'm going to be looking for any continuation to the upside. So 62.82, $63. A lot out of talk between me and Ray about this area right here. Looks to be somewhat important. So we'll see how that plays out. But anyways, GD, back to you, my friend. That's what we're looking at as far as CL is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. And we did get triggered into a long position in crude oil. House count long, a pair of micro crude from 62.67 right here, right now. We're on top of our entry price. Got a CYA down at 62.17. We're taking 50 ticks worth of risk on this trade. Total of about $100 on a pair of micros. Just to keep you updated. All right, before we get into the NASDAQ charts, how about a little update on AI? You guys looking to make a little side money? Are you an expert in your field? Well, guess what? People will pay you to train AI. Mm-hmm. How much would it be worth to get you to train your own job replacement? Well, there's one Silicon Valley startup tech company that's teaming up professionals across many industries with artificial intelligence. Hottest Gold is reporting on this. This is very interesting.
Meet the people training AI to replace your doctor, lawyer, banker, and even your sommelier. What is the most surprising role that you have hired for to train an AI?
Lots of fun ones. We've hired wine experts who are able to recommend what pairing you should have with your dinner.
Brendan Footy is the 22-year-old co-founder and CEO of Mercor, one of the hottest startups in Silicon Valley, valued at $10 billion. They manage a network of some tens of thousands of professional experts who help train the major AI models to think, act, and talk like them. Most people, I think, believe that AI just learns off the internet and what's out there. Why do you need humans involved in the process?
The largest driver of AI progress right now is how do we effectively identify model mistakes, measure those mistakes, and allow models to learn from them. And so the AI labs are hiring large armies of people to help create these data sets and teaching models how to learn from them.
The average expert is paid $95 an hour, although some specialized roles can earn up to $250 per hour. The most popular subject is software engineering, followed by finance, then medicine and law. Are these people not kind of training their future replacements?
The way I think about it is that we're not going to run out of things to do. As a society, we have so many problems that we need to solve. We need to cure cancer, we need to solve climate change, and making everyone 10 times more productive so that they're able to better work on those key problems is going to be a huge, huge benefit to how we make progress as a society.
Mercor experts present the AI they are training with a prompt, then grade their response using a rubric they've created in consultation with other experts in their field. Dr. Alice Chow is one of these experts. She used to teach at Stanford University's medical school. Now her
That's
student
good.
is an
We could
AI
cut it
model.
there.
So tell me what it's like when you sit down in front of the computer. What are you doing?
I am looking at
What do you think? Do they just want to start implanting or start installing USB ports, implants in the back of our heads at birth moving forward? Is that the wave of the future? I think so. Anyway, let's get into those NASDAQ charts, guys. Give the people what they want. We've got a couple minutes left here. Let's do it. And we got a mute sign for the Hogue.
Hey, that was AI.
There he is. AI did it. I didn't touch anything.
AI did that.
AI
to me.
did it.
My chip fried out on me, so sorry about that. Monthly 1, 2, 3 in value, in balance, let's just say. Indecisive, small bodies, long wicks. Testing the low end of that area of balance on the weekly chart. We're going to see the same thing. We're going to see kerfuffleation. We're going to see pullbacks. We're going to see range-bound activity. And we tested down to the weekly kickoff low. I believe that remains. It's changed a little bit from last. It's actually the same as last week. We tested down to it and rejected it. Are we going to go back and retest it? The market has been, going from high to low, low to high, high to low. Are we headed back towards the high? Who knows? Who knows? We lost 660 in open interest on Friday. Pretty big range on Friday as well. And well, this is actually the monthly. Let's go to this is actually the weekly. Let's go to the daily now. So again, weekly kickoff low remains the same. We tested into it last week, rejected it. Pretty good push to the upside. Friday, what did we do on Friday? We lost 660. So overall, open interest has been somewhat inert. Okay, it's been kind of waffling, so we're not seeing any major changes in overnight inventory. What I want to point out on the daily chart is there's so much confluence at these lows. We've got the 200 session simple moving average. We've got last week's low. We've got the October 10th bar low. We've got weekly kickoff low just below that, and we've got a trend line coming in across that. This area looks rife for target and opportunity, if you ask me. We're not there yet, but we will see if that comes true or if we get that opportunity. And again, open interest overall has been somewhat inert. Just looking at all of this confluence down here, it just reeks of opportunity. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, as far as bullish goes, I think that we're coming into some areas that might be of interest, certainly. We have this area here around 24,304. We have this area that you've already identified on the 200 moving average. These are all kind of locations, daily levels that could offer us maybe opportunity to take, a relatively lower risk opportunity without having to risk too much, and maybe explore something that could maybe give us a rally of a couple hundred points or more. So looking at the DMI, I still see that we're still kind of dominated by some bearish control here, flattening out a little bit on selling pressure. ADX indicator still giving us a pretty good strong reading at 33. So until we start to break some of these highs here, some of these pivots, we have to kind of maybe continue to lean on the short side in this market. It's kind of what I'm seeing. The reaction we got, although it was a relatively good reaction away from this 200 moving average, it was not. They were not able to sustain it. Right, we got up to a level and we found some sellers again. So it'll be interesting to see if we are able to continue to bounce off this 200 moving average, or eventually potentially break below it and maybe start to look at some of these lower lows that we've kind of have on the left hand side of the market. So interesting point. It's interesting levels right now in the market right now.
Just a marker for everybody, 10% off the all-time high is 24,003. We are below the 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ, not in the S&Ps. Let's take a look at the 30. So, this was Friday. This was yesterday. Yesterday was largely inside range, inside value. Overnight inventory since Sunday night, I would have to say, is a little bit to the short side. Last week's low came in on Friday. So last week's low is 24,578 in the orders. And we've taken a look at it a couple of times, and we seem to be rejecting below that level. This is the October 10th low right here, 24,405.75. And as we get closer to it, it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult to see some more continuation of the downside without some sort of bad news. These markets are very resilient, as we always say. That if the market has a tendency to look lower when some sort of bad news happens. Doesn't always have to be that way. Sometimes you'll get technical breaks. We get too long in multiple time frames, and we have to pull back to adjust inventory. But we're near the lows here, and I don't see that as a potential probability. So when we get to these lows, I'm thinking it's going to take some sort of news, some sort of thing to happen, some sort of financial information, which we're probably not going to be getting this week due to the government shutdown, to continue a push to the downside. It doesn't matter, anything can happen, of course, but it just seems to make sense to me with as resilient as these markets are, anywhere near the lows with no bad news. You can kind of feel what I'm thinking, and of course, none of this is financial advice. Just thinking about context, good risk management, and remaining patient. What else do I have here on the 30-minute chart? Gap rules. Well, no gap from Friday. Maybe a little gap from yesterday's session. Does yesterday's session matter that way? Time will tell. Ray, what are your thoughts here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, on the 30-minute chart, I feel like we're kind of developing a little bit of a bottoming pattern here, right? So I see a little bit of a double bottom kind of forming here that might actually maybe generate that kind of bullish move that you were kind of alluding to earlier here around this 24,600 level. Okay. Now we have in its way the value area low from Friday. So this 24,720 level. So if we are able to hold this level and break inside this 24,720 level, then again, I'm thinking that maybe we can rotate back to the highs of the value range, maybe up as high as 24,900, 921, somewhere in that range. I look at my DMI. My DMI is really not giving me any indication right now. We have relatively flat and with a falling volume. So even we're seeing some bullish price action, it really hasn't translated into anything on the DMI that would indicate there's a lot of strength in this move. We do have a readings, basically 20s across the board on the negative, our momentum and our positive. So it'll be interesting to see if we are able to break above 24,687 and close back inside. As I mentioned, I think we have a reasonable chance maybe to get up to this 200 moving average or as high as the other side of the value range.
Ray, looking for value acceptance from Friday's value area. Love the idea of that. Would be another nuance that could kind of support the idea that near the lows with no bad news. We'll see what the equities do. Thank you, Ray, very much for your thoughts and knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, let's check in
All
on
right.
this crude trade real quick. Last trade 62.76. House account is long from 62.67. Got about 10 ticks or so into this trade right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Not giving us much to start. Could take a while to play out, but we'll keep you posted on it. All right, let's take a look at what is happening the rest of the day here on Topstep TV. We got a full day of tradertainment coming your way. Up next on Fast Markets, Coach Jay is here to run the show. Andre's gone AWOL on us. I believe he was last spotted somewhere near the Swiss border, holding a snow fort. He's going to hibernate for the rest of the week. But that means Jack and Hogue will also be here. We've got a couple of rotating guests. Mandy will be here from 8:30 to 9:30, and possibly Dakota from 10:30 to 11. We might even get a special visit from the Trader-in-Chief MP. We'll keep you posted on that. Morning highlights, 11 o'clock Central Time. Hogue's going to be back to talk about the trades we took here in the opening call, any potential trades we take during Fast Markets coming up. At 11:15, we've got Power Players. I'll be back here with Muhammad and Dolby Time to trade it up. Group coaching at 12 o'clock Central Time. Gabe's coming in to be here with Anne-Marie and Deanna. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock trade with Topstep. I'll be back with Gabe and Jack. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Dakota possibly, and Dolby Time. Maybe a special guest coming in for Power Hour too. All right, guys. That's our schedule for today. Bell to bell. We're always here for you. We've got one more piece of news to share. Consumer Watch, your public service announcement for the day. Is it tough to find a job out there? When it comes to job creation, 2026 is off to a strong start, according to the latest jobs report. But many employers say it's taking longer to fill those positions. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains why some online tools many are using to speed up the application process is actually slowing down hiring for employers. Let's learn all about it.
Finding a new job can often feel like a full-time job because of how long it can take to get hired.
The job process is always a frustrating one.
John Fay with recruiting firm Robert Half says the good news is many companies say they're hiring. They recently conducted a survey of more than 2,000 U.S. hiring managers. 60% said they plan to add permanent staff. And the latest jobs report released last week beat expectations, with 130,000 jobs being added in January and unemployment ticking down to 4.3%. But Fay says it's taking companies longer to fill openings, and one of the reasons, applicants are increasingly depending on AI to craft resumes and cover letters.
There are so many resumes that are coming in now, many of them looking very similar, that it's taking companies longer to go through them and longer to vet things to make sure that people really have the skills that are on their resume.
In that same survey about hiring, 65% of hiring managers said AI-generated resumes are making it harder to assess real skills.
It can certainly help people make sentences and things a lot crisper, but you want to make sure that that resume really reflects you.
Did you deliver a project on time, manage a budget, launch a social media campaign? Fay says those are all examples that should be fleshed out quantitatively in a cover letter and resume to help you stand out. She also recommends applicants reach out directly to hiring managers in addition to filling out an application. If you do land an interview, she recommends asking what the company's timeline is to fill the position so you have a better understanding of their timing. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Believe it or
Jen.
not. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I saw some comments in chat. Jen Sullivan is, in fact, not an AI voice. Jen Sullivan is a real human being speaking into a microphone. And if, believe it or not, Hogue, I'm going to share one more time. Our good friend and mentor, Mr. John Hoagland, has never once in his life been on a job interview. Take that for what it's worth. And he is here today teaching all of us. All right, guys, are we ready in the back?
Extremely lucky.
Thumbs up.
Extremely lucky.
Well, Coach Ray, thanks for joining us here today on the opening call. Ray's going to be here all week long with us on the opening call, so get used to it, guys. All right, we are going to jump out of here. Hogue, take it away, my man. Do the thing.
Time to do the thing. Time to do the thing. All right. Thank you, JD. Thank you, Ray. And thanks to all of you for being with us. Thanks for trusting us with your time as always. Top of the chat. Always got to call out my early birds here, and Shubham was the first one in. Quite often the case. We have Buddha Goli, we have Anastasios, we have Trader Hub, we've got Big Country. That was a song back in the 80s, I think. I wonder if that has anything to do with your chat name. We have Andrew Minder, somewhat of a new name up here at the top. We have River of Risk, Coog, Dan Trader, Yabber, dude. Good to see you back, dude. I don't think I've seen you for a while. It's great to have you back. But as always, traders, remember, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Start from a place of being centered. You get off center, things tend to get a little wobbly. Try and stay centered in your trading today. Pray for peace each and every day. And we are headed in for fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another week of Fast Markets. Hope everybody had a great President's Day yesterday. Hope you remembered to call the president. If you didn't, there's still time. With that, a shout out to Millard Fillmore, Polk, Chester A. Arthur, some of the presidents that don't get some love. So just think about it. Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Jack. I'm doing great. How are you, man? If you can send me that number, I did not get a chance to call the president yesterday, but if you can send me his number, I'll definitely do that after we get off here. Welcome to Fast Markets. Welcome to Fast Markets, everyone. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Jack, and to the far right, Mandy. We are going to be trading it up. Markets open up in about 2 minutes. Mandy, good morning. How are you doing this morning? How are we seeing the markets? What are you looking at?
Doing well this morning. We seem to like these 24/7s. We were above that this on the holiday. Now we're below that. Very curious to see what we're going to do today, and especially at open. Are we just going to blast off? Are we going to reject it? I've got a few different points of interest. So this is going to be a fun opening to a late start in the week. It's Tuesday. So
it is Tuesday, isn't it? It feels this is the most Monday feeling Tuesday we have, but that means short week. We got a lot of trading to do. 24,652 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Jack, how are we seeing the markets right now? You're going to take a look at the S&P, I'm sure, while we're trading today. What are we seeing?
Yeah,
here?
I mean, we are at the bottom of the big old range that's been going on since the beginning of December here. About 6,800, close to it in the SPX were the lows overnight. So all eyes on that. I'll take a look at the options once we open up.
Awesome stuff. How many times have we taken a trade off of this level, Jack? I feel like we've been on air a couple of times, and we get down to these 6,800s, and it's a great spot to buy. We'll see if that continues to be the story. Today, we got 30 seconds till we open up here. What is going to get us out of this range? 24,655 last trade in the NASDAQ before the open, 68.3375. We got gold trading 49.1670, and the house account is long. 2 micro crude from 62.67 last trade, 62.75. In crude oil, get updates on that trade from JD. Trade well, everybody. Here we
Let's do it.
Go.
Man.
Seeing a spike in the Dow. Dow's always first to go. In the morning, spike up in the Dow here. 26.50 last trade in the Russell, 49.647 last trade in the Dow.
All right, off the open,
24
Apple is our only big guy in the green. The biggest losers, Broadcom down 2%, Google down 2%, Tesla down 1.6%. 10-year yields have really been moving. We nearly touched 4%. Bonds have been strong. We're at 4.05 right now. Let's see.
NASDAQ looking like it hasn't started its engine yet. We tried to move to the upside, a little bit of sell pressure coming in now. S&P looks like it maybe wants to follow the Dow and the Russell. Mandy, looking at these markets, how long does it normally take for you to kind of get your bearings set for a trading day to place a trade? Is it a time thing, or is it just the market
Usually time.
confirming what you're
Great
saying?
question, Jay.
Usually time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I usually like to see, NQ. I'm an NQ trader, occasionally a silver trader. But NQ, I have been pretty much on the entire time I've been doing futures. And NQ just coming out of the gate, right at the open, a lot of volatility, a lot of head fakes. And, I just need confirmation that we're heading a certain direction before I enter. And oftentimes, that's not for the first 10 or 15 minutes, personally, for myself. Every once in a while, I'll get in and be like, oh, we are totally going for the lows of last night, and maybe I'll hop in, but that's like a very quick scalp. I'm talking like maybe a 2-minute thing. So, yeah, curious to see if we get some movement here on
Seeing NASDAQ
NQ.
new highs of the regular trading hour session there, 24,690 last trade, 68.47 last trade here in the S&P. Down the Russell kind of shot out of the gate, pulling back just a little bit here. Got a settlement price in the S&P, 68.50.50. We did just trade right below that. 68.50 was the high of the New York session so far. Seeing a slight pullback. Jack, you were saying 10-year yields are going up?
Going down. We got as high as
Going down.
4.3. A lot of it's been, little softer inflation numbers, but also just the kind of new hot trade is the deflationary AI productivity trade. So that's been putting some upward pressure on the bonds.
Gotcha.
Also,
the
there's a
10-year
lot of
chart here.
people, a lot of the hedging in bonds has been way to the higher yield side. People haven't really been expecting like a huge crush in bond yields.
Hmm.
Keep an eye on that. 24,680 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Mandy, any trades for you last night, or are you coming in the morning flat?
I am flat on this one. I'm having a hard time with this combine. I wanted a breather off my my XFA. And after those winners, I've been focusing on this combine, and I'm having a mental block getting over it, passing it. So, see if I can just add a little bit more change to the profits here and get that passed here in the next day or so. 700s. We aren't quite able to hold over it right now. Looks like we kind of have a little bit of a trend going on here that we're respecting. Just a little bit. It's vague, but I see it. So just kind of curious to see if we are going to maintain this here on my 15-minute, this little trend channel here. So
Okay.
these are guidelines.
Looking for rejection up at those highs?
Yeah. Love to see a rotation back down into these 500s. If not, we can push and hopefully make it up towards 24.8s, 24.9s. We've just been in this general area, man, for a long time now. So
4 months, same prices here. We are seeing the NASDAQ continue to push up here, 24,740. ES back above settlement price. Settlement in the NASDAQ, 24,803 and a quarter.
Pushing above us really good now.
Really nice push here off the open. Left that 1 minute opening range at not the dead ass low of the session. We'll talk to Hogue about that in a little bit when he comes on. It is in the S&P and not so much in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ did look below that 1 minute opening range. The Dow and the Russell kind of gave up that early rally as well. 68.49 last trade here in the S&P. 24,760 last trade in the NASDAQ. Jack, you were looking at those 6,800s. It kind of looks like we might be leaving that behind. Any levels that you see to the upside for potential targets or opportunities to take maybe a short off of those?
Well, from the actual like options data that I'm looking at, it's pretty. Ooh, I don't see any like real good stops or like really good places where we could get some resistance to the upside right now. That being
Yeah.
said, the 6850 SPX level would be like 6868 right here. Looks like we rejected here last night. Maybe that would be the
Mhm.
first spot where I would start to look to see if we try and break above it and come back. But nothing is jumping out at me huge besides, pretty much the lows of the day there. So 6800 in the
Yeah.
SPX. You're right, 6,900
It
is
looks like
stacked, but that would take quite the rally.
6,900 SPX, that would put us, what, 6920s?
6918, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. 24,785. Yesterday was a non-settlement day, so the settlement price is coming from Friday, right? 24,803 quarter in the NASDAQ here. We're about 10 points off of that right now. Take a look at the tilt, see what that is saying here. 72% oil. House count is long 2 micro crude from 62.67, 62.80 last trade there. Is anyone seeing the overall market still bearish? I don't know if it's bullish or bearish, right? With this 4-month range that we've been in the equities, it's kind of hard to tell, right? We'll know when it breaks. I'll say that much.
I mean, we're bearish based off of, oh gosh, where was that rotation? When would that have been? As of right now, February 12th, February 12th. So we've been bearish in the short-term frame, right? Like in the last week or so.
New highs on the
say
day, New York session.
Year.
Yeah, who is Mandy?
Story.
Ask me what day it is, right? And then we can tell you, right? It changes every day. Yeah. It's back and forth, a lot of overlap on the daily candles. It's a great opportunity to trade. We just saw NASDAQ tag that settlement price, 24,801 last trade there, 68.58 last trade in the S&P. Looks like we want to continue to push higher here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if we get a rejection here, where would be a great place to get short. If we can hold above, I would say 820s, where can I get long for hopefully a test back up into, 25,000 would be awesome. Totally doable for a day in NQ.
Got a high of the day, overnight high of 24,922. Is that correct? 24. Yeah, that is correct. 24,922. We sold off pretty well last night. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here to gold, 49.0370 last trade there in gold. House account did not take an opening range trade there. Little too much of a spread there in gold still. Silver selling off as well, 73.54 last trade in silver. So, Mandy, you're looking for above 820s for a potential long.
Yes. Where do I get short? That's the other question. I usually have a bracket. If I hold above a certain position at a 3-minute or a 5-minute, I like to enter above the bracket for longs, below a certain bracket point for shorts. I'd probably say below 720s. We're kind of in this range I'm not loving because this is just kind of the dead center that we've been at for a long time. We've been hitting this 24/7 area. So I'm curious if we can hold, and if we can clear the runway, I'd love to see 25,000. Really would love to see that today.
Send me a chat.
About 200 points away.
To watch that 6,800 SPX GEX. Yeah, I see it. Very negative there. Would probably discourage me from buying it if we sell off right now. But right now, we're not in any danger of that. Pumping up close to 68.50 in the SPX. Might be the first checkpoint here.
Little hesitation so far.
we're kind of experiencing our
Russell came.
quarterly vibes breakdown for AI, right? So like every 3 months, there's a new cycle of this is why everything's a zero and get
Okay.
the F out. This time,
What is it now?
oh yeah, we're at the bottom of the range, so it's bad. The vibes were bad this weekend. That being said, I saw one interesting measurement. I think it was from Bank of America. That's from 2005. They've been asking what corporate investment officers are recommending to the CEOs as far as are we over investing or underestimating? So, like, is our capex right or wrong? And that number's always been negative because investment officers, they want more investment. But just in the last month, it has flipped the other way, where the majority, by a good number, are saying maybe pump the brakes. We're investing too much.
You mean investing $1 billion every day into AI is not healthy?
I mean, it depends. You can use it to make a workout plan or something.
Yeah, that we got the big one next week, Jack. We have the big one next week, NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. I'm curious to hear from them and how everything goes.
Some
Whatever, Jack.
people in there are saying they can't hear us. I think some can. I was going to ask everyone to say how they really feel, but looks like they can hear us, so we're good.
Yeah. VWAP George can hear us. I think we should be good.
Yeah, agreed. Man, I'm actually really curious if we can get down to these 740s. That actually might be a nice long off of my EMA. Tricky
A little
spot
bit
here.
of a pullback to 740s. We are seeing some selling starting to come in. The Dow, the Russell starting to sell. NASDAQ rejected off of settlement. S&P back at settlement price. Oh, micro Bitcoin. What is going on there?
Nothing good.
Bitcoin is just getting smoked right now. Yeah, 67,215 last trade in micro Bitcoin.
Wow.
Down about $1,000 in the last 10 minutes or so. Coach Hoop saying keep an eye on Bitcoin. They cannot find anyone to buy that. Well, they can find someone to buy it. Michael Saylor is always going to buy it, but
well,
he might be the only one.
Kind of a bold move. What they say, don't talk about where your stop loss is.
Yeah.
Suddenly kind of put a level out there that nobody was really thinking about at about 8K.
Okay.
Just saying, there's a lot of liquidity down there.
Yeah, right. 8K, geez. All right, well, we could be seeing the collapse of Bitcoin in real time. Selling off right now, 67,105 last trade there. Equity starting to sell off a little bit here as well. 24,715 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.43 last trade in the S&P.
This is a pretty good candle, quite red right now. If we can get back up into these 740s, I'll probably be looking to enter long in these 750s. That needs to happen in about 45 seconds or so to respect my EMA on the 5-minute for a possible continuation back up to hopefully overnight highs, which I had at 840-ish, 842s. This is a pretty significant candle. We just might sell off the whole open here.
Yeah, there's trouble below here. Like, it could get slippery if we start approaching these lows.
Absolutely.
68.38. We got the S&P and the NASDAQ both coming up on overnight VWAP right here. 24,672 in the NASDAQ, 68.36 in the S&P. Gold continuing to sell a little bit here, 48.88. Bitcoin selling as well. The Russell, the Dow, everything kind of looks like it's going in the same direction. Go ahead, Mandy.
Hands off for me right now, off of my rules. So no trade. That's what I was talking about here in the morning open. You know, even though it looked like we had a strong uptrend, nice rejection at these 800s, and we're all the way back into the 600s now. So That's why I follow my process, my rules. Don't try to chase something. I just need confirmation from the market that it wants to continue in that direction. And on the 5-minute, I wasn't getting that. So glad I had no trade there. Again, we're right almost to the open. I don't know if I want to get into anything before 627s on the downside at this point.
A trade is a trade. Yeah, Coach Hoop, that tilt was pretty heavy up there. We saw 75% long tilt in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Has pared back now. 69% nice long in the S&P. 68% in the NASDAQ. This market looks pretty thin. I'm looking at an S&P depth of market here, Jack, and I'm not seeing anything more than 100 lot. I'm not seeing anything more than maybe like a 70, to be honest. Within
VIX hanging out
20 points,
2156 right now. Yeah, pretty thin. I noticed someone said, and I believe this too, said everybody's talking GEX. GEX is quite fashionable. I agree, but I don't think it's also because everyone woke up one day and it's like, hey, let's look at the GEX. It's more that there's been an explosion in zero date option volume, and now like 70% of the SPX options are zero date. So suddenly, those dealer levels become very important.
We're hanging out at VWAP.
Harden says he liked 100 GEX. That is the most Harden thing ever. I could see you in back right now. Of course you do.
I'm gonna have to Google that one. What is it?
It's a band.
Of course it is. And James, you're gonna have to tell us about that one. Maybe sing a song when you come on air. We got to know. 24,650 last trade in the NASDAQ. We are seeing some selling continue to come in here.
Wow.
And on headline watch, always not really hearing anything. We are just seeing some technical selling. Jackie, you said it could get slippery down here. That's 6,800s potentially.
Yeah. Don't love shorting the whole unless we get down near, I guess, the lows of the pre-market trade. But
yeah,
I'm going to be patient buying.
I'm with you. See that? Just came down into the 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ. Haven't taken it out yet. So low is still holding for now. See if that selling pressure continues here. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
It could always bounce. It's just there's like a way bigger trap door here than I have seen in a while. If we get down to 68.20 in the futures.
These candles. Almost back to VWAP again on NQ. We respected a 35 period on a moving average for the 5 minute really nicely. That's where I'm curious as to entering short is below 626 on a candle close. So we still have about 55 seconds. And if we just hold in this range, again, no trade for me, that's okay. Let's let the market decide what it's going to do. Might take a little bit of time for it to decide. But that's where accounts can get destroyed, is in the chop zone. So, which is so funny to me. Like, we've got this 200-point range that I can't seem to trade.
If you were watching Friday's opening was absolutely insane. That first hour to hour and a half, if you were trying to figure that out or you got married to a bias either way on Friday, you got chopped up. So, sometimes it's not clear, Mandy, and that's what we have to do as traders is sit on our hands. If it's not clear, then there's no trade. We are seeing a little bit more selling coming in to gold here. 48.8250 last trade in gold. Crude oil selling a little bit as well. 62.61. House count is still long from 62.67. 2 micros there.
Wow.
Jack,
Friday
Netflix rejected the Warner Brothers bid. Or the Netflix Warner Brothers bid was rejected. Netflix down about 1.5% right now.
Yeah, they reopened it. I guess Netflix won't have Batman in that scenario. I don't know. I haven't read too much about it. I've always stayed away. from Netflix. Yep, here's a
Oh,
slip.
wow.
Big
So
selling
off.
coming in here. Big selling coming in here. 24,595 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6822 last trade in the S&P. Russell selling, the Dow selling, gold selling, crude oil selling.
I jumped in. This
Yeah.
looks too opportunistic, if that's even a word.
Short, Mindy?
Yeah.
Yep, 6 contracts. A little heavy on this, but
6
a lot of
micros.
heavy actually.
Mandy short, 6 micros, 24,578. Short 6 micros. Was a decent amount of selling coming in there.
Yeah, might psych me out, but that's okay. This just looks too good to.
Hold on to this one, Mandy.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, it looked
New
too
lows.
good. You're
Not financial
targeting
advice, actually.
above the lows of last night, down at 43s, and this might be one I might have to trail because I'm in pretty heavy.
Low of the day in the NASDAQ, 24,518, trading about 50 points above that right now. 6805.75 last low of day in the S&P, trading about 10 points off of that. No?
All right, I'm trailing this. I'm out 123. It just isn't flushing all the way down to the lows yet. But I forgot I fat fingered it. I was looking for 2 contracts. I was set on 3. So that's why I had the tight stop. But happy with that.
There you go.
I'll take a little bit. Even if we don't hit the lows, we snagged a portion of that move. So I'll take it.
Nice trade there, Mandy.
That's one thing I've been
24,
doing
5.
on these fast moves is these trailing, like manual trailing. Grab it and pull it as
Grab it and drop it.
Drag it as it continues to drop. Yep. There is a feature on the order, I think is what it is. No.
Panel.
What
Yeah,
is it?
the trailing stop.
Yeah, you can manually set that to 5 ticks or whatever. And it'll trail it at every 5 ticks it moves or whatever. It'll pull your stop profit into place. Yeah, we're just not getting that flush yet.
Not yet.
But for
not
me,
yet.
That's I don't want to be in it too long. It might play out, which would be great.
If it's not going right away.
Yeah.
Well, we're right
I know
at the.
Dan Emmons, I keep forgetting to buy it. He's telling me I need to get my level 2 data. I had it, and then I think my card renewed, and I just keep forgetting to add it. It's a great feature. I love it. I need to just add it. Maybe I'll work on it in the background.
More
here
selling
we go.
coming in here.
Yeah.
We got
24,540 last trade.
SPX had held up for a while. They were below it now. Lows of the day incoming ES.
Jack, you were saying it could get slippery down here, and I'm seeing it as well, man. Dakota and I were talking last night that it kind of feels like, and maybe this is higher time frame talk, but it kind of feels like the NASDAQ needs to trade below 24,000s. And
there you go.
Could we see it today? Who knows? We tagged settlement, saw a little bit of a rejection there. Of course, anything can and will happen, and that is not financial advice, but it does seem pretty heavy here. See if these 6,800s can hold. Decent volume to the downside here. Silver, new low a day.
Here we go.
62.56 last trade here in crude. 68.11 here. We got 5 minutes to the top of the hour. This is Fast Markets, everybody. If you can do us a favor, tag us on your favorite social platform, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV. Share your trader wins, your losses, your trader setups, payouts, your funded trader certificates, new lows of the day here in the, what do you say, Mandy?
Here we go. I'm going to journal out loud for you guys. So like I said, I forgot I was on 3 contracts. So I was looking to actually get into 2, but I got in at 6, which was fine with me. That's why I had a tight stop and I trailed it. but I should have scaled out, let there be a runner. I didn't know, but I assumed we would want to make an attempt to these new lows. And so I'm trying to be a little bit better
Yeah.
at that. And yeah, something I'm trying to work on and implement better into my trading. Because yeah, this would have paid really, really nicely. So there's some out loud
Sure.
journaling for me. I always come watch these segments again. And so this will be a good one for me to be like, how did I miss that? Right.
Yeah. Best journal is hearing yourself talk out your trades here. New low of the day in the NASDAQ 24,500, 68,0475. New low in the S&P as well here. Below that 6,800, Jack.
Yeah, now we're cooking.
Seeing a
Let's
Yeah.
don't need this anymore here.
Seeing a little bit more size on the S&P book, but not a lot. Still pretty thin. What are we seeing downside if you maybe see this move continuing here?
Well, let's see. I mean, down to like 6,800 in the futures could be a spot to look for like a failed breakdown. There's a semblance of support there.
Take a look at the tilt. That tilt was very heavy long up at those highs, 75% long in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Still long right now, 64% in the S&P, 54% long in the NASDAQ. So definitely paired back there. 24,540 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.11, which is right around that 6,800 SPX level. So that is not going to be an easy level to just leave behind. We'll see what happens here. Micro Bitcoin trading below 67,000. Little pop there in gold. Is this another leg
15.
lower? So Mandy, how do you reassess here? You were short initially.
Yep.
How do you reassess for another potential trade?
That's what I was looking at. I was looking over here at my 15-minute. I like draw support resistance lines of previous areas of the NQ, MNQ. I mean, we haven't been this low since February 6th-ish. So looking at February 6th, our next leg down would be probably down to these four. Looking at like 470s would be another nice leg down to the 430s, and then 343 I think would be an awesome target for today. The low on the 5th was 244. So yeah, that 24,000 is looking a lot better, Jay, if we can maintain this sell-off. For sure.
The NASDAQ right now is sitting at the 200-day moving average, 24,490. We tested it once last week. That's where we had that like $1,000 or 1,000-point day in the NASDAQ last week. We're back at it again. And the more we test that 200 moving average, the weaker I think it gets. And again, this is continuing to remind me of early 2025. I actually did a little bit of a just chart history over the weekend and looked at the last 10 Februaries. A lot of them look very similar, where we're seeing this selling. And if we close below this 200-day moving average, we could really see something interesting here in the NASDAQ. You got a question from Dan. Jack, what is the VIX at right now?
The VIX right now is at 22.7.
22.7.
Jay, you're talking about
What's up, Mandy?
daily close there on the 200?
Slips.
Yeah, if we close under that 200 moving average, I think this has the potential to get really ugly for a little bit at least. And we'll see what happens at 24,000, right? That's within a daily ATR range, 24,000. Obviously, these are equity markets, so I don't think it will get ugly for too long, but I think it kind of looks like it needs a flush. And below that 200 moving average could do it. new lows there in the NASDAQ and the S&P, 67.96 quarter, 24.462 quarter. Down the Russell continuing to sell off here.
All right,
Where to enter?
67,
Still selling.
6770, the 6750, our old friend SPX down there. Huge level. I mean, we bottomed. That's where we mid-December, February 5th, both bounce off of there. Otherwise, we got a little ways to go.
Gold continuing to sell here. Silver making new lows. Nice little bounce here in the S&P. There's been about 50-point bounces, but are they holding is the question. 24,495. JJ says, y'all need to look at the weekly and monthly. Equities have a lot of room to dump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're with you. We are with you. Has a lot of room to go up as well, right? So, we got to trade what's in front of us, but I don't disagree, right? For me, confirming that we have a lot of room to dump means a daily candle close below that 200-day moving average.
Someone asks how to scale out. Well, if you want to scale out, you just need more than one contract, right? Say you trade like 3 micros. You just put on 3 and then take one off, or however, whatever works for you.
There's no right or wrong way to do it necessarily.
Yeah.
You gotta find what works for your system.
Not. And again, just a reminder to everyone, this is hashtag Fast Markets. We're going to do hashtag Power Hour later as well. So share your trader wins, your setups, share them on X or your favorite social media platform. I think we're on TikTok as well. At Topstep TV, hashtag Fast Markets. Share those and we'll bring those to you later in the day. We're going to bring in the guy right now, Hollywood Hogue, and get his opinion on the market so far. Bring in the man, Hogue. Every time I say it, he shakes his head. What's going on,
Hogue? Good morning, Jay, Jack, Mandy. Good morning, everyone. Interesting markets these mornings. Always a bit of a challenge for me when there's a non-settlement day to begin the week. But with the S&P is just traded down to within a tick of the weekly kickoff low, 67.96. Seeing a little bit of a bounce off of that. There it is, 67.96. Don't know if it's going to hold, but it's a bit of a line in the sand. These weekly kickoff levels, we look for longer time frame traders to kind of be forced to adjust inventory. Maybe that we'll see some buying coming in longer time frames and see this market recover this break. We start to show acceptance below it. That might indicate that the longer time frame may be liquidating some longs or getting into shorts. As Jack said, the 6,800 area is very important. It's a little bit of a different story in the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ is so much further down, so much further off the highs than the S&Ps. We've got that 200 session simple moving average on the daily chart that Jay is always looking at, always talking about, just talked about. Very important level there. Weekly kickoff low is, however, a little bit lower than that, 24,330 in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So we rejected value from Friday. Different platforms show value at different levels, but on this platform, 24,718. We looked above it, traded the settlement, which is, of course, Friday's settlement, as it was a non-settlement day yesterday. We looked at it. We said, nah. We took out the low of the opening range, which in the NASDAQ was not the dead low. It was initially the dead low in the S&Ps. We took those out, looked below the overnight low. Jay, we're getting pretty close to the low of that October 10th bar in the NASDAQ, 24,405, just loosely. So that is another level to look at. But we're starting to see some pretty decent buying coming in, particularly in the S&Ps off that weekly kickoff low. We've also got weekly kickoff low in play here in gold. The market opened, it initially looked higher, didn't hold that, and broke to the downside. It's currently trading in and around, bouncing around, seeing if there is any activity near that weekly kickoff low, 48.80. We did come down and check a naked point of chill down here. What was that level? What was that level? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. 48.6230. Short time frame control. We mentioned the market is in short time frame control. A lot of the longer time frame in these metals are sitting on the sidelines, just watching to see what's going to happen next, leaving the short time frame to its own devices. Traded down to a short time frame level, targeted it, respected it. Now back above the weekly kickoff, low level 48.80. We'll see if there's any return. It's a pretty big initial balance. It's going to take a lot of energy to break outside that initial balance. Gold, the 720 initial balance, 48.5420 is the low, 49.4470 is the high of that initial balance. So watch those levels for opportunity, possibly some opportunity here near the weekly kickoff low, 48.80 as well. Still, I think sitting here in this long in crude oil, not seeing a whole lot of opportunity here, at least not yet. We've got this trend line, which is in a longer time frame. We open below it. The opening range remains the low of the day, so the long is still valid, but we're really kind of taking our time finding any sort of direction away from this level. Now, if we kind of look out here, we see that the market is in range. It is range bound. It is in short time frame control as the market is in rollover. Just waiting to see what these shorter time frames are going to do down at this trend line, which is a relatively important trend line. It's a longer time frame. We will see. Anyways, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Just still watching these equities, seeing if we see any new buying coming into this market. We did see a pretty decent bounce off these lows. We'll see how this plays out. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. Andy, what do you think?
Awesome stuff.
All right.
Oh,
Mandy.
we got Mandy on mute here. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, thanks, Hogue. That's a lot of information, you guys, that Hogue gives us all for free, and I love it. I love your insights. I did actually enter short just a minute ago. We came and retested my EMA. Haven't been able to push much above it, and so I'm hoping we can go retest these lows. I'm in 3 contracts this
How many
time.
and where?
I got in at 528, about here and now right now again, and we are getting a little pump here. Been in the green for a minute, but I'm looking for a respect of this 5-minute EMA on my chart. So we looked right above it, just looking to see if we can maintain below it. We have a minute and a half left on this candle. This might be a timed candle for me. If we end up closing above 560s in the next minute and a half, I'll get out of it. But that's what we're looking at.
Jack, you had a pretty locked in face there while Hogue was talking. Did you take any trades there?
No, kind of chickened out on. We took that bounce right off the 6800 SPX. Not too much FOMO because it's unclear if I would have taken it off or not, or if it would have worked. So
Right.
keep on watching.
68.09 last trade there in the S&P. 24.515 last trade in the NASDAQ. Mandy short 3 micros from 24.528. Man, do you have a target on this one, or are you just gonna kind of let it do its thing?
Previous candle open, so 483s and a half.
And you're looking at 15-minute candles.
Off 5-minute, actually. The 5-minute
gotcha.
also did that. So yeah, I'm curious to see what's gonna if we can get past these 500s. That's our biggest stop right now.
Nice rejection at a prior day low there in the NASDAQ, 24.578. Taking a look at the tilt, still 50-50 now. 50-50. It was heavy long up at those highs, 75% long in the S&P and the NASDAQ. 50-50 there, 54% long, short in crude oil. Hogue, we got the initial balances coming up in about... Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
We just can't break these 508s. That's our struggle right now.
Hogue, you got a Delta information?
I do, but unfortunately, because yesterday was not a settlement day, they include the regular trading hours from yesterday. So I'm looking at
Who asked them to do
positive
that?
1,000 in the S&Ps and negative 500 in the NASDAQ.
Thank you,
But that's
Hogue.
including yesterday's trade. Thank you, Hogue.
Correct, which probably wasn't all that much. I mean, there was no volume, so take it for what it's worth.
Well, the contrarian Apple behavior is still on. Apple's up 1.4% right now. Amazon just flipped red again. Everything else is red. I was going to say big losers. Tesla down 3.6%. Google down 2.4%. Nvidia down 1.6%.
Here we go. Is this the next leg lower?
I need
Mandy
to
short,
scale
nice short.
out. Like,
that's an
scale
option.
out?
now, yeah, this would be like a good time to scale out, but clearly missed one of them to scale out. Let's see. I'll put like something along here.
NASDAQ back below those 500s, 24,495.
We're out of one.
Nice short here. So there we go.
Woohoo.
Making the adjustment. We heard Mandy journal in real time here.
Yeah.
Had that initial short, right? Make the adjustment. There it goes. Are we going to get new lows here in the S&P and the NASDAQ? 24,462 quarter is the low in the NASDAQ. 67.96 quarter in the S&P.
I guess that I should trail my stop to probably like previous high on this candle. And then I think I still might be about at profit or break even at this point. Come on. It's just coming back to this 5 EMA, which is okay. It's still in play. So
sellers still look pretty vicious here.
Yeah.
They do. Yes, they do. Can they hold it below prior day lows? 6808.75 in the S&P. That price is 24,578.75 in the NASDAQ. Maybe you trail your stop to a break even on this one, or just a little bit above those highs I see.
A little bit above, just because I need that wick. Sometimes we like to retest this EMA, and we already wicked above it. So, but this still looks really awesome.
Yeah, this looks like a great trade. Yeah. Agreed. We don't know for sure if it's going to play out or not, but our job is to take the risk and see the reward. Speaking of seeing the rewards, let's take a look at our top 4 live funded traders from this morning. Putting up some pretty big numbers in the real live markets. Got Nicholas up $16,493. Jason up $12,106. Maria $11,458. And Tyler A up $10,481. These are real live traders taking money out of the real live markets. Shout out to all of you. Most important part, take some of that money home. Make sure you secure those profits if you're going to continue to trade. But those are some great trading days. Shout out to our live funded traders. Can we get the sell pressure below 24,500 here in the NASDAQ? 59% short tilt now. So starting to build here. Average price 24,549. It's a nice average price up there.
So my EMAs are going to move here in about 24 seconds. And so as it moves, I'm going to move my my stop loss to respect that. So I was wanting us to close below 500s here on this candle, on this 5-minute candle, and we're seeming to struggle a little bit to do so. Not to say it won't do it, but okay, we're kind of here now. So I am going to go to break even and just secure my profits because there could be a possibility for rotation.
Mandy
Market generated information.
Absolutely.
Mandy's becoming a swing trader.
I know this is so long for me. But it's just having a hard time doing it.
Seeing a little bit of liquidity above here. There's 340 on the offer at 68.05 in the S&Ps. Little 100 lots kind of peppered in down below the market. 67.95 for 100, 92.5 for 100, 91 for 100, 90 for 100.
Starting to pick
Nothing
up a little bit,
huge.
Hogue. About
Yes, it is.
30 minutes ago, it was very, very thin. There were no 100 lots within 20 points in the S&P. Starting to see that pick up a lot. There's a question in the chat or a comment in the chat, I guess, from Shadow Monarch says, how do these live funded traders make so much? They got to be full porting. If you look at the NASDAQ and you shorted from 24,800 with a 3 lot, which would not be full porting, depending on your live funded balance, it's a $20,000 trade to these lows. So it is possible. Of course, it is a function of your account size. You don't want to trade big size if you don't have the drawdown, but markets present opportunity. You're seeing a bounce here, Mandy, out there. Yeah.
Yeah. But who's not to say I won't re-enter?
Without.
It's just right now we're not getting the confirmation that I want that for a continued like lower. I can always, I think I was saying it on Thursday. Oh, I can always go back to the well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It was a good cut. It was a good cut.
Yeah, thank you. And we at least got some profit on that, about 50 something dollars off of that. So
hey, you know what they say in Cicero?
What do they say?
$50.
50 bucks is 50 bucks.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Back above that 6,800 here, Jack.
When I first started saying that, it was Arlington Heights. You know what they say in Arlington Heights? I don't know why Arlington Heights, but
because the horse track, R.I.P.
Maybe.
Otherwise,
R.I.P. Yep.
I could not tell you. I could not make up a stereotype for someone from Arlington Heights. It's really like a phantom zone for me. What are people in Arlington Heights like? The Bears might be playing there soon. I may regret saying this, but let us know in the chat.
Someone in the chat is from Arlington Heights, guaranteed.
Absolutely.
If you're repping Arlington Heights in the chat, let us know.
Used to know some really good musicians that lived in Arlington Heights.
This is the most. This is the most. Comment.
All right, here we go. Buyers are coming in. Here we go.
They are. Nice out there, Mandy. Jack, I read that one too.
It's poetry.
Nice out there, Mandy. Seeing the equities continue to push here. 68.21 last trade in the S&P. 24.599, 24.600 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Hogue, that weekly kickoff low did it. Couple of ticks in the S&P.
Yeah, once in a while.
Dolby, why'd you delete that message? It's a work of art. We should frame it.
Nick Zumo in the chat. You want to read it, Jack?
It goes without saying. It was something about he could see the market 10 seconds ahead of us. It's like, well, great. You're 10 seconds behind because we got to stream this to YouTube. We don't live in that YouTube box on your screen.
It's true.
We are real people. We are real people.
Retest the VWAP.
But if you are somehow from the future, I'll send you my email.
Yeah.
Let me know. 68. Retest the VWAP here, Mandy. 24, 620. Really nice buying coming in here now. Anything turn in the Mag 7, Jack?
I'm sure. I see memories pumping. What do we got here? Yeah, now we got 3 of them. Broadcom's flipped green. Apple's up over 2%.
You guys are definitely AI. Well, you'll never know. You'll never know. Is it still looking slippery? So the one thing I'm looking at in the NASDAQ here, right? We tagged that 200 moving average on the daily. That's not going to be an easy level to break. If you look back at a 200 moving average on the daily, it's MP calls it the Great Wall, especially on a daily time frame. The last time we tested the 200 moving average before last week was May 23rd of 2025, and we've rallied ever since then. So I'm not surprised to see it. It's just the multiple tests that we've had in a short time frame. I think the weaker that level gets. So if it, and that's why I was saying, I think the equities can continue to sell off, but it's going to take a daily candle close below that 200 moving average for me, which 24,491 is that price. So nice test of it, a daily candle close, and then I think we're talking about something different here.
I'd love
Back
a
up to
5-minute
VWAP
candle
here.
close above VWAP.
Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
Which I have
Okay.
at 639 for long. Sorry, I'm getting a little raspy here.
Looking for a potential long. Where is Dakota? He's in Utah somewhere.
Mm-hmm. We think.
I think.
I know he's crossed the
Unless
state line
he's
at
traveling.
least once. At least once. I'm not sure beyond that.
I hope somebody profited off that weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. I hope somebody.
What was the price, Hogue?
67.96.
Well,
96 quarters to low. I know I'm
yeah, I was
slipping.
gonna say, well, actually.
Yeah. Hopefully you didn't have your. That's why you don't set your orders at whole numbers, right? It'll leave you behind.
Yeah.
All right. A little short of where you think
Utah.
it's actually going to go.
Utah's finally getting some snow, I think tomorrow, 3 to 4 inches, which I think is the most we've had all season in the valley. So
Enjoy
we
it.
need it so bad.
I never want to see it again right now.
Yeah, same, Jack.
Yesterday it was, I think we were pushing 60 degrees yesterday, which is like insane for Utah. So
Yeah,
it's quite the swing of temperature.
beautiful.
Yeah. For us. Oh, man.
Rejection off of VWAP there in the NASDAQ.
Absolutely. I can re-dip though. I can come back to the well. That would be a 5-minute candle close below 538 right now for me for another sell.
538.
I saw something on Friday outside my office window that I have never seen in almost 30 years in this house. A bald eagle landed on the frozen pond right behind my house.
Wow.
It's a
I think
sign.
that's an omen.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
I don't know, but it's got to mean something good.
Dolby says it means America.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've got something for you.
Look at those low rates.
Sheesh.
Seeing some
These
selling here.
5-minute
Mandy
candles.
looking
Look
for a
at this
potential
pullback.
short. Yeah, this is who's taking advantage of this volatility in the chat? Let us know. Make sure you tag us on social media as well. Crude oil still selling off. I'm pretty sure we're out of that crude trade, Hogue. 62.34 last trade there in crude.
I like
JD,
that.
if
It
you
means
could let
hope
us know
for
in the
president.
chat.
Pretty good
Hogue
probability
for
of
president.
that.
Hope for president. We love that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, God. No.
It ages you like nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently.
I don't need any more of that.
Man,
I'm old enough.
these markets.
This is fun.
I'm happy with my little scalp off of what I'm seeing today.
You were gonna.
It's still so wild to me. There's a 100-point move, and I feel like I can't snag any of it.
Mandy, do you find that like like Mondays
Jack?
or days after holidays are just kind of harder to read? Maybe it's you, maybe it's the market, but to me, Mondays and days after holidays, I'm like, what am I doing? What am I seeing here? Where am I? Who am
Exactly.
I? I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Do I know anything? Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Luckily for me, I'm in the dental office. For those of you that don't know, I'm a dental hygienist. I practice 1.5 days a week. I love teeth. I love spit. I love people. So I will always do dental hygiene. Monday's my day I'm in the office. So I'm actually pretty fortunate. I don't sit and look at the charts too much on Monday because I'm usually getting my kids off to school and then going to my job.
The
But
office.
yep.
Watch out for another leg lower here. I'm seeing the Dow and the Russell
know.
making new lows. Dow and the Russell making new lows of the day. 26,2070, new low in the
I know,
Russell.
Jay.
The Dow on
I'm
its
not
lows as well.
sure.
Mandy, you said
So
you're looking
bad.
for a candle close below these 538s.
I know.
Let's see
We
here.
closed at, what was our candle close? 45s. That's the thing.
Well,
It's like,
if it doesn't confirm it, no
I
trade,
know.
right? And that's what we have to measure.
Exactly.
There are so many trades. My trading mentor used to say all the time, if you worry about all the trades that you missed throughout the day, you drive yourself crazy, right?
Absolutely. And
Can't
that's the
catch 'em
thing
all.
is like, it could be cheap, like to get short right here. And like, for me, it would be considered a higher risk though, because it's not following my rules, but the reward could be so high. But I
Right.
just gotta like, thank you for the like reminder, reemphasis of the fact that following our rules, our processes, what works, there's a reason. Like right now, I'd be negative if I had entered. So we're
Right.
back into this channel between my moving average and my EMA. This is why I need to follow my rules because I would get chopped up here and be negative right now. And then stressing that I
100%.
entered in at a bad time.
Crude new lows of the day there, 62.21. Last trade, 62.18, new low of the day in crude oil. Initial balances, Hogue, coming up in about 3 minutes. Do you think we can call it? Do we have initial balance highs and lows set? Should we wait a little bit?
And it's going to take something to really take them out right now.
Yeah.
And if it does happen, we can always adjust. But for now, in the S&P is the initial balance low, 67.96 quarter. Initial balance high, 68.62 and a quarter. NASDAQ, 24,462 and a quarter is the low of the initial balance. Initial balance high, 24,815.75.
Or 815.75. Thank you for that, Hogue.
You bet.
Initial balance, the first hour of trade in whatever market that you're looking at. So the equities open up at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 Central. So we're looking at the range of the first hour, high to low. And we'll see what we do with that information once it settles. Maybe looking for extensions outside of the initial balance. Are we looking for failure to trade outside of that initial balance? That size IB, Hogue, do you ever look at that? Right, how wide the IB is, and then how much energy it would take? That's about a 60 point initial balance in the S&P.
Yes, 100%. Because the bigger the initial balance, the more likely the initial balance extremes will hold as the high and low for the entire session. So when's the last time we saw that? We saw that on the February 11th. And I think that was unemployment day. Unemployment, February 11th, 12th, 13th. No, it was not unemployment day, but there was something came out and jerked the market higher. And then once the market opened, the sellers came in and put in the low. So on the 11th, in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, the initial balance, the high and the low, ended up being the entire range for the session. It doesn't happen a lot. In market profile, we call that a normal day, but it's anything but. They're actually pretty rare.
Right.
Most of the time, the initial balance will get extended to some degree or another. However, a large initial balance, the wider it is, the more energy it will take to extend outside of it. Just one little nuance to keep in mind is today a large opening range in the S&Ps. Yes, somewhat compared to the last time it happened. It's a little bit smaller, but still, somewhat meaningful. The NASDAQ as well. Here's the NASDAQ. So there's our initial balance. The last time it happened was here. And, just here, we can get a
That's
closer look at this.
NFP,
We
by the
can
way,
say
Hogue. That spike is off
NFP.
the
Okay.
Wednesday NFP.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Got,
Thank you. I
we
knew it
got
was
some
off.
I went to
headlines
the
coming
It was
out
off
here.
something.
Mandy got in short.
That's 38.
Yeah,
388.
I did.
What price you short, Mandy?
13 and a quarter, 513.25. We're in
20
profit right
for
now.
513.
I just want to flush below these 500s. I would love that.
We just got a headline here that might help you out a little bit, and I know we have to get you out of here in just a minute, Mandy. But short right now, SoftBank dissolves share stake in NVIDIA. SEC filing that just came out about a minute ago. Let's see if that has any effect in the NVIDIA price. 24, which would then have an effect in the NASDAQ as well. Mandy, we're going to let you go here. Keep us up to date on this trade in the chat.
Sounds
great trading with you as always, Mandy. Nice job so far. We'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow for sure for Power Hour. Pleasure being with you guys.
Right here.
Good to see you, Jay, Jack, and Hogue. And yeah, we'll catch you guys later.
All right.
See you later,
Later,
Mandy.
Mandy. Nice trade.
Thank you, Mandy.
Here we are.
So
breaking
Peter
the
Pan just
lows.
put a stat in here. 5% of the time in the S&Ps last year, there was a normal trading day. Just 5%.
5% of the time we had normal trading days. So that means we should be potentially looking for an extension here.
It's kind of a big initial balance. So it's going to take more energy to extend. Right. And if you do see, substantial extension, that's good energy. We all like good energy, right?
Of course.
Jack's got good energy. Jay's got good energy.
Yeah.
Mandy definitely has good energy.
Energy up.
Look at Andrea in back there. Andrea has excellent energy.
No response from NVIDIA so far, trading at $108.15. And headline just came out, SoftBank dissolves share stake in NVIDIA. An SEC filing, new lows of the day there in the S&P 67.95. Jack, good no take on that long up there. We rejected off of VWAP in the S&P and the NASDAQ.
Oh,
continuing to trade lower here. Go ahead.
I had my finger over the trigger to do the old caveman trade there at the bottom, so decided not to.
Wouldn't
be that far in my favor at the moment.
Trading below Hogue's weekly kickoff low now. Would you use that as a risk limiter, Hogue, if we were going to, it's kind of right at the low of that initial balance, if there's going to be extension?
Yes. Yeah. What we want to see is no real meaningful move back above the initial balance low or the weekly kickoff low for range extension, Now, it is entirely possible that we look below and we don't have the energy to extend much below the initial balance, and we leave a failed downside auction, which in that case, offers us a pretty decent opportunity. The nice thing about it is it's risk management, good risk management area here. Either direction you choose, you can limit risk.
New low of the day there in the S&P, 67.91 quarters. Take a look at that tilt now. 70% short tilt now in the S&P. Remember, we did see a 75% long tilt up at the highs in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Take that for what you will. Take that for data. New lows in the NASDAQ, 449 quarter. NASDAQ, 66% short tilt. Crude making new lows as well, 62.06. Nice pop. This is
It was a punch in the gut for the shorts right there, wasn't it?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was. Yes, it was.
Stocks ain't
It's been some
done.
decent trades to the downside, but Mandy was saying it as well. It's just not going right. If you don't have great trade location, these are tough trades, right? If you're that trade you were just talking about, Jack, selling below that low, it was good for about 8 points, but is it going to sustain before a bounce? I do like the sell pressure, but these spikes are kind of aggressive here.
I just got to be more
Try to see if
confident in
we
this
can
short.
see
Yeah,
if we can hold above the IB low. If we can hold above the IB low, you don't want to be short.
yeah. 96 quarters that price.
That's a big if.
Big if. Micro Bitcoin hanging out below 67,000, 66,835 last trade there. Looks like that is
Little
ready for
battle
another
going
leg
on here.
lower. Yes, we do. Honestly, the Russell looks like it's lead. It's the first one to continue to make lows of the day. Then everything else seems to follow after.
Lot of high beta small cap exposure there. Looking around right now. Yeah, we got like a 10%, 5 to 10% down day in quantum. Oracle's down 4%. Silver's down 5. SLV at least is down 5.25%. We are up to 22.7 in the VIX.
22.7. I think when we started, we were at what, 21.6?
Yeah. Above 20 is volatile. Kind of the old put it in the book theory is that if you get a real sell off, don't stop until the VIX goes above 30. I don't think we're there yet.
Not yet. When's the last time we were above 30, Jack? Seems like it's been a while.
Oh, we definitely did in November. Let me take a look real quick.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. We had that week in November with some aggressive selling there.
Actually, no, we didn't in November. We got very close, like 28, 29. In October, we did get to, well, see, it's just stalling out right below 30. We came very close in November and October.
October 10th, that makes sense, right? With that was the tariff day. Tariff day was October 10th. We've been trading inside that candle pretty much. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
That may go down as the day that ruined crypto. Like, there may eventually be documentaries on it. That was just like a terrible day on multiple fronts there.
Wow. You know what? I've never looked at the Bitcoin chart from that day, and you're 100% right. We have not traded higher than that.
Yeah,
about
I mean,
50% from that point.
And you can see any number of videos on YouTube of people in real time getting, force liquidated on that. Because there was some sort of announcement for it, and then it went to the after hours. Everything is cross margined.
66,935 last trade in micro Bitcoin. Trader in chief in the chat, MP, let's go. What is going on? So you maybe getting a little visit here. 24,460 last trade in the NASDAQ. See if we continue to make new lows here.
Having trouble holding this IB low, especially in the S&Ps.
Yes, it is, Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing right now? S&P not even down 1%, 0.8% on the day, 0.85. The NASDAQ down 1.38%. The Russell continuing to make new lows.
Both sides, really.
What are we seeing, Hogue?
We're seeing just 100 lots, both sides of the market, below and above. So it doesn't. I can't really look at the dome and say liquidity is lower or higher. It's both.
Caveman this, Jack? It's a tough trade.
No, sir. No, I can't do it. It's not as violent as it was last week, that's for sure.
Definitely not.
And with the big initial balance, we need energy to push this thing lower. If it doesn't come in, we're back above the IB low again. We are running into buyers down here. They're trying.
Yep.
They're trying. As far as Delta's concerned, this is, I find interesting. It's positive 3,100. So we've been seeing increasingly positive Delta as price continues to move lower. That's longer time frame sellers, folks. Not convinced that the low's in.
See, we've been trending down here each time it comes back to the low, but this has not been a market conducive to that caveman trade for sure.
No.
Maybe we would have taken money if we were aggressive on the first one, but it keeps on spiking up 10, 20 points in the ES and then continuing back down.
I think that higher time frame is kind of what would be holding me back as well, right? Where we've been seeing so much overlap on the daily candles. This looks like it has the potential to go, but I don't think we're at that market state yet where we just
let me show
really
the
get to a flush again.
SPX so we can take out like the premium. This is the 4-hour chart of that. You can see here that like we've had a number of big bottoms right in this area.
Yeah.
We're actually through. So in the spot market, we're actually through those right now.
This is where maybe it starts to get a little slippery.
The 1 day, it looks even more like 7,000's been super strong resistance. We're through the 50-day by quite a bit, but we'd have to get down to like, the 6,500 handle to be approaching the 200-day.
Do you have a 20 on there as well, Jack? You have a 20 moving average on there?
I do not. But we're
okay.
I would guess we're below that.
And yeah, we're below it. In the NASDAQ, the 20 is below the 50. In the S&P, they're like trading at the same price right now, 69.31.
Neck and neck.
Yep. And we're seeing some sell pressure into that 200 moving average on the daily in the NASDAQ, what we've been talking about. I'm really curious to see, we'll talk about it during At the Buzzer today. However, we closed the market. I got a 200 simple moving average in the NASDAQ, pretty much right here, right now, 24,490. I saw some people say their price was lower. You may be using an EMA. I'm looking at a simple moving average, but we are in an interesting spot here in the market for sure. Let's bring in the tip of the week. Tip of the week. First time we're sharing this week on a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Tip of the week. Be prepared to reinvent yourself. The markets are all about change. Markets change people, and people change markets. Your market niche will likely change over time. Trading is as much of an art as it is a science. That is your tip of the week.
True.
Be prepared to reinvent yourself. Oh, how many times have you had to reinvent yourself in your trading career?
More than Madonna.
That's a great answer. Sounds like a lot.
That's good.
A lot.
No notes.
More than Madonna. Be ready to adapt. The markets change all the time. I think the one thing, I try to remind myself of is to not speak in absolutes, right? Because as soon as I think I know what's happening in the market, it's going to change, right? Like that second, it'll change. So don't be afraid to reinvent yourself as a trader.
And normal doesn't work.
No. What do you say that like, normal doesn't work?
That is a direct quote from Tom Hugard. Tom Hugard says normal doesn't work because most normal people are very, they're risk averse. They don't want to take the loss. So they create bigger losses by not taking the loss. And normal people aren't going to walk over a $5 bill on the sidewalk looking for a 50 further down the sidewalk. But that's the mindset you need as a trader. So you got to take what's normal, put that aside, and then start doing what what professional traders do. They cut losses and let winners run. And I've talked to so many traders about this because we all, I don't know if anybody's ever been, hardwired from the beginning to be successful at trading, because, you put your first trade on, and if it's a loss, pretty much everybody defaults to, well, I'll just wait, I'll hold on. And, maybe the market will make me whole again, or it'll turn around and make me money. One of the two, right? One of the two is going to happen. But usually what happens is we end up creating larger and larger losses because we refuse to admit when we're wrong. We refuse to establish the loss. If I establish the loss, it's a loss. I have to stick with it. If it turns around and comes my way, I can, maybe do better on this, right? But that's not the right way to think.
Yeah.
So there's a rewiring of the brain. So normal isn't going to work. You got to kind of rewire your brain to think as a trader, to think as a risk manager, and to cut those losses, understand when your trade is no longer valid, and get out of it and look for the next trade. So, when I read that book, I was like, that's a really good way to put it. Is if you're going to be doing what everybody else is doing, well, 90% of people are never going to make money trading, then what can you expect? You have to do something different. Normal isn't going to work. Make sense?
Makes sense to me, Hogue. Are we seeing the next trade set up potentially here? Potential failed downside auction in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, excepting back inside that IB. 67.96 quarter in the S&Ps, the IB low, 24.462 and a quarter. IB low in the NASDAQ. We're trading about 60 points above that in the NASDAQ. Here we go.
Cheap trade there for a second.
We are.
Before I could spit out cheap trade.
Yep. So what we're seeing at the IB low in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, we have a big initial balance. It's going to take a lot of energy to extend down below it. From what I was seeing there, we had a lot of energy expended trying to hold price below that level. And when it couldn't, all of those short time frame sellers that were saying this thing was going to get buried just got taken out. They just got ripped. Does it mean that it's going to trade to the other extreme of the initial balance? That would be the ultimate target for this if you're long.
Really nice pop here in the equities. 24,580 last trade in the NASDAQ. That tilt got long again. That tilt got heavy at the lows. 70% short tilt in the S&P at those lows. 57% short right now. Again, that is not a trading signal. Take it for data. But we saw a heavy tilt to the long side at the highs, heavy tilt to the short side at the lows, and we got a doorbell. Who do we got? Let's bring him in. I'll get the door.
Hey, yo.
Michael. Welcome. What's going on? How you been?
Yes, Jack, Coach J, Johnny Hoagland, the voice, the one and only voice, Johnny Hoagland. Hearing you all over, John.
That's right.
What's up, Coach
I looked at Facebook today and I heard me.
Yeah, I hear you so much that I don't know. Now I know what it's like living with you. Coach J, what's up? Long time.
What's going on, MP? It's been a while, man. Good to see you. Seen you on Twitter. Seen you kind of bouncing around, running the show here. But yeah, man, good to see you. Good to be back on air with you. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing well. I see another guy in the green room that got beat up, and I want to know that he's okay.
Oh my goodness.
He's got a couple black eyes.
I think he hit his stop loss.
If hitting your stop loss beats you up like that, man, I'd be black and blue.
Yeah, just get one of those like acne gloves, like right on your screens that just punch you in the face.
If you do anything,
patent that.
How are the markets trading? Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. What were you guys just talking about?
Volatility
John?
is here right now. We're above 20 in the VIX MP. We spiked big to the upside off the open. I'm looking at the ES at least. Big sell-off, took off the lows, and we're trying to bounce back through the bottom of the initial balance, as Hogue was just explaining. So lots of opportunities, lots of back and forth.
Yeah. The initial balance low in the S&Ps is equal to the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. Pretty good bounce off of that originally. Now we're back down here retesting that level. It's a pretty big initial balance, Michael, so it's going to take a lot of energy to extend this range by much. Either energy or news. No real news to think about here. We do have some talking Feds coming out in a little while. But as far as levels are concerned, Michael, 67.96 is weekly kickoff low, 67.96 quarter is the initial balance low. Session low so far is 67.91 in the S&Ps, and we do have a potential for a failed downside auction. As long as we hold above that initial balance low, maybe we should be looking for longs. That is, if we hold it. The NASDAQ, same situation. It minus the weekly kickoff low. We haven't hit that yet, but a very big initial balance. One little look down below, failed downside auction. The target could be as far as the initial balance high. So we're going to see how this plays out. We've touched some pretty decent levels here today, mostly short time frame control. Michael, what's up?
We've been in this range for 2 months. December.
Yes.
A little bit longer than that.
2.5
December,
now.
November.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm talking, guys, when I'm talking at the range, S&P 67.80, 67.80. I'm on a daily chart, so I'm just, and all the way up to 70, 45-ish. That range, huh?
That's 67 to 80 level. I'm actually looking at like 67, 68. Like that level you're pointing to, MP lines up really well with the 67.50 level in the SPX. So that's the level I'm looking at to the downside if we start going that way. Doesn't look like it right now, Hogue.
Sure.
We had another cheap shot at that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, another doorbell.
Who's throwing
a party going on now? Who's here?
Yeah, we got a party now. We got a party.
Dakota, what is going on, man? How we doing today?
See, MP, I fought the trend. Trend's got hands.
I mean, hold on. Is this our door guy of our party that got beat up outside? And he says enough of that.
You're not on the list.
You're not on the list, man. I just can't hold him off, Mike. Come on, Andy. Nice.
Here we are.
Yeah. Dakota, what have you been trading lately?
Gold during slow markets and the NASDAQ here during the day.
Gold during slow markets. And so we're risk team getting some updates because they're watching these high risk, high volatility products. So we're looking at opening some gold up. I think it's 246 right now. It may be 510, 15, or maybe a 1 lot, 2 lot, 3 lot, or something on the minis. I don't know what they're doing yet, but it's their call. Risk, everything runs through risk on when it comes to managing. It's just kind of like when margins go up at a brokerage firm. That's how we're going to be managing our high risk, high volatility products. So that being said, how many people here trade gold?
Oh yeah,
right or here. Precious metals?
Yeah, I traded. Yeah,
you did too, huh?
There's a lot of traders, a lot of gold traders here for sure. Big community.
Yeah, so
especially overnight. Not so much during the New York session, but overnight it's a decent trade. Something about that Shanghai Metal Exchange when it opens up, that's when most of the volume's coming in. So it's been a decent trade, but we saw what happened the last 2 weeks. It got too crazy.
That's during slow markets, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yep. Those that don't know, the time that starts is weekdays at 5 or 6.
What time zone, man? What time zone?
Central?
7:30 p.m. Central. 7:30 p.m. Central.
You got to always go Central. That's where the futures.
Yeah. Okay.
Central hub of
I was trying to give you the shadow of a doubt.
We base everything.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm Mountain Time, so I always have to do my math.
Yeah. The old -1.
The old -1. Yes, it just gets tricky, Jack.
Oh, I'm with you, man.
Yeah. So we do have a lot of gold traders in here.
Yeah, we do.
I like to use these drop-in sessions too to get to know what our traders are thinking. I want to put a poll out there too, because there's a lot that's like in the last 60 days. Whether it was like we had platform outages again, 49ers, not the 49ers, but the 49s, 99.99% uptime since the beginning of the year. Kudos to that platform team, hell of a job. There's the outages that happen. There's also some other things that we've done, whether it's yes, right here. I had this before here. I go, I want to get to know what you guys have in your head as the most concerning thing with Topstep in the last 60 days? Was it an outage? What is it? Changes the LFA? Was it a price increase? Was it decrease to metals? Or if it was something else, just put it in there. Was it how we communicated? These sessions, when I drop in here, I want to use these as an opportunity both to catch up and riff on the markets, of course, like we were just doing, but also so I could take information back to the team and we can prioritize and stay very connected to y'all and ensure that we're hearing, not just talking. So if you have, I will vote because that's how I see.
What did you vote for, MP?
I purposely did not vote. I didn't know we could.
Well, I don't know how you see the which way it's trending.
Ooh.
If it was me, no, I'm not going to sway anybody. No, I can't do that.
Yeah, we'll say it after. We'll say it after we close the poll. Poll open right now.
If it
300
were
votes.
me-
Make sure you get your votes in there.
Yeah.
What was your biggest concern about Topstep over the last 60 days? Platform outages, changes to the LFA, price increases or decreases in metal buying power? Early leader going to price increase, 43% of the vote. We'll leave that one open for a little while.
We don't want to, Coach Jay. We don't want to tip the hat on what the who's voting for what politician here.
Oh,
yeah. Well, like
and you can only vote
CNN
once.
calls the election early. Yeah, we won't do that. All right.
Yeah, we don't want to call the election early now.
What are we seeing in the market?
Bounce off
Any
of
guys?
here, guys.
Yeah, we did, Hogue. It's been a rejection the entire time.
Could be a little head and shoulders there. We bounced off the 6,800 level in the SPX. We're trading right around there right now.
Man, VIX is popped today above 22. Lots of volatility coming into these markets. It's a shortened holiday week, so. Tesla taking it. Tesla and the metals.
Always messes me up.
The volatility in the metals has not slowed down. Like silver's down 6.5% today. Gold down 3%. You'd think it'd slow down a little bit, but no, it's kept consistent with this.
Just because it looks smaller on the chart doesn't mean it's not volatile.
Exactly. Yeah. The only thing I'm seeing is I am in like one contract long gold from 48.86. I put that on before coming on air. I'm looking for a bounce, some type of retracement up to 4,900 evens.
So you're just long one micro gold from where?
From 48.86.3.
48.86.3.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Nice trade we got there so far.
The General Motors CFO says the tariff environment is getting more stable. You heard it here first.
Tariff environment getting
there
more
you
stable.
go.
Yeah, what geopolitical concerns are out there right now?
Iran.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm so. It's been
China.
working, coming home, sleeping, working, going. I'm not on the. Besides the Twitter, but I'm not getting caught up on my healthy fed of being fed the algo of whatever.
Yeah, it's actually pretty
Iran came out with some good comments about the meeting that they were having. The Iranian foreign minister said a new window of opportunity has opened. We are hopeful negotiations will lead to a sustainable and negotiated solution. There's a few more a little bit further back here, but there was some good news about that this morning. And it did kind of give the equities a little bit of a boost. Here it is. Iran's foreign minister, we've reached an understanding on main principles with the U.S. The two parties will work on potential agreement documents and exchange them. Also, the two parties still have topics on which they still need to work, but overall, serious, constructive talks with the U.S. So that's good news. Keep praying for peace, people.
Nice.
And then the known volatility, we were talking about tariffs. Finally, the Supreme Court is giving it to us on Friday, I believe, right? February 20th, they're supposed to release the tariff ruling. Finally, after kind of pulling the rug on us 3 or 4 times before.
They've kicked the can down the road a while, right?
Yeah. And of course, I'm sure you know that there is a partial government shutdown again. We're not going to be getting any important releases from the government. Those releases would include this week retail sales today, business inventories today, delayed. Durable goods, housing starts and permits tomorrow, delayed. Leading indicators, or as we used to say, misleading indicators, on Thursday, delayed. And the GDP and PCE numbers on Friday, also on the schedule as delayed. So, again, the partial government shutdown delaying some information that would be deemed important by traders. So we're gonna have to wait on those.
Speaking
We
of
got you pretty
waiting,
much caught up.
no, that does get me caught up. Okay, what's the biggest concern about Topstep for the last 60 days? 26% of you. I'm just gonna go. Well, hold on. Where'd it go?
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
It's there in the chat. Yeah.
All right. Price increase by a landslide. Okay. Platform outage. Changes to LFA. Decrease in metals. All right. This is good. And then there's E, all the above. The elevated life said. Okay. And a combination of all these I can definitely see would be the most concerning for folks. So a concern. Thank you for sharing your concerns. The platform outage. 26% of you have said that one. I'm proud to say I'm going to speak on the positive side of things, but also try to find what issues we've had and share those issues if you have them with the around the platform. We have had 99.9%, 99.9. Just I'll leave it at that one. That's like gold standard, I believe. It's like 8 minutes a month or something like that. I don't know. Somebody in here knows way better than I do on what that is. But we've been keeping our uptime absolutely killer with the platform. I mean, it's night and day than what it was in Q4 last year. I think you guys all in the morning, Chris, the orders aren't lagging. They go in, they snap in. They did all this. I'm filling you guys in on this one particular one to kind of like say, I think we have that one covered. The other ones I'm going to talk to you guys about to see how we can find a balance here and whatnot. But this first one, platform outage, uptime snappy. They had to. You couldn't just horizontally. I don't know. They put like how you manage your orders to your working orders sit here, to your balance sits here, to your updated P&L sits here. And then before, I think it was all on the same thing. And again, I'm not the tech guy here, but I wrap myself around the people that understand this, and they horizontally scaled, and then they could go vertical on those different pillars. So that all really got put together swiftly, and it's running and humming and doing really great. They're talking about the milliseconds. I wish I had all the stats, but I don't have all the stats. But next time I come on, I can talk about that a bit more. Point of the story is, I believe it's running really well. I'm on it. You guys are on it. Can you guys share if there's anything here that you're like, hey, well, this is still happening? I'm not seeing too much issues on the platform side of things, and that's 2 months since to the date that we had the kind of the big outage. So thank you for sharing that one. That does help.
Yeah, it's been running.
I can concur, Michael. I haven't seen any problems. Yes.
Yeah. I remember, Jack, you did you were a memer during that time, getting memed on your frustration with the platform 2 months ago. Great thing about it now is I could see, because I was in the war room every day for like the first half of January, if not more. And we could see how much quicker the orders were going in. Like, just another thing really quickly. Second half of last year, we had 20 times from like July 2025 to December 2025, 20 times the amount of orders that would go in, 20 times. That's huge. I don't know how many, users or traders that was, but we were seeing just the amount of orders going in. And all those orders are either working, executed orders, plus the data feed that's coming in, and ensuring all that doesn't lag, that it's snappy. And at the end of last year, it was not up to snuff. So we did the horizontal scale, And that really put us in a great position. And now we can really scale and build on top of that without you guys feeling the slowness or the non-snappiness. You want to have a snappy, quick executing platform, right, guys and girls and everybody?
Oh, always.
It's
always.
Yes.
Without that, you start feeling less confident in your tools, and then you start beating yourself up emotionally because like now you can't swing the bat when the ball's coming and it's not a crisp, entry and exit. So I get that. Okay. The big one,
Speaking of
price
confidence
increase.
in the tools, really quick here, MP. We got the markets pushing upside, and traders are taking
there we
advantage.
go.
We got a
Price increase
56% long tilt. But yeah, go ahead, MP.
No, I don't want to distract from the markets. Which one are you talking about? S&P?
Yeah, S&P NASDAQ 6837 last trade in the S&P, 24,685 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
Buyers just stepped in.
Johnny, were you just talking about it bouncing off the 90s, 67, 90 area, if that was a value area, or what'd you call it?
Yeah, that was the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps.
Weekly kickoff
that
low.
put in the
Okay.
initial balance low. And then we looked below it, rejected. We've got a failed downside auction, and the market is now auctioning back to the upside.
Yeah, 240 point rally here in the NASDAQ.
Right.
Yep.
Gold's starting to pump as well. Gold's over those 4900s, so in a really good position here in this trade.
Yeah, you've got a nice trade there, Dakota. 4880 is the weekly kickoff low, and it really was having trouble accepting below there.
Hope's
so you're
levels,
in a good spot.
those weekly kickoff levels, they are a thing of beauty.
Sometimes.
All right. Well, what's the target you got there, Dakota, for that gold trade? Or are you just letting it run for the rest of time?
The first area of resistance that I'm looking at is over here at this 49.18s to 49.20 level. I mean, we are down just under 3%, so there's plenty of room to the upside. I mean, look for base hits, right? Look for base hits. I don't have a take profit because we know how volatile this market could be. Yeah, look at this thing just push now. So let's see how this one goes. We'll see how this one goes. I've only been in this trade for 10 minutes, and we're up, 250 ticks, which is just insane, this level of volatility.
Yeah, that's
now, Dakota,
volatility.
Do you find yourself, like to the other side, trailing your stop more than you usually would because the way it can explode up and can explode down?
Correct.
Interested there. You just okay.
Yeah, yep. That's why I have this 100 tick chart, is just finding levels of support to move my stop loss below. Risk management.
All right, we're flying upward here. We got now NVIDIA has turned green. Broadcom's up 1.45%. Apple up the same amount.
We got NVIDIA news, right? Is that what happened? We got some NVIDIA news talking about a bank dissolving its shares.
SoftBank.
So yeah, but they didn't have that much left. SoftBank famously, if you're looking for indicators there, sold a ton of NVIDIA before it went completely parabolic. So
is SoftBank and Jim Cramer both of the birds of a feather?
Yeah, I mean,
when SoftBank gets out of something, I don't know, some of the stuff is like, holy, they left a ton on the table, or they're wrong about their exits. Or in Jim Cramer's time, he's like, hey, buy Bitcoin now on the highs, and it's sold off. There's always a tease on Cramer, but SoftBank is pretty notorious for having public positions.
Oh yeah, famously in WeWork too. But some work, some don't. MP, you got the charts fired up? You gonna trade anything today?
Yeah, I'm looking at Topstep levels, the weekly level, or the what was it, John? The it's the purple one. The
weekly kickoff low.
Weekly kickoff low. The weekly kickoffs is the beginning of the week where we share the levels. Well, John puts them in here now, so you don't even need to go read anywhere.
Yeah.
I think, John, you actually physically put them in the charts, don't you?
Yes. Everybody's platform. I take that little line and I throw that on there. Yep. Those are longer term levels. I do those on the weekend. It takes some time. It's those are levels that I think the longer time frame traders who we're trading against every day will look to adjust inventories in longer time frames. Sometimes they're great, like today, just almost put in the low in the S&Ps. Sometimes they become magnetic when it takes time for the longer time frame to adjust inventories. And sometimes when they break, you know those are things that you want to go with, but they're based a lot of it off of market profile information, some math, some measured moves, and some other kind of things that I look at, and you know I'm glad to put those out. And the last thing I would want to do is hurt anybody, so I view them as good opportunities to limit risk in and around those levels. Not suggesting purchase or sale of anything. This is not financial advice, but I put those levels out there because they've been very helpful to me over the years, and I hope that they're helpful to you.
Nice. I do know there's a
Well,
lot
I
of
like it.
traders
You got a
that
good
live
bounce
in-
right off of it. Okay, pull time. Back to it. Biggest one, price increase. Talk to me. Tell me, folks, what does that mean to you? We've never in the history, I think, of Topstep moved our prices. I think we moved them up $20 on the no activation combines. I just want to hear while I'm here so I can take stuff back. What that, since it's such a 43% of you said price increase was a concern in the last 60 days over platform outage, which we just chatted about. Hopefully that one's in the rearview mirror. Everybody's enjoying and having the confidence in their trading platform, Topstep X. So that's the big one. It's too expensive with the VAT. Got it. I love no activation fee. Got it. Moving price up is greed. Well, moving prices up for us in the decisions that we make was also we've never moved price up, and it was $20. So for us, there's cost and everything that's kind of grown as the company's grown. So that I'm taking this. We are going to be taking note of all this. Getting your guys' input here is very helpful. This is true. So,
and you talk with the price increases. It's the nominal value of the NQ has gone up 300% since then. It's a different amount that you're trading now too.
I think when you look at that's a very you're trading much bigger now. We have the best program, guys, still out there. Even if there's 20% of you that says changes to LFA. LFA is about 2-3% of the community gets to that level. That's not by our choice or whatever. Well, I mean, like the market's 95% of active traders struggle with. So there's this getting that person to that 5% area is difficult to do. Now we have hundreds of people. I got the stats too. It was like 700, 800 people in the live experience. And then I got stats on the new LFA experience after that. But I'm reading this stuff and we're gathering this stuff about the price increase. So that's helpful. But in the meantime, while you guys are doing that, 7 traders received additional funds last week. So last week when the new LFA, now I'm going to the changes in the LFA, 102 traders have been scaled up. 253 from last week, 7 days ago. 253 new live funded traders are added. So when you guys hear this like new, hey, new LFA and all that kind of stuff, it's a small percentage of people that get to that level. Now, a large percent of you are affected by a price increase. So this is why I'm getting like good feedback. And what you guys are sharing here is super helpful. If I can find my tab. But Jack, as you're saying, bigger buying positions, not notional value, stuff like that. Like this has been really the price point we've been at for years. We do have a promo that's happening right now. It's called Climb Higher, code Climb Higher. So that's out there, and that's actually a little bit cheaper, I think, than our prices prior. This is good. I like feedback.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yes.
dropped the price incredibly. I mean, remember before One Step, it was a whole different ball game. So it's been how long ago was that?
We used to have
3 years.
3 years. We used to have a 2-step program. We changed that and then dropped the price. We had an activation fee then, and then just this year, I don't know when we did it because there's so many things that happened. We added. Oh, that was back in the end of Q4 last year when we added the new option. There's a no activation fee combine. So if we were to roll back, let me just throw it. If we were to roll back and say, hey, we hear you, we hear your feedback, and we roll back to those prices, is that the price point? Or are we still saying, because there's always a conversation of like, is the price too high? Like I get my Spotify and I get my Topstep, or not Topstep TV, my YouTube TV. And it's like, hey, prices, my Starlink went up. Prices are going up. And, it goes up like $5 or something like that. And you could call that, I don't know, inflation or them saying it's their cost. I don't know. So we raised ours $20. So the feedback will be helpful. Now, the last thing, the changes. Go ahead.
Say, Hogue, we came very close to the other side of that initial balance, the target there in the ES.
Yeah, almost there. Almost there.
I gotta say, when you were talking about that down there, I was not believing it.
I don't think I was
get to
I'm happy.
High of the IB.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe it either,
this
but
would be a 10%er. I'd be out of this trade right now if I was long from the IB low.
Oh yeah, you're gonna risk 60 points or whatever for like 2 points. I don't think so. That's close enough.
Right. No, definitely a 10%er right there. Call me Lenny if you have to.
Fair enough.
All right, live. With
What's Lenny? What's that from? Is Lenny with the bunny and he kills the bunny?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I should name my.
That's what we call. That's what we call traders that overmanage their trades. Because Lenny was, not all there, and he used to just pick up little furry animals and play with them and pet them until he killed them. People do that with their trades.
We're calling. Funny you said Lenny, because I called. I have a Saint Bernard named Bernie, and he's not even 1 year old yet. Not even one, and he's the biggest, hugest. Like it's like a bear in our house. But when he comes up to you, he'll come and like lay, and he'll hit you with his paw. And he hits my daughter, who's like 4. Like my boys now can like wrestle him to the ground, but it like, or she's like walking down the hallway, and he'll come running by and just clock her, and she hits the side of the wall.
Oh.
Starts crying, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know how big he is. It's just kind of like a Lenny moment. We're learning.
How much do you weigh now?
You're not even addressing the feedback. I'm reading the feedback. This is reading the feedback and going to digest this. I'm going to come on here every Tuesday and every Thursday. Thursday we'll have different kind of way in which, but Tuesday will be a get to know you and get to like get your feedback. I need to be able to take this information, digest it. I got the poll. I got the feedback. I got an incredible team. So I'm going to do a process here of this, go talk to them, and
yeah, I like it when you're active in the community too, MP. I like it when you're on.
See the office.
Yeah, love to see MP here. Can I get some feedback from my trading buddies here on a potential trade idea? Hogue, we were talking about initial balance high. We're about to trade up to it here. We've seen range bound markets. Would you take a short up here? Not financial advice, of course. I have to take my own trade, but would you be looking for a potential short up here in the S&P?
Okay, so Jay, it's a big initial balance. Remember, it's going to take a lot of energy to extend outside of it. We extended below it, we rejected. The target for that trade is the initial balance high. We take out the initial balance high, and we can't continue to move to the upside. That's your short. Okay. I don't want to short it here. I want to see a failed upside auction now. And if it does that, then there's a good probability that price will probably range inside the initial balance for the rest of the day. We just took it out. Now, see if we get a failed upside auction. Be patient. Wait 10 minutes. And if we do get a failed upside auction there, that's going to favor the idea that the market is probably going to stay range bound inside the initial balance for the rest of the day. I don't know if you noticed, Jay, but we just traded through the initial balance high directly to the high of the October 10th candle.
Yes, we did. It's good to have friendly eyes on the markets. I was looking for a short at the low of the day there in the S&P. So if I was not trading with my trading
for a
buddies,
short
I
down
would
there?
probably have a losing day here. I was. But I heard you guys talking about the markets and decided against it, and I'm happy I did.
Yeah. MP, do you ever rip it up in the Discord or
Me?
just coming
Rip
on
it up in the
TV?
Discord?
Yeah.
Man, I just had no. I'll tell you why. I can't keep up anymore. Like I am since love you, Grandma. Since she passed, I don't go on Facebook anymore at all. At all. I used to be very active on Facebook in the very early Topstep days. And then Twitter kind of took over because it was like the Wild West shootout of whatever's
Still
on your
is.
mind, just spit it. Yeah, just
Still
still is. Why do you think Dakota's got a black eye? Somehow you get punched. Somehow you get punched through your phone on Twitter.
We're going in deep. Yeah.
You're going in deep. And then Discord, I love like the community in Discord. I've been in there. I can't keep up in there because it's a stream of just like this chat right here. That's why I'm like, okay, Tuesdays, I want to come on here. I want to better understand. So I'm encouraging people to come on here to have this discussion. But then like we have Trenton and the ambassadors in there that are just kick ass. And, there's usually 30 some thousand people in there at any one time.
No, I like
I've
it.
heard that's
You
like
are
the Wild
not.
West
Those
in there.
move fast.
That's a little
And I
plug
move
there.
slow.
Be sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. There is a lot of, if you like your conversations fast, they're going on over there.
It's chaotic. It's good though. It's good because there's a lot of great conversations about trading and learning from others that's been around for a while. Same with Twitter,
Coaches doing
right?
classes
Amongst
in
all
there.
the dark clouds, there's a silver lining. Jay, I know me and you came from Discord as well.
Yeah, we did. Yes,
Oh,
we
you guys
did.
came from Discord? You found Topstep through Discord?
Yeah. For me,
yeah.
Really?
exactly. Yeah. I mean, I did my research and found Topstep, and then Discord was the way that I started getting involved with the community and having good conversations. It's
Speaking of,
tripled.
I kind of want this one last tidbit of information so I can take this home and then come back with you guys. How many people here are new to trading in the last year? Just entirely new to the game of trading. And I say the game of trading because I'm going to ask the folks, like you guys are in Discord and whatnot. I'm 16 years of doing this. We've gone from like in the very beginning, it was like, okay, there's a trading community. We want to, and then like as it's grown, there's now like a different type of community that's here. And some of them feels like it has a gamer mindset, which is totally fine. I'm just trying to understand. So new to prop, 5 years plus. Hell yeah. Here we go. There's a poll. It's probably even easier. How many of you are new to trading in the last year?
New is 12 months or less.
New is 12 months or less. Experienced is
New should be
what bids
2
and
years or
offers are.
less, 3 years or less. Sometimes I feel like I'm new to trading every day.
Okay. Then put a poll in here. How did you, in the last year, out of all the new folks, this helps us. Did you find us how Coach Jay and Dakota did through Discord, or was it like again? I don't want to like, but I think it's like there's a new big community that came into this. They're a little bit younger than our community because like I see a lot of college kids posting, Topstep X, and about ready to hit their profit target, and they start cheering in the dorm or whatever, a fraternity. I don't know. I think that's cool. That's how I got started. My buddy and I used to like walk by each other on our way to class, and we like, hey, we were trading options at the time because it's the only highly leveraged thing we could do.
Because you have to find the highest leverage thing you could do.
You had to find. You go from like, I'm going to trade equities. I'm going to buy, and then you're like, no, I'm going to day trade, and then no, I'm going to penny stock, and then what's options? Well, the best end zone that you can go in that path is the ending point futures. Futures are highly leveraged, especially now the props come. When we started the prop world, where anybody could learn, trade, and grow and earn. Are you?
Yeah.
Are a lot of folks that come in here now are the mindset is it a game, or are you learning? Or do you really care about learning how to trade? That's what I'm trying to understand right now. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's just a large new gaming community, and can we then turn learning into a little bit more gamified? Because you're trying to be good at this game, if you want to call it a game. And I've always been okay calling it a game. Like you go to you're a professional baseball player, you go to your game, but you're a professional in the batting cage, working out, training, knowing what pitches to take, not swinging for the fences on every pitch. Are you like, so that's where it's like, is there a lot of YOLOers here? And you just YOLO, and that's the game you play. And there's not longevity in that game. There's flash pan success, or it just happens. So this is me learning and asking questions. Hopefully you guys you're not, hopefully you are open to it because you're helping share your feedback. And if the market is moving, which I see it keeps screaming higher. How do you find
we got an answer to that first question. How many of you are new to trading in the last year? 421 votes. Experienced coming in at 69% of the vote. New traders, which is new within a year, 31% of the vote. We got one more poll up in the chat here. So make sure you get to that one as well. We got 3,200 people watching right now. How did you find Topstep? Was it Discord, YouTube, your friend, or a web ad? Make sure you get that answer to that poll in there as well. I won't give away the results before we close the poll, but 300 votes coming in there right now. Make sure you get those in there.
There we go.
A ton of good stuff. If the markets are moving, which I do see out the corner of my eye over there, they are. But like, I love hearing like Pixie, Aura, very serious about learning. Love it. It's my full-time job. Man cave trades. Love it. Learning not to swing for the fences all the time. Hitman trading. I can relate. In the very beginning, and I think anybody in the very beginning kind of looks at this as like, how big can I grow? How much money can I make? All that kind of stuff. And I think anybody here that's been trading for a while, or John, that's the mindset that a lot of people go into on. And I want to kind of like just talk about this before I leave, is the mindset of, yes, that's one of the main reasons why I want to elevate my lifestyle. To do that, I need to make a bunch of money. But to do that in any professional realm, because this is a professional realm, you're playing against other players that are, playing it and disciplined and strategy wise, and they've honed it and developed it and grew, and they've been in the batting cage. They're working out so you're going to go against these folks. So to have that mindset change to watching your downside, protecting and preserving your capital. That's what we're trying to learn, how we get their mindset to that. Usually in the past, and I'll leave with this because John, I want you to add your 2 cents here. In the past, you'd have to get baptized by fire, trading your own live capital and be like, oh crap, okay, cool, I'll go to a prop firm now. Some people are going straight to a prop firm and they haven't, traded live and can see how quickly that if you don't watch your downside, how quickly all your college money, all your kids' money, all your own discretionary money can go out the door.
Ooh, very fast too.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had the benefit of learning the business on the trading floor, and started as a runner and worked my way up, and just got kind of pulled up the whole way to prop trading, to funding myself, to becoming a broker. All of that is no longer available. I mean, this is a safe place to do that. There's too many people that we know, that we've talked to, that we've met, that we've seen, that didn't take that step. They just funded their own thing, and it can be very expensive. It is an expensive tuition, if you will, if you don't take your time, learn, and do it right. And this is that opportunity, because that opportunity no longer is available on the trading floors. Even if you lived in Chicago, you'd have to get a job there first and work your way up there. So this is the place to be, man, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to leave you guys, but I'm going to leave you guys with answering somebody's question here. What is your mission statement? Somebody just said it in here. Ooh. You go to topstep.com. You can see where we have here. Our mission has always been, and our mission statement, real quick, I'm going to do this, but it has evolved over time. And this is the latest one, because it used to be, well, I'll read what it is now. We're on a mission to turn market access, because everybody here now has market access easier than ever. Go to Robinhood, go to Webull, go to now prop firms, blah, blah, blah. Turn market access into opportunity to learn, trade, and earn profits more safely, whether you trade our money or your own. And that's the mission that we have honed now. Before that, 10 years ago, it was to turn passion into profits. No, to professionalize your passion. Remember that, John?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes.
To professionalize your passion was one of them. The other one was, and we hone them every like 5 years, every 3 to 5 years.
Through learning by doing.
Learning by doing. To turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits through learning by doing. That was one that we, I think, just graduated from. And now with this new like big group of people coming into the trading world, not just only Topstep, just into the trading world. You got FanDuels and DraftKings, and you got all these sports betting communities that are out there that now are like, well, what about daytime action? What about, taking plays or quote unquote bets on the markets during the day, and then at night I can bet on the Lakers and lose. I hear our Bulls are pretty good, but I haven't followed that yet either.
They're a perpetual ninth seed. We turned around a little bit here off the 6850 SPX level. MP, before you jump out, though, I know that there is something maybe coming up we wanted to talk about a little bit. We got a new segment coming with the Rising Trader of the Week. Is this something that is this straight off your dome? Is this from
this
Michael?
is the domer? Yeah, it's just straight off. No, I think we're talking about like diamonds in the rough and things like that. I'm like, well, we have rising stars. Coach Jay was one. You the ones that come out of the blue. Dakota's one. They start rising up. So that's one, and it's really starts to be called a rising star when you get live. Because going back to our mission, it talks about trading our money or your own, and that means live trading. And live trading is what Topstep has always been here to help set you up better for, whether it's our money that you're better prepared to trade, which we've been doing for 16 years, or whether it's your own money, wherever that may be in your personal account there, to set you up. So these rising stars are really about those ones that are getting called up, how they're doing, things that how the new live experience about scaling into that account, who's unlocked it. We've already had a week later, I don't know, 7-10 set of something like that, folks that have already unlocked their next 20%. So that means they have 40% access. And that is like a rising star because they got on that live account, they took profit, or they got the live account and they took it up. Rose.
They rose like a star.
They rose like a star. So yeah, that is so we want to start kind of putting spotlight. That's where the spotlight is. The trading combine, create, hone, develop your strategy, and prove that you can get to the funded level. At the XFA, you're there still proving yourself that you can trade and grow your account to get to the live level. But the great part about that is you can take payouts along the way. But the end goal is I call it the end of the rainbow, is so live trading. When you graduate from get called up and then you start trading live, or whether you're trading your own personal brokerage account and you're trading it better than you ever have before because you've had that foundation built of learning and trading and earning your opportunity as you've honed and created your strategy to go trade our money or your own. So the our money rising stars will be ones that we talk about more.
Nice. Well, we look forward to that. We might see Michael back later this week, maybe with Mick as well. Who knows? But look forward to seeing these rising stars. Hopefully we'll get some of them on the show at some point. Michael, any final words?
No. Trade smart. No. Well, hold on. Yes, I've always had to find this as a trade smart, always trade for tomorrow. Always trade for tomorrow means don't do anything today. that would keep you from trading tomorrow. So that means manage your risk, watch your downside, always that, rather than seeing how much and how big and how, like, over trading. Going back to that, you always want to be trading for tomorrow. That's what my trading coach and prop firm said that way back in 2002 when I started trading at a prop.
All right.
Thanks, guys, for having me
Michael.
on.
Yeah, thanks
Something
for
I've
joining
heard
us.
for 16 years. Trade for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's always live to fight another day type of thing, like that kind of concept too. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Great stuff, Michael.
All right, guys. We'll see ya.
See ya.
There
Later,
he
MP.
was, everybody. Topstep founder and CEO Michael Talk is with us. He's going to be on here more. Maybe we'll get a 50 lot out at some point. We'll see what happens. Right now we're bouncing a little bit. Why don't we check back in on these markets? What are we seeing?
All right. Well, we did take a look above the initial balance in the S&Ps. So that kind of tells us that the market is attempting to fall back into range. Did we do the same thing in the NASDAQ? No, we have not done that yet in the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ stopped short of the initial balance high just a little bit, but we did see pretty decent failed downside auction that provided a really decent long opportunity. Hopefully some of you were able to take advantage of that. Crude oil really just kind of falling and dragging along the bottom here, currently trading 62.23. And gold, I don't know, Dakota, if you're still in this trade, but it's still holding above your entry level. Did you get out?
Yep. Nope, still in it from 48.86.
Still in it.
And just looking for this thing to just keep making higher lows. Going to see if
going.
we can test these 49.20s. It could take a little bit longer than just an hour. This might be a 2-3 hour trade, depending on the volatility here.
Trade there. Nice trade there, Dakota. Hogue, I know we got to let you get out of here for the morning highlight prep. We took that crude oil trade, put it in a trade here. Got the highlights today. Hogue, we'll let you get out of here. Keep this thing going. Anything you want to say before you leave? We'll see you back soon.
No, just be patient, man. Opportunities are abounding. These markets are always offering opportunities, and I'll just mimic what the founder said. Always trade for tomorrow. Don't do anything today. It keeps you out of the markets tomorrow. I'll see you in just a few for the morning highlights.
Take care, Hogue. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. All right. Let's see what we got here. Hogue was talking about, that potential failed upside auction there in the S&P. We saw it. We had a little bit of a failure at that October 10th candle high. S&P kind of right back up here. So 68.58. Looks like buyers are starting to take control here. 24,757 last trade in the NASDAQ. 48.9780 last trade in gold. Dakota, what price are you long from?
48.86.
48.86 long. What are we seeing here? Jack, that in the morning, it looked like we were going to go. It looked like it had the potential to, 6,800, big fat round number level. Tough to sell through. What are you seeing here for potential upside? Is there a trade here?
I mean, we've been
It's
respecting.
like buyers are taking control.
Yeah, 68.50. It bounced off at once, but now that it's coming back to it, I don't see, maybe 68.90. We were talking earlier, like the big area is at 69.16, we'll say, which would be 6,900 even. So we got a ways to go there, but we're a lot closer than we were.
Man, these equities just caught that bid.
Yeah, they did.
What?
Yes, they
340 points here in the NASDAQ from 2440 all the way up to almost 24,800.
Nice two-sided opportunity, right? You could have caught a short this morning, been patient, got the longs off that 200-day moving average, and we might see some more opportunity coming in here in just a couple seconds because we are going to bring in the man that gets the markets moving, Dr. Volatility, Mr. James Harden, for some announcements.
What's up, everybody? Man, Michael was back on TV this morning. It's like the old days. Feeling alive, feeling the energy, and we talked about it here, and I'm going to plug it now. It's the Topstep Discord. That's right. Topstep Discord, the largest trading community out there. Are you the next Jay or Dakota? You could be if you're in the Topstep Discord. In the Topstep Discord, you can find so much information and so many conversations happening all at once. If you want to talk about gold, you can do that. If you want to talk about silver, there's a channel for you. If you want to talk about Topstep TV, there's a channel there as well. There's so much in the Topstep Discord that you need to go ahead and join today if you're not already a member. Go ahead and click on the link. Dolby just dropped it in chat. Get into the Discord and start chatting and growing your Trading Buddy base. Now, also later today, you know what it is. Group coaching is here. Group coaching. It's a point in the show where we sit down out of our busy days and answer your questions live on air. Now, if you're new to our stream, hi. First of all, welcome. Second of all, you may be wondering, how do I get my question answered on air? You've been watching Topstep TV. You've been hearing Dakota, Jay, and Hogue and Jack talk all about the market, but they said something you're not quite sure what it meant or you want more clarification. Well, the good news is I'm going to tell you right now how to do just that. Go ahead and click on the other link we're going to drop in chat. This is your group coaching link. Pin it, bookmark it, whatever you need to do to make sure you have it on hand, and fill out your question for group coaching. Group coaching. And today we have 3 amazing Topstep TV personalities. We're joined by Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. So if you have any questions for Anne-Marie, any questions for Gabe, or any questions for Deanna, now is your chance to ask them. Go ahead, click on the link in the chat. There it is. Fill out your questions, and then be back in your seat by 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. That's all I got for you guys for now. I'll throw it back your way. Markets, what are we doing?
I stuck in a little bit of a range here.
Address this. Everyone keeps asking me what happened to me. Well, if you if you follow me on social media, on Twitter, Instagram, or even come into my slow markets, I've been boxing. I'm preparing for fights this year, and I get into the ring with people that are better than me, and actually heavier than I am. And sometimes you get hit. Sometimes you get hit in the face. Sometimes that leaves marks and bruises. And so don't be surprised if you continue to see a black eye or a bruised lip or something. That's normal. It's like trading, right? You can't expect to trade without taking losses sometimes.
But it does feel good, Dakota. I get the same warm feeling that the chat seems to be more in tune with my well-being or absence than, say, my own family or close friends. It's all Andre's out of the country right now. That's all we'll say about that. Run wild. But he'll be back.
If he comes back with a black eye, we might have to ask some questions because I don't think Andre's been boxing on Instagram. But yeah, he's just traveling.
Sometimes you zig when you're supposed to zag. No, I get that too, Jack. Where it's like, man, more people's asked me in this community about how I am or what happened than I've got messages from my family. Sometimes, it's just another day for Dakota. Here goes
gold.
Welfare
check in the Mag 7. Apple's still up 2%. Amazon's up over 1%. Broadcom, big turnaround, up about 2% right now. Nvidia, 0.75% up.
All right.
What are you gonna say, Dakota? Gold?
Yeah, gold got a little bounce there. NASDAQ still hits harder.
What was that?
NASDAQ still hit harder. Yeah, we're seeing a little wiggle here.
What is going on in gold? We were just up 7 points and right back down. This is a 10-point 1-minute candle. Okay, gold starting to sell here now. 48.93. Am I just too zoomed in? I'm on a 1-minute candle. Are you seeing this volatility as well, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. You might be a little zoomed in too because we've had spikes of this volatility a few times this past throughout the session. But we are seeing a little bit come into these markets. I don't know if it was like a news event or something happened, but yeah.
No headlines I'm hearing just yet. We are coming to the top of the hour in about 15 minutes here. I thought that, Jack, you said it, SoftBank maybe had just a little bit of their position left in NVIDIA, but since that news came out, NVIDIA's up off of its lows. The VIX is back down.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as I said, they didn't have too much of it left.
Dakota, anything you're seeing in the equities?
Honestly, not really.
Stick to gold.
I mean, I've been focusing on gold. NASDAQ's just been just beyond resilient, right? We look like we're going to have a red day. We might turn green here in the NASDAQ with Apple, Nvidia, and Amazon, Broadcom. I mean, it's really mixed, right? Where it's not hovering around break even. We either have, a basket that's up 1%, or we got like Tesla down 2, Google down 1.5. So it's some decent volatility with the VIX staying close to 21. Two-way trade, definitely two-way trade. I think is still at play. I'm going to lean bullish because I usually lean bullish in equities if I had to pick a direction. But still just staying with gold, sticking with gold. That's the trade I've been monitoring. I got this one here in this account, and I have a. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say in the tilt, 61% short in the S&P. But you got that gold trade on. You got another one on as well.
Yeah, just what I have in my own account, my personal. Got a decent position long as well. So been pretty bullish gold. It's been by the dip for quite some time. It's hard to see that this one's any different when you zoom out on time frames. But we should see.
And Shanks a Million says, no way this goes back down again. No way. We'll see. We'll see. S&P back below settlement here, 68.50 half. Go ahead, Jack.
As I say, the road to ruin is often paved with no ways.
Oh yeah.
Whether you're long-term capital management, there's no way these bonds don't converge, or some guy saying, watch this on a snowmobile. No way. It's no good.
Yep. Yeah. I think I said this earlier, anytime I've ever spoken it in a definitive in the market, it is very quickly shown me why I probably shouldn't do that. But we'll see. We will see. If there's no way it's going down, is there a place to buy it here? We did just bounce off a settlement there in the S&P, 68.50 and a half, trading about 5 points above that right now. 24,748 last trade in the NASDAQ. Dakota's still explaining his black eye in the chat.
They just keep coming in. New traders tuning in.
Oh man, what happened?
I had a photo shoot this week too, Jay. I had it scheduled. I was supposed to take photos tomorrow and have that all prep and go with the whole branding, get some new pictures, and I had to cancel.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll see how that happens.
Just take it with the black. I think makeup could fix. So my question is, Dakota, with that black eye, did you feel it right away? Did you know when he hit you that it was like, okay, that one's gonna.
Not. No. It does not hurt as bad as what a lot of people really think it does. Usually the next day it's a little tender or sore. And that's boxing. Body shots hurt so much worse.
Oh yeah, 100%.
When you're boxing, you feel those immediately. Usually not till the next day. You get hit and you're like, okay, that's gonna be black tomorrow. Like you can tell that, but it doesn't hurt.
Gotcha. Looks worse than it is.
Yeah, NASDAQ hits harder and it hurts. It hurts a lot deeper when you take losses in these markets.
Psychological pain.
Yeah.
Are we forming a new comfort area here in the ES? Despite all that about the no way stuff, I guess I do lean long.
Where's view up here? 68.28. Could we get another test? Really, the momentum in either direction kind of just slowed down, right? It's just a pretty big range day so far. We do got a ton of trading left to do. Still about 4 hours left in the trading session. I'm just keeping in mind what Hogue was saying before about the energy that it's going to take to extend outside of this initial balance. IB high in the S&P 68.62 and a quarter. We saw it at the lows, right? We looked below the low of the initial balance, just not enough volume to extend it. Are we seeing the same thing at the highs here?
Are you looking at NASDAQ or
which would?
Yes.
Looking at both, to be honest. NASDAQ looked above. Did the NASDAQ look above its IB high? It did. Initial balance high 24,815.75 in the NASDAQ. Kind of falling back into this range right now. Let's see.
I guess he
Got a
maybe
view
coming
up in
back down
NASDAQ
to like
24,629.
yeah, those mid 24,600s. So maybe 100 points lower from here, but it's hard to be short, right? A lot of times we end up shorting these highs, and this thing just breaks out. I'd rather
Keeps going
I'd
higher,
rather
yeah.
see a break above 800 and then a rejection and then back down. So kind of a run of some stops, run of liquidity, and then a reversal here in the NASDAQ.
What we're not seeing up at these highs like we saw the last time. Last time we were up here, Dakota, I don't know if you were watching Fast Markets, but we were heavy long tilt, right? 75% long tilt in the NASDAQ and the S&P, both up here. Right now I'm seeing a short tilt in the S&P, short 59%, which is a little bit of a difference from what we saw the last time. If you take tilt information into consideration, S&P was down almost 1% on the day, back to green on the day, trading above settlement, up 0.05%. Lots of love for Dakota's face.
You guys are obsessed, man. Focused on these markets, not my face.
I'll do you a favor.
There's not a lot of
Dakota.
trading
After
going
all
on.
that, we're kind of right. We're back kind of inside the opening 5-minute candle here on the ES. So lots of downside exploration here. We got the big W. Let's see what happens next.
So anything we have to look forward to this week as far as numbers and stuff like that goes? I think we have what, PCE Friday? PCE's Friday.
I think they took away a bunch of our numbers from listening to Hogue this morning. We do have the Supreme Court
Again?
laying down the law on Friday. 8, 9, 20. Yeah, on Friday, the Supreme Court's set to release their tariff ruling. On Polymarket right now, only about a 25% chance that they just pass everything through clean. So there'll probably be a complicated legal ruling. That's why lawyers get paid. And we'll let the market sort that out, but that should be fun.
Do we actually think we're going to get it? How many times are they going to do this to us, Jack?
No, I'm going to think they're going to push it again.
I don't know. This time they specifically, I think, mentioned that this was going to be the tariff release. But you know, they've punked us a few times.
Yeah, we've seen it. What was it? It had to be about a month and a half ago where we saw it. Hopefully, we do get it eventually. I do see that on the calendar for Friday.
Or like John Roberts is just going to say "psych" and then drive off in a really sweet car. Got you again, nerds.
We'll see. We'll see. I just hate when they delay data, right? We get prepare for it. Maybe there's a little bit of chop going into the news event, and then they kick the can down the road. Is stuff for a trader. And you said the government might be shutting down temporary again as well?
Yeah.
You need to go to one of those sites. Is the government shut?
Governmentshutdown.com.
Yeah.
Who owns that domain? 68.53 last trade here in the S&P markets have definitely slowed down. But make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We saw the trader-in-chief on earlier today, polling our audience, you guys as traders, on your overall sentiment on Topstep and Topstep TV. So hit that thumbs up button if you like what we're doing here. We appreciate you all being here. Dakota, you still in that gold trade? Give us one more update before we get out of here.
I am. I'm not liking it as much as before, right? We had that 15 minutes where we pumped up through those 4900s. I still like long gold this week, but we shall see what happens. I'm still in it. I'm going to let it play out, see if I could get those 4920s. And if not, I think I might be joining you, Jack, during Power Hour today.
Okay. We'll get it on there. Love trading the Power Hour.
Yeah, should be fun.
Awesome
We'll see
stuff.
how this gold
awesome
is.
Stuff. We will see Jack and Dakota back for Power Hour. But after this, we got Hogue coming up with the morning highlights after a quick break. And we got Mohammed back. He's going to be demanding your likes. If I didn't do a good enough job, we know Mo always does, so he'll get them up there for us. Mo is back on Power Players with JD and Dolby. Don't go anywhere. We got more bell-to-bell coverage coming up here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. Hopefully, you're trading well this morning. You saw some pretty decent opportunities in these markets. Lots going on, always is. Let's take a look first at the opening range trade in crude oil. Did not play out for us. Always thinking about context first. The market opened with a gap to the downside. First thing the market did was close the session gap to yesterday's session, pretty much the high of value from Friday's session, and it started falling off from there. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart, little closer view. So there's the opening range. Got us long 2 micros, 62.90, 62.67. Where did it go to? Well, there's your IB high, and it kind of fell off from there. So it was a relatively small initial balance, and the market kind of turned on us and headed back to the downside. Why did it turn back to the downside? It's in short time frame control. We have the trend line that we opened below. We looked up and rejected, and the market had a visual target with which to target down below. Short time frame traders target short time frame levels. 61.95, a naked point of control from way back here, from the 2nd of February, still unchecked. Naked point of chill, popular, comfortable level to trade on a past day. So the market came, checked that out, and is now kind of returning back to relative range. So a little bit of a loss on that one, about $124. Did not take the opening range trade in gold this morning. Turned out to be a good decision. Let's again look at things in context. Yesterday's very small range. Okay, we were looking at some overnight shorts actually over the past couple of sessions from Sunday night through so far today. We've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. The market, I believe, if we look at this on the 5-minute chart, would have broken us to the long side. There is the signal target, the signal bar right there, would have gotten us long, would not have played out for us. We would have been stopped out on that, guaranteed. We do have Dakota currently holding longs in the micro gold, long 1, 48.80, 630. Market has been struggling in and around the weekly kickoff low here, 48.80. The longer it sticks around here, I think the choppier this market's going to be. Sometimes these weekly kickoff levels let the market kind of rest here and let the longer time frame think about whether they're going to decide to adjust inventory. And the more it hangs around here, the more choppy it's likely to be. We still have Dakota holding that one. I'm not sure if he's still in it right now. He is long 48.8630. Currently, maybe a little bit down on that. And here comes another visit of the weekly kickoff low. Maybe we'll take another look at this before we end the highlights. All right. So S&P is again in context. The market opened in range and in value. We traded up to the high of the October 10th bar. We took a look at settlement. We rejected. Initially, the opening range was the low of the regular trading hour session here. Then the market decided to go and check a level at lower, and there was this is the 5-minute chart. So this is that opening range. Initially, the dead low of the session. Put in the initial balance low. Traded to the weekly kickoff low, almost to the tick. There was a naked point of control there as well. So the market kind of targeted that naked point of control. And did we see any adjustment in inventories off of that weekly kickoff low? It would certainly seem so. We saw buyers come in and bring price all the way back up to the initial balance high after that failed downside auction. What's a failed downside auction? The initial balance low was set at 67.96 quarter. We also have a longer term level that is involved in what may have played out today in the weekly kickoff low, 67.96 even. Market set the initial balance. It's a large initial balance, meaning it's going to take a lot of energy to exceed outside of it. We looked below it. We rejected it. Next target, initial balance high. We traded above the initial balance high. We were unable to maintain price above that. There's a good probability that the market will remain relatively range bound somewhere inside of the initial balance because of the size of the initial balance. Remember, a bigger initial balance requires much more energy to trade outside of. The fact that we did trade outside of it and failed to see any extension brings us back inside the initial balance and probable two-sided range-bound trade. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ with Mandy in. Mandy took a couple of trades during fast markets, but again, thinking about context, here's the 30-minute chart. The market opened inside range, below value from Friday. We looked up to settlement, rejected value, moved all the way down to a place in space. I don't have any real good reasons why the market stopped here. Maybe it's because the S&P's got to an important level. This is the October 10th low, I believe, here on this chart. Didn't get to weekly kickoff low. The market actually did not leave the opening range at the dead low. It looked below, then put in the high. Then the market started to turn and put in this low. Now, let's take a look at Mandy's trades here. She's very quick, scalper. Took a couple of trades during fast market. I think she finished the day up just a little bit, but here is her first short. As we were kind of taking out the low of the opening range, she started seeing some things in her moving averages. So she ended up taking 6 shorts in the micros, 24,578. I think she took a small profit of about $124 on those. Took another short, 3 micros at 24,528. I think she got out of one of those for a small win, scratching the other 2, and that was pretty much the extent of what went on during fast markets as far as trades were concerned. And as always, we are going to take a look at today's quotable quote. Let's take a look. Bertrand Russell tells us, and I love this, the fact that an opinion has been widely held is no evidence whatsoever that it is not utterly absurd. When the market is at the highs, it usually looks the best at the highs. And opinion even emotions are going to be telling short time frame, weaker hands traders that this market is very strong and that they're missing it and that they have to buy that. They have to buy it. And that opinion, when everybody is one-sided, is usually sometimes a decent indication that either the high or the low is in, because the market always looks the best at the high and the worst at the bottom. There's your quotable quote for today. And looking forward to coming back to power players. We got Mohammed. Can't say Synthetic Monday without Mohammed. We've got JD and Dolby. Don't go anywhere. This is Top Step TV, folks. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Top Step TV. It's time for Power Players. I'm JD. Over there on the far right, my other bookend, you know Dolby time. and the man of the hour, the man in the middle, joining us live from Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. It's our man, Mohammed. Mo, how are you doing, my friend? What's going on today?
Doing great. Looks that feels Monday, and market is in range. We have very sharp drop down in ES, and then a V-shaped recovery to the high. But as you can see, they stopped at the high of the opening range of the 30-minute. I'm looking for to write this down again, but it might look as easy as I thought. This range is killing actually. In ES, it's about 10-15 points of range in ES. So I would like to see some kind of breakout in the 20,000 tick chart. As we can see here, after making this high, the market is ranging here. The moving average are sloping there, like just sideways. I want to see some kind of a breakout to the downside, then selling the rib of this market, at least to the middle of this range, 68.30.
That makes a lot of sense. That's right in line with what our good friend John Hogan was just saying during the morning highlights. We've got an extended initial balance in the equities markets. We had a failed downside auction in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Came back, took out the high of the initial balance. We're trading back inside of the initial balance high again. Mr. Hogan was talking about some possible two-way trade for the rest of the day. And that's kind of in line with what Muhammad is talking about right now. Dolby time.
Yeah,
You got the keys to the house account. Oh, go ahead, Mo.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I see a strong level of support now, 68.44. That would confirm the drop to 68.30, because this 68.44 was the high today, and it acted like a support. A lot of buyers would have their stops just below 68.42. Staying below 68.44, I will give 80% probability that we will continue lower. If staying above 68.44, I would like to look for a buy to the high.
Got it. We are right at 68.44 right now. 68.43 last trade in the ES. You mentioned 68.30. I've got an overnight VWAP at 68.31. That's a decent target to the downside. All right, Dolby time. Keys to the house. What market are you looking at? What's catching your eye right now?
Micro NASDAQ, per usual, although we will occasionally look at the RTY, although both of those markets look damn near identical. Kind of like you and I, JD. I didn't know we were doing the baby blue hoodie thing today, but here we are. I like Mo's call here on the, was it 44s in the ES. NASDAQ is looking very similar. We've had a really nice 5-minute range form here, which is probably driving some traders crazy right now. So I think the question is, are we going to hang out and bounce here between like 700s and 800s, or are we going to go back down to maybe VWAP at the 640s and then just hang out in the middle? I do think that with the tariff news on the horizon, this market could get very choppy. Very, very choppy. That is kind of
right now, right here.
Big thing.
Yeah. So the question is, what do we do right here, right now? Do we keep playing this range, or we look for the breakout? Ranges or breakouts? Ranges or breakouts? I was looking for a breakout.
I like longs.
Could get a little choppy. Dolby likes the longs. Mo likes the shorts. Here we go. We might have some. We might have a little battle on our hands here for this hour. Excellent. Hey Mo, I want to talk a little bit about your morning. You did all right trading silver. You want to walk us through that a little bit? What were you eyeballing?
Yeah, sure. Silver was bearish in my eyes in this morning, and I was looking to a quick scalp. Silver, and yeah, I was looking to that 2000 tick chart on my left and 100 tick chart on my right, where I was looking at the short around what? Yeah, it was about 4 or something around this area. And then from here, I took the short. We are going down there. And that was a decent trailing down until I get out around 72 or something. And then
Nice.
I lock my account until this morning.
Great trade. Yeah,
Very good,
moving
very
averages
good.
look very clean on that silver move.
Very clean. We were talking during the opening call. Hogan, Coach Ray went over the silver market. It was super thin in there this morning. But that's the kind of work you can do with just 1 or 2 micros in that silver contract. Don't got to trade big to make big. Know how volatile that market is right now.
And even NASDAQ.
Again, this is not trading advice. Trade at your own risk, right?
Yep.
Just 1 or 2 micros. Wow.
I mean, there's even gaps in the NASDAQ ladder right now. It's about like a 1 to 2 tick spread. Occasionally, even bumps up to 3 ticks. Lots of onesie twosies everywhere. 55 on the bid at 690s. Wow.
Yep, I have the S&P ladder up right now, and that is also ultra thin. I don't see any 100 lots to the upside, and the S&P, not much to the downside either. The only 100 lot I see is down at 68.40. Other than that, it's between 30 and 50 up, which is pretty thin for a typical day trading the S&P. We do have a talking Fed coming out in about a half hour. Michael Barr's scheduled to speak at 11:45 a.m. Central Time. So we'll see if any headlines come out from that. We've also got Mary Daly speaking at 1:30 later this afternoon. President Trump's participating in a policy meeting at 3 o'clock. We'll be gone by then. But the man might run into a microphone, walk into the bathroom or something. So we'll always keep an eye on the ditch, one eye on the news, on the headlines, keeping you apprised of everything that's going on. Let's check in on the rest of the market. You like Mo Short? Mo's playing the breakout.
Feels a little heavy up here. Not gonna lie.
I was waiting for this. Was waiting for the 2000 XR to touch the moving average so I can get that nice setup. As long as it's not touching, that means it's risky. It's risky. Selling again is the 68.44. I mean, I'm making double bottom here, so I'm sitting against that. I will just wait.
Yep.
I will wait.
Again, 68.44. Mo's line in the sand. 68.44. Wants to be short below. Let's check in on the tilt real quick. See what some of our other traders here at Topstep are doing. 62% short in the S&P. Pretty flat in the NQ. Only 53% short. And crude oil has gone flat. 51% long. Let's call that even flat.
Yeah, we do have a nice little 1 minute range here forming.
This is very tough. This looks valid buy, but you know, I see this too many times where you just buy, putting your stop just below this low, and you get tagged out, and then the buy comes.
Mm-hmm.
So I will sit on my hand.
Yeah, it's tough playing the breakout when you're tough trying to call the breakout, I should say, when you're stuck in that range. You never want to be the guy that gets suckered into that fake breakout, right? False breakout. So it's good to have a line in the sand. Checking in on gold. Last trade, 48.81. Just above the session lows in gold right now. Crude oil. Mr. Hogan was just talking about crude. We had some headlines from Iran out earlier this morning, trading around the lows right now. 62.04 last trade in crude.
Yeah, I mean, if Iran and the U.S. can get things sorted, we could see crude oil back under 60 again.
Right.
That would be fun.
There was a flush out right before the 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time crude oil open. It's almost like somebody released the news too fast. They couldn't sucker in any longs before they released the news.
That's the problem.
They like to do. They've got the news ahead of time.
Yeah, of course they do.
They wait for everybody to pile in. They know institutional traders respect those old pit trading hours, 8 a.m. Central Time to 1:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'm surprised that they waited, or they didn't wait that 10 minutes until some people got in the market. Because they would have been trapped long, I believe. We got trapped long on the opening range breakout, which means there were buyers in there on the open.
Mm-hmm.
That was the wrong way to be. Just a paper cut though, $100. Lost
Yeah,
$100 on that trade.
This looks nice to short.
You like it right here now, Mo?
Didn't?
Is your
Yeah.
Can't
Waiting
make a
for
higher
this
high,
to
Mo.
close strong red. This close strong red. I will take the risk.
All right, I'm with you, Mo. We're going to
What is the
offer
risk on this trade?
714s in the micro NASDAQ.
Waiting for the
We're gonna
trigger.
offer 714s.
Dolby's offering
Wait for the trigger
714s
for
in
this.
the micro NQ.
We have not been able to make a higher high since 1020. Just pretty consistent lower highs on the 1 minute. So, all right, we're in. We're going to see if we can get 50 points, and we're going to risk 25. So we're going to go 2 to 1.
All right. Dolby time is in the market. What was that price? 714? 714
We're short 24,714 and a quarter. We are looking for this 1 minute range to fail to the downside. And we're kind of banking on the fact that we haven't had any higher highs or any momentum really come in. Our areas, well, this chart looks dirty. Hold on. I've got scribbles all over it. Really what we're looking for is this 700s to fail. If 700s fail, I think we're in good shape. If 700s bounce, we're in not so good shape. But I agree with Mo that this is kind of like a do or die point for the market here. So if buyers can't keep this up, I think we're headed lower pretty quickly. But we'll wait and see. Got the order in. Let it cook.
There you go. Just the one lot too. Are you working more offers up top, or just one is good?
No, we're not doing anything fancy. We're just going one micro NASDAQ. We're gonna risk 25 to make 50. This is a very basic 2 to 1 trade. I'm going to try to do that a little bit more frequently. So I think it's good just to try to get that 2 to 1. Obviously, we'll 10% it here and there, but I think I like the structure here with Mo.
Sounds good. 10% it. What do you mean by 10%ing it?
The old 10% rule. So let's say you are like 5 ticks away from hitting your take profit. The 10% rule says you just take it right there, right now, just mark it out, get out of your trade. Essentially, you're risking, 90% of your profits in the trade to get an extra 10%. So that math doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Looks like we got the move that we wanted.
Oh, here we go. We're on the move right now.
Yeah, we can go to break even and lock this in. So we're just looking for continuation to the downside. So yeah, you don't want to be risking 90% of your profits to get an extra 10% of profits. It's typically not worth it. And then you don't want to put yourself in a situation like where you're in the reversal challenge where it's like, oh, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. We were 90% of the way to my TP, but now I'm down 40% from there. Do I just take profits now? Do I sit in the trade? Do I go to break even? Yada, yada, yada. It's easier just to take the profits and just move on.
I'm out.
Wow, that was quick, Mo.
Oh, it was in and out. Love it. Where'd you get short at? Was it right at that? Did you get short right at 44?
W was speaking. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for this candle to close strong, as I said, waiting for the candle to close strong in the 2000 tick chart, touching the moving average. And then I waited for this to get triggered. So I wanted to see the price trigger the low of that candle. I went short immediately, limit in, and I took 1 to 1.5. It's see money, take money as long as you are in the range. Although that I still see 68.30. But with this chop, maybe I will be whipped out before that because my stop has to be tight 68.50 only. So I went to out at 68.38.
Nice.
Very good. Very good. Mo making money in the shadows, not telling anybody about it. I'm joking.
Sneaking it in there. What's funny is that I was too busy talking about 10%ing it to not 10% my own trade. So now we're kind of living in this not 10%ing it world. So we had a almost 20-point bounce since being 5 points away from our take profit. So this is unfortunately kind of poetic. So we'll see how this ends up playing out. This is actually a literal example of the 10% rule not in action.
Yep. Once you get within 10%, just like Dolby just exactly what Dolby just said, once you get within 10% of your profit target, you start to consider getting out of that trade or start peeling off.
I'm here for you, chat. Sacrificing myself, falling on the blade, showing a real life example of the old 10% rule here. This is literally it.
Don't risk it all for a couple more tickies. It ain't worth it.
It is not. We will lower.
You don't
our
have to
stop
be
just
exact
below that high,
every
though.
time. What does Hogue say? Exactness is weakness. You're fighting tick to tick to tick. Maybe just consider getting out. Exactness is weakness.
Yeah, we are back again above 68.44.
Will you take this trade again, Mo? Or is it sort of invalidated now?
I need to see the same setup. If I see strong red candle touching the moving average, but this time I need it to close below 68.44. So I need to see a strong red candle closing below 68.44 in the 2000 tick chart, and I take the trigger and placing the stop above whatever this high.
Okay.
Well, we got stopped for break even, made 50 cents. We were 5 points away from $100, and now we only have 50 cents. That is a perfect example, perfect example of the 10% rule in action. You can clip that one.
You know what you can get for
24?
You know what you can get for 50 cents, Dolby?
Not shit, JD. What are you talking about?
You can get two bottles of water at Costco for 50 cents. 25 cents.
What is that if you're like taking in the package and reselling it when you're not supposed to? Is that what you're
They
saying?
have the vending
JD?
machines. They have the vending machines right by the checkout line. And a bottle of water costs 25 cents. That's the only thing that I know left. Besides, like, I don't know. A single loose piece of gum. Yeah.
JD on the streets of Cicero in between traffic, slanging water bottles that say not for individual sale.
Talk about a quick scalp, right?
Gotta scalp. Gotta find a market. Any market will do. Any market will do.
All right,
what's the market today?
Let's check in. Last trade in the ES, 68.45 in the S&P. Last trade in the NQ. What is the last trade in the NQ?
Yeah, I'm looking for a short here.
Looking for a short Mo's again. Getting back in. I love it when Mo comes ready to play.
Waiting for that red candle. It's no. This long wick tells me that the buyers are here. Buyers are in this candle, so I cannot sell it yet. Hasn't closed yet.
We just bounced off a settlement price in the S&P, 68.50 half, 68.50.50 is settlement price in the S&P. Just top ticked it on this little pop.
Yeah,
right below it right now.
I mean, shorts. Kind of interesting now. Oh, you're short. Okay.
No shorts.
No shorts.
Not yet.
You like longs now?
I'm waiting for that confirmation.
Longs are interesting. Longs are interesting right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look like a little failed breakout.
Any strong red candle. Any strong red candle at this place is enticing. I need to see the sellers telling me that they are here, not buyers.
We will see. Man, we had a good read on that one, Mo. Nice job taking profits. That was
you really did have a good read on that.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff.
It's kind of looking like a failed breakout to the downside on the S&P. If we're taking a look at this range, we're about to trade back above settlement price again. A little bit of a pop coming. Mini rip. We got a mini rip. We got an Andre rip here. Here we go. Here we go.
We're up 30 points from 700s. What a rally. What a rally. I guess the next question is, do we get short of like up the 780s? We haven't been able to make higher highs.
Got a pretty decent looking bull flag on a 15-minute chart.
Seeing that.
But as Hogue said, it's going to take an awful lot of buying to step in here to expand this range. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Size
don't
of
think
that
we're gonna
initial
get.
balance. Yeah.
I don't believe in it.
Anybody have ATR in the ES for today? I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but if you got it, throw it in the chat or something. What's ATR in the S&P today?
I'm putting an offer in at 780.
There we go. Dolby is getting short again.
Well, maybe.
In the top of the range.
No short for me.
If we get filled. I'm looking for
Yes.
780s and 800s. I think we're going to stay within the initial balance. Personally. Too much news. Just too much big stuff going on.
Yep. Quote from CNBC just hit the wire. Amazon has lost $450 billion in value during this historic losing streak. $450 billion in valuation.
Wait, but I thought the market liked when they fired people. Haven't they fired a bunch of people?
I think was it 2 weeks ago they fired 30,000 people.
I mean, how bad can Amazon stock really be doing? What, it's down $60 from its high, trading at 200.
Oh, look. Check in on the Mag 7. Right now, we've got Apple up 2.43%. Amazon's up 0.7%. Google down 1.5%. Meta down 0.3%. Microsoft down 1 full percent. Nvidia up almost a full percent, and Tesla is down 2.7%. Here's your Mag 7 check-in.
This is choppy. This is choppy. This is a violently range bound. Wide range.
The range until it's not time.
It's just hard though. You get like almost a 30-point rip to the downside for a stop run, and then you rip 30 points to almost 50, 60 points to the upside from 700s. Y'all are trading with wide stops. Wide stops. I don't know if you can even get these 780s now.
Dan Emmons, I'm not going to disagree with you. Dan Emmons says he tries not to look at the average true range because it creates too much of a bias. And it can, but it also helps you set targets. Ooh, look at this. A little selling coming in.
Boy. 30-point.
Oh, did you get filled on that short?
Downside. No, we missed it by 20 points. Oh, sorry.
You missed it?
You had a short in too. We missed the short. We were off by 20 points, which totally fine. 20 points is a lot. That's like almost half our stop.
I cannot blame you, man. This is untradeable area. It's not. Yeah, I mean, for me, it looks like a gamble trade. We are ranging. No follow through of the V-shape recovery in this. It's not comfortable trade, to be honest. It's just see money, take money. You're long, you're short.
John Ross in the chat says that's a fake red candle. Just grab a marker, grab a black Sharpie, and just scribble it off your screen like it was never there, right? And then don't adjust.
Let's see if we can get long 65s in the micro NASDAQ. So we've done a pretty consistent job of creating lower lows within this 15-minute range, only for it to end up bouncing like 60 to 80 points. So buyers have been coming in at the lows to get, I think, some value trades in. I'm going to see if we can hop in with them, because buyers have been showing up when sellers least expect it, driving the sellers totally insane.
What? I like it. Still ranging. Still playing the range. The range.
We're going to keep this here. But, chat, we are range trading. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, chat? We are range trading. We're fine.
What does it look like we're doing?
Cents.
Honestly.
50 cents. Listen, I just don't want to get long 700s because we've been wicking like 30-point stop runs to the downside. So even if you got long 700s, like look at all these little candles underneath 700. It says no problem ripping below. So I'm going to see if we can work the 15-minute chart a little bit here. Have some patience.
All right.
See if we can get filled on it.
Let the market come to you, especially when it's choppy like this.
No kidding.
Trade in mid-range, you're just expanding your risk parameters. That's it. Taking more risk for less reward. That's it. Your probabilities go up. Trade in mid-range? I don't know.
You know,
Good question.
depends. If you're a momentum trader, you could justify trading middle of the range if you think there's momentum in the middle there. If you're like super convinced that we just did a stop run to the downside, then maybe you get a technical pattern that you like on the way up, and that's just a momentum trade. I mean, Mo, you probably have some trades that set up like that, right? Using moving averages.
Just pure momentum.
Actually, I'm using the candlestick patterns to find momentum and jump in weak opposite side candle. That's a strength setup, but you cannot apply strength setup in a range in a range day. You need a trend.
Understood. All right, guys, let's check in on the tilt. Everybody is flat. What's up, Mo?
Just like
what?
killing a chicken using a tank,
Overkill.
Overkill.
What part of the tank do you use to get the chicken? Using a tank to get a chicken.
Never saw it coming.
A lot of spill off. Yeah. There wouldn't be anything left to eat.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Everyone is flat for the moment. Who would be calling me right now? Poor timing.
I'm flat. We need to get out from this range.
Yep. Would we do it?
Tilt is flat across the board. Let's do a quick plug for what's coming up next. Top of the hour, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Get ready for it. The form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Group coaching is starting at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Gabe will be here with Anne-Marie and Deanna. It's going to be an excellent segment. A lot of trading knowledge floating around that hour. They're also going to be trading it up. So grab that form. If you have a question for one of these guys, Gabe, Anne-Marie, or Deanna, fill out that form, or all three of them collectively. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and they will do their best to get to your question and answer it live right here on Topstep TV. If you ever wanted to hear your favorite coach say your name out loud on Topstep TV, this is your chance. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit. This is your time. This is your opportunity. Be free.
It is fun having people read your name on air. I don't know why.
I know it is. Yeah, I've gotten that feedback before. I just like hearing my name on TV. It's fun. Special
Isn't
little
that right?
treat.
Shanks a million
on the special little Tuesday. Shanks a million.
It's Anne Marie's alter ego. That's her side account.
I'll put it on the list, Anne Marie. Man, Real John Ross is in there, really pumping for new highs. This guy doesn't want to be short at all. He wants to erase that fake red candle and get everybody else long.
We're putting our offers back in at the 780s and 800s here to see if we can test and reject. We got 12 minutes to see if that trade will pan out. JD, you won reversal challenge on Friday. That was great stuff.
Surprised. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean,
wasn't there
Tuesday. I mean, we did have our champion was not there, Mo.
I've won it before.
He did win. Congratulations. Yep. I'm just saying congratulations. I'm not trying to start anything.
I know. People like drama, though. I'm trying to give it.
They do like drama. They do like drama.
That was fun. I always like playing the reversal challenge. It's a good exercise. It makes you uncomfortable, right? So as traders, we got to be a little comfortable being uncomfortable. And it's a good way to do it. Only use a practice account, though, folks. Do not attempt that at the funded level. Don't even attempt it in a trading combine. Use your practice account if you're going to do the reversal challenge exercise. It'll keep you on your toes, though. It teaches you how to read the market real fast. I feel like in real time.
It does a good job kind of testing your intuition as well and pitting your intuition against what you're seeing. What you're seeing in the market. It can be surprisingly educational, I think. Surprisingly educational. A little gut check. How good is your intuition?
And Yeah, should you be trusting your gut in those types of situations? You'll learn real fast. It's a great exercise.
Oh yeah. So we got some pending orders here. We're just trading the range. We got some bids at 665. We have some offers at 780 and 800. A little bit more aggressive to the short side than to the downside because we have initial balance high to lean on. And as Hogue said, it takes more buyers, more effort and energy to push the initial balance high. So feel a little bit better sizing up there. But we're avoiding the middle of this range. Want nothing to do with this.
Yeah. And the market is testing my patience, testing my discipline. I have a rule. Whenever I see the smoothing moving average inside of all my moving averages, I sit on hand. And this was the case before we start the segment. I got only one opportunity. I took it, and then the price get back again inside the range. So my rule is saying sit on hand now.
Stay patient. Look for better trade locations. Wait for better trade locations. Let the market come to you.
Yeah, and I don't have to trade. Nobody has to trade. There's no gun in my head to trade.
But if there was one,
another great
would you
point.
be long or short? Would you, if there was one, would you be long or short, Mo? We're about to get filled here potentially on these 665s. Let's see.
We're back to the lower extreme of the range right now. Right back to Mo's line in the sand, 68.44. We're trading it.
Down.
I'm gonna draw a line there.
Come on down.
Well, I'm drawing a line. 68.44. I like that level.
Coach Hoop saying this is
it's respecting this level. Obviously, it is respecting this level in the 5 minute. You can see no candle closed below it, which actually pushing me to take a long, but I'm not be pushed because I know this. Whenever the market is trying, it's like a ball bouncing, bouncing, and it's full. So
I see where you mean, though.
I don't see
it's a good cheap.
I don't see higher highs here. Yeah, it looks like a flag pattern, but I'm not convinced. It's a range day. You look for a trend pattern in a range day. So this is the problem.
John Ross thinks I jinxed his longs. I'm not the cooler here, Mr. Ross. You ever see that movie, Cooler? Great one. That's a great one.
What is it, like a football movie or something? Is it Office
Cooler?
related?
It's about this. It's about a guy that works at a casino. He's hired by a casino because he's so unlucky. Whenever somebody starts getting hot at the table, they send this guy over to the table to cool him off. As soon as he sits down, everybody starts losing. It's an incredible movie. Incredible.
That's pretty awesome. Okay.
Pushing lower now.
Nice. Come on, let's go. No fear. We're in.
Sellers coming in. Here we go.
Buyers
coming
coming back.
Just took out that recent low. Recent low in the S&P 68.38. Just took it out by a couple of ticks.
All right. Let's get our 50-point bounce. Since we are counter trend, I do want to find a way to reduce risk pretty quick. If we can get up to like 690s or something, we can start reducing risk. Let's see if we get this bounce.
How many in right now, Dolby?
We're just doing onesie twosies. Just one right now. Just one.
Onesie twosies.
The market's so volatile right now that you can get 50 points pretty easy, and you could end up being down 200.
By the way, this will be my last normal day for a month. The next month tomorrow we're having Ramadan. We're fasting the whole month, morning and the day. So happy Ramadan, everybody there. So from tomorrow, my routine will be totally different. I have to adjust. It's a good idea that I took 1 or 2 days off until I adjust to the new routine of eating and sleeping. So this is an advice for everybody who's fasting there. Things will be different. Don't say, "Oh no, there is a different." You are You're a human. Your body will be affected of eat, sleep times different. So I advise everybody to adjust his body and his mind for the new routine for the whole month.
Are you fasting right now, Mo? Is that happening
No,
right
no.
now?
No, we
No?
fast in the day, not in the night.
Yeah, JD.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
you are in the
No,
day.
this is
We are
not
in the
normal.
night now. Okay.
68.30. We just hit your target, Mo. 68.30 connected. What a call
Yeah.
out. What was
Our
original
stop's at
target to the downside?
625. Oof. Just puked pretty hard.
Now it's the same game. Same game that we played at 68.44. Same game at 68.30. If we stays below it, we are heading to the range low. If we respect it, making some bullish pattern, we might get back again to the high of the range. So this is a critical level again.
Here we go. Critical level. 68.30 last trade in the S&P. Got that overnight VWAP right here, 68.31. Call it 68.32 now. Getting a little pop off of it.
Nice bounce off of VWAP. Let's see if buyers can come and hold this thing.
In here, I will take a risk. I will buy
Ooh,
at
all right.
68.33, 68.33.75. I will be in. I'm not in yet.
Stop to enter? Okay.
It's a stop market buy.
Just a one lot or a two lot?
Yeah, just one mini. And the stop
Ooh,
is
mini.
at 68.29. I will take only
And
1
Mo
to
is
1
in.
in this trade.
What was your fill
Only
price?
1 to
Any
1.
slippage?
68.33.75.
Nice trade, Mo.
No slippage.
Nice trade. You probably got your
Nicely done.
momentum that you
Nicely
wanted
done.
right off the bat. Well, that was quite a bit of a roller coaster for this position. Mo, you got rewarded for having a little bit of patience there.
Yeah, you did. We got any new
mean,
traders joining us, watching and listening?
Wait for it.
You are allowed to use stops to enter a trade, not just exit a trade. Stops can be used do anything. Getting in or getting out. Remember that.
Well, let's see if we can get a bid here. Is VWAP going to be the magic level? Find some buyers.
Where was your
Would be
VWAP
nice.
at, Mr. Dolby?
Ooh, on the 5 minute, 645.25. We are back to almost scratch on this trade after almost getting stopped out by a tick. So now we got to see if our entry is going to become resistance. Hopefully it does not, but so far it looks like it is. But let's see how this pans out here. Trying to find ways to cut risk.
If there is no follow through in this candle, I will be out.
Good call. Good call. Real John Ross, what was your risk on that long?
Hey, nice.
Are you still in it?
Nice.
House of your
We have buyers. We still have buyers.
Actually, it was 100 points
last
initially.
trade.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's feeling strong.
There we go.
I'm out.
These are real
There we
buyers
go.
coming in.
Out.
Nice. That's 2 sniper trades for Muhammad in the last 20
Nice
minutes.
job,
Awesome.
Mo.
One long, one short.
Let's go, Mo.
Making money on both sides of the market. That's the way to do it.
What a guy.
It's see money, take money, actually. It's see money, take money. I mean, you can't take a short and make the same amount of money that I made because the market is chopping. So the point is how to read the short momentum within this chop, making sure that you have your level. I had these levels before we start the segment. I played the levels.
We are
I
still
see you, John Ross. He's still in his trade.
We are
Double
still in.
down.
We did not double down. We did not double down.
Dolby, you're still
Nice
in.
job, though. He did. Oh, yeah, we're still in. We're for sure still in.
Okay, great.
Someone said there is no way that the market will go down at the fast market, I think.
Famous last
Has to
words,
go down
right?
to go up sometimes. Has to go down and go up
It's
sometimes. Got to
impossible.
go get those people stopped out. Go chomp
There's
on their
absolutely no
stops.
scenario. There's absolutely no scenario where the market goes down today.
All it takes
Just
is
keep
one
buying it.
tweet. One tweet is all it takes.
This is a headline-driven market this week, folks. We are not
Mhm.
getting all of those economic reports that we were promised. We're in the midst of partial government shutdown. We're getting delayed economic reports. We missed 2 today. We missed retail sales and business inventories. Tomorrow, we're going to miss durable goods, housing starts, and permits.
Wow.
And
NASDAQ.
FOMC minutes. We're not going to get our FOMC minutes tomorrow. Oh, we might get those, actually. We might get the FOMC minutes.
I kind of just want to
I
get
should
out
look
of
into
this
that
thing.
a little closer.
This thing is so whippy right now. So whippy.
Not feeling it anymore? Just not feeling it anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I just want to like reduce risk along along the way.
Yeah.
But just like this
There was some
price
decent
action is
buying.
out of control.
Some decent buying off of that recent low in the S&P. That could be holding the NQ up for just a little bit. Let's see what happens in the next few minutes.
If we could make a new high at like 686 on the 1 minute, I might just get to break even.
All right.
But this also might just sell off like 40 points in like 2 seconds.
This is a nice short. But
Oh, you're just
you know
chopping
what?
up all directions.
Carving it up.
Here we go. I will lock myself out. I don't want to overtrade. That's it.
Nice.
Yep.
Locking myself out.
And Mo is done. What's the total P&L for the day, Mohammed?
I'm done. 1,793.
Nice job, Mo.
I should make it 1,800. I should make extra
$1,800.
$7.
Nope. Mo?
That's the killer, you know? That's
Nope.
I have been there so many times. Just $7.
Come on, $7.
Most expensive $7 of your life, Mo. All right, we're
Yeah.
out. Minus 28. That was well managed.
Minus 28 bucks.
Well,
Got it.
yeah, it was initially minus 100. We got it down to minus 28. We did not get the follow through that we wanted. Should have been a little bit more patient.
Yeah,
maybe.
no follow through. No follow through.
There was no follow through. I agree, Mo.
A little paper cut on that trade.
Yeah, totally fine.
Just a
Totally
little.
fine.
Just a little shaving, Nick.
Still got power hour.
We do. We've got 2 more hours. We've got 3 more hours of tradertainment coming your way. We've got group coaching coming up next. We've got another power player segment. I'm sorry, trade with Topstep segment, and then we've got power hour. 3 more hours left in this trading day. Lots of tradertainment coming your way.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen any quotes from Barr.
That was a
Fed
nice
Governor
short.
Barr was supposed to be speaking at
That was a
11:45 Central Time. Oh wait, here are quotes. I'm sorry, I missed them all. Prudent for the Fed to take time and look at data before changing policy again. These are direct quotes from William Barr. I want to see more evidence inflation ebbing to 2% target. I still feel significant risk inflation will stay over 2%. It's reasonable to think price pressures will further cool. There you have it. Ooh, some more selling coming into these markets. 68.27. Good out on that trade, Mr. Dolby.
Did not have the momentum.
Yeah.
Knowing how to get out of a trade is just as important as knowing how to get in. What's up, Mo?
I feel that I'm a thief in this market. I just stole something, buying, and run away, locking myself out. They're looking for me now.
Never forget to tell yourself that you deserve it, Mo. Anytime you make money in the markets, it's because you did the right thing. Well, not always, I should say. Sometimes you can get lucky doing the wrong thing. But Mo did the right thing in these markets today. He always sticks to his process. He sticks to his plan.
Yes.
So you deserve it, Mo. Never feel bad about making money in these markets.
No,
I don't.
Hey, you practice what you preach, Mo.
I feel bad that I lock myself out.
Practice what you preach.
$1,800. That's a great day. I don't care who you are.
Oh, that's an awesome day. You said it was a see profit, take profit market, and that's exactly what you did.
Mm-hmm. Bilbo, like a chicken dodging tanks. Here we go. It was a great line, Mo. We're going to be saying it forever. Last trade in the ES 6829. We'll go around the horn one more time. Last trade in the NQ was what was the last trade in the NQ?
No YOLO today. Nobody can.
420.
Nobody can make YOLO money today. Market is not letting them.
Last trade in the Russell 2638. Last trade in the Dow. I've got 49,441. 440. Last trade in crude 62.15. Last trade in gold 48.78. There you have it. All right, guys, that's all the time we got for Power Players. Thanks for carving it up with us, Mo. Always a pleasure. We will catch you next time. Dolby time. I'll see you later this afternoon. Dolby's going to be on a couple more segments today here on Topstep TV. All right, we're going to take a short break. Group coaching is coming up next. We've got Gabe. We've got Anne-Marie. We've got Deanna. Grab that form pinned to the top of the chat. Ask your question. Click submit. They will answer your question live here on Topstep TV. All right, folks, we're stepping aside. We'll see you in a minute. Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. We have Anne Marie and Deanna with me today. Super ready and excited to dive into some questions with y'all. In the meantime, let's first off check in with these two lovely ladies. Anne Marie, how are you today? Welcome to
Pretty well.
coaching.
Yeah, pretty well. Enjoying the day so far. It's nice to have a slow Monday to get into the groove of things. And so far, so good. So far, so good.
Awesome. Deanna, how about you?
Pretty good.
I see you skipping over
Pretty
there.
good.
But
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with my video today, so I do apologize if it's a bit choppy, but I hope the video is coming through fine. Bit of Starlink weirdness, I think. But yeah, hopefully we can push through. I'm doing fine. I only did one short copper trade today. It's a bit of a quiet day, so yeah, I don't know whether I'm gonna have anything else for today. But it's a slow start to the week, which is always a good thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens for the rest of the remainder of the week, right?
absolutely.
I have a quick question to ask you before we jump into the normal questions, because I know you've told us a dozen times, if you haven't told us 100 times, but what are the best hours to trade RBOT?
So RBOB has a couple of times of day. One of them is sort of pre-market NYMEX. That's around 12 p.m. my time. That's usually when the market kind of
So
runs
6
away to
p.m.?
the upside.
6 a.m. our time?
6 a.m.
12 p.m.,
Eastern,
6
I
p.m.
think. Yeah.
6 a.m.
Yeah, and then after that, you have another window which is close to the London close, so a half an hour to an hour around that. And that it's literally the last half an hour of NYMEX trading when you might get another fade. And you know me and my.
And when does
so,
NYMEX
yeah.
close?
NYMEX close is 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Central, and 7:30 p.m. GMT if you're over on this side of the world.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
welcome.
Sorry about that, Gabe, but
Oh, no, all
I meant
good.
to ask and I keep forgetting.
All good. Well, let's take a quick trip around the markets and call out some prices here before we get into anything. We got the S&P trading around 6838 quarter. NASDAQ trading 24,662. I got the Dow trading around 49,506 currently. So we're kind of in what looks to be the middle of today's session range across the board. So not really a whole lot cooking right now in the equities. We do have gold trading kind of near the lows of the session, 48.86, just finding a little bit of a bid here. Silver also coming off the lows of session, bounced off $72 an ounce, now trading just about $73 an ounce. And then crude also near the lows of session, 62.24 per barrel. Let's take a brief look at the tilt. We got about a 50-50 split here in the S&P and the tilt. 54% long tilt in the NASDAQ, and then 61% long in crude. But that's all that we got really going on right now across the markets. Chat, how are we doing today? What is going on? Y'all long, short? Where are you at right now in the markets? A little temperature check from those who are hanging out with us for this group coaching session today. But let's go ahead and before we dive into any questions, Anne Marie, do you have any levels of interest? I know you're flat right now. You're not in any positions, but do you have anything that you're kind of keeping an eye on as we progress through this lunch hour?
Yes, for sure. In the ES, I am looking for, and I'll show you why. I think that's pretty important. I am looking for downward flow. So I'm looking for bounces that fail. And as long as we stay beneath 68.50, I think we have the ability to head back into 68.15, potentially more. That area at 6,800 is where that put wall is sitting. We've got, I know this morning I was listening to Dee because I always try to listen to her show before we come on together. So because she always has these nuggets and I can talk to her about them. But this morning she was talking about, how she looks at things. And I know you don't normally look at momentum indicators, but they're sort of an anchor point for me because I just grew up that way. And so what we're noticing is these highs that hold here with the momentum just drifting down. And so it does tell me that there's a likelihood that we come in and test these bottom edges. So I would love to see a really nice flush that leaves 68.22, bounces and then collapses and takes us back down to the lows. That's what I'm staring down right now.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on there in the S&Ps. Deanna, how about you? I know you're flat. Currently don't have any positions on right now, but do you have any eyes on anything right now on your typical go-tos?
Yeah, I mean, nothing super obvious. I think we have Asia low and gold. But again, I'm not really that interested in trading gold today. If I was maybe doing an account with not a combine, but an account with about $1,000 of buffer, long silver is the only thing that I can maybe see, but you can't really do that on smaller accounts because it's too much risk. So because of that, I am just going to stay away from things. And nothing really too obvious. I don't really like being long in energies markets, especially not on quieter days. In RBOB, we never really reclaimed VWAP properly, so we're just sitting under that. When I see a situation in energies like that, I will be more short biased to go and tag the session lows. But again, that's more just a tape read on the fly, opportunistic trade, maybe just to grab something to the downside. But everything is a little bit quieter across the board. We've had reduction in volatility in the metals, and they're pretty stable on this fall, so there's no panic selling or anything. The implied volatility is staying very, very contained. I suppose that's a good thing, but at the same time, that does mean that we're maybe in range-bound conditions, and that means focusing on the obvious extremes of highs and lows, wherever you can see relevant levels. So in silver, we have VWAP, and we have the session low from COMEX. So maybe if that wicks through, that would be a setup. But yeah, nothing super obvious, I'm afraid, for me. Did we lose Gabe?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
Looks like we momentarily lost Gabe.
Yeah.
At least he has a good profile. So, or he's not.
He's walking around here somewhere.
Exactly. The chin is strong. Yes.
Actually, this might be an opportune time for a real quick news break. If you're ready to go in the back. Do you guys want to see the most terrifying video of the week? I saw it today.
Let's do it.
Actually, not terrifying. It scared the bejesus out of me.
Take
look
a
at this,
look
an
at
amazing
an
display of
impressive
martial
display
arts.
at the intersection of technology and technique. A fleet of humanoid robots put on a jaw-dropping presentation showcasing kung fu artistry alongside human counterparts. CCTV reports the stage segment was part of the annual Spring Festival Gala, known as Chunwan to millions of viewers in mainland China. The machines' martial arts moves were impressive on their own, but the show also included a technical display arming the bots with traditional kung fu weaponry such as swords and nunchucks, which were also wielded with impressive dexterity and agility. The performance was an eye-opening showcase of coordination, artistry, programming, and style that would surely leave anyone impressed. Unless, of course, you're one of those kung fu robot apocalypse conspiracy theorists, which I am. We are so cooked.
Wow.
Terrifying. Absolutely
Yeah, that is a
terrifying.
little bit scary. That is
It's real now,
that is
guys.
a little bit scary. Yeah.
So,
There's nowhere to hide from it anymore.
I'll be back. Is it the
How do
time
you
for
fight that?
Terminator?
We start working on some EMPs, some portable EMPs. Stick right in the middle of them, and they're all asleep. So
That's it.
That's insane.
That's all we got.
That's scary, man. Like all the stuff. What is happening? The
Well, I
future
think-
is here, definitely.
Yeah, I think the big scary thing is open claw, because so many people are working inside of that and have given their machines over to it. And so it's, I mean, hey, listen, who wouldn't want a 24-hour day virtual assistant cleaning up your mail and doing all that stuff? But,
Very true.
you know, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know. It makes me nervous. I'm very interested in seeing how it works. I'm thinking about isolating one of my machines and just putting it to work and see what it can do, not connected to the internet. So, do you have anything working on it, Dee?
What do you mean? What?
Open
What are we talking
claw.
about? Sorry, yeah, you were cutting. Open
Sorry.
claw. No.
Yeah.
No. Something a bit.
Me either.
bit of
I'll
choppiness
look into it
going
though,
on.
Anne-Marie.
Have either of you seen Boston Dynamics robots? They're scary.
Yes.
But this is
I
scarier.
saw
think.
them at the computer show, the
Yeah.
computer show in Las Vegas this year. I mean, I wasn't there, but I watched. They look incredible. They do. They look
What
incredible.
freaked me out was the one that was on ice and it was like slipping and it was looking like a real animal. You almost feel sorry for it, that's the scary part. You start getting
That's the bad
feelings
part,
for these
yeah.
inanimate. Yeah, it's like, whoa, really? And you're genuinely like, oh no, like you're really getting into the whole distress of the robot, and then you think to yourself, it's a robot. It's so odd.
Well, I see Gabe has come back into the green room. You ready to bring him back in?
Ta-da!
He's smiling. Is that a thumbs up?
Well, I think so. I hope so.
There he is. Andy's back. Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Well, let's get back to things. I've missed like the last, 4 minutes. So I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but not really a lot has happened in the markets. I will say that silver is 73.11, finding a little bit of a bid here, getting above that $73 per ounce price point. Equities haven't moved. Gold also following suit, 48.91s here, and equities still flat, middle of the range here. So not getting that flush quite yet for Anne-Marie, but let's see what we can come up with as we get further into this hour. We do have a couple questions that I'd love to get to if y'all are ready to do so, ladies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Couple good ones
Yeah,
today.
let's do it.
Perfect. Let's just start with Connor. Connor, this is more of a joke, more of a question, but it says, Gabe, when did you realize you can place banger trades? To be honest with you, Connor, I don't want to come across like I have any sort of ego, but I'm a mere mortal, right? I'm human. I'm imperfect. I have plenty of red days and red trades out there. I think you guys have just seen a little bit of a hotter streak, which does happen. But I'm anticipating that to at some point come to an end. So just make sure that I don't get too ahead of myself. And you'll see, I'll be back to hang out with JD and Jack according to the schedule for the 1 p.m. hour today. So maybe we can find another trade or two. But I'd rather get to some questions that we have for the ladies. They are the coaches. They are here for to answer your questions. So, but Connor, I appreciate y'all. And let's get into John's question. Yeah, I passed my first combine last night. First off, congrats, John. It took me about 3 weeks. That's a timeline that we don't really hear very often from people, which I do like. So shout out to John.
Yeah, it's a good one. Mhm.
Took me about 3 weeks using my strategy and limiting my risk to about $300 a day. What potential perspective do you have for me when it comes to keeping my head in the right place and finding or staying in that consistency with the XFA now that he's in a funded account? So pretty much how to just duplicate and not get in your head about transition or change from combine to XFA. I know that's a hurdle that a lot of people face. Anne Marie, you want to start with this one at all?
So the important thing is to realize that you're not in the XFA to run full speed, which is fantastic that it took you 3 weeks to pass the combine. If you passed the combine in 3 days or 1 day or something like that, it would have been a little bit more disturbing. But a 3-week cycle says you have ups, you have downs, you know how to climb incrementally, and you know how to pace yourself. And so this is the ultimate setup that says, you know, dance with the one who brung you, as they say in the South. And so because it took you 3 weeks, you can look back and go, okay, this is what I did. I held my risk events in, and I have a nice clean record that I can look back and go, okay, let's see if you can replicate that, and then just replicate it 1 day at a time. The person that passes the combine in 3 days usually has outsized risk. And that person, you have to say, wait a second, you got to this XFA doing some things that could be a little bit sus if you try to press forward in that same way. So just continue to be risk sensitive, and I think you'll get there. Dee, what do you think?
Well, I agree 100%. I don't think we hear this very often. People spend time in a combine, like the experiment myself, to try and get me used to a slightly different execution based on micros and scaling into trades, which was my pain point because I come from the minis, I come from the old school prop where we didn't have micros. And frankly, it was a bitter pill, you know, to like suddenly trade minis, but to actually find ways to limit downside and maximize upside. So I'm getting a bit more comfortable. Did I spend 3 days in this combine? And I'm still working on it. I'm still trying to get more comfortable. But we are into sort of the second week here. And taking it slow is the name of the game. So what I'm trying to do here is to trade exactly how I plan to trade in the XFA. So if you have a reasonable risk model, you shouldn't be rushing. The combine is the time. This is how you will be trading in the future funded account. And that's what it's all about. Sounds like John is doing all the right things. We all like to hear that. Keeping risk at a very manageable minus 300 per day. And if you can stick to that, you've got something special in the making. So I can just say, keep it up. You know, don't change anything. Start slow. Modify your objectives in the XFA. Generate profits and get first payout. To be risk-minded. So just keep doing what you're doing. Don't rush, and you will get there. So well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, John, great work, as both of these ladies have said. By the way, we are catching a bid here right now in the equities, kind of breaking out of this little channel that we had Anne Marie display on our chart here. ES is trading above 68.55 right now. Currently, NASDAQ trading 24,766. So we're up about 80 points in the NASDAQ and about a little under 20 points in the ES in the last 5 minutes. So let me take a look here to see if there's any comments coming across the wire. Looks like we got Fed Bar speaking. It will be hard for the Fed to know if AI disruptions are structural or cyclical. It is reasonable to expect inflation to wane as tariff impact abates. Fed can afford to take its time on monetary policy. AI investment is wildly indifferent to what the Fed rate target is. So we're going to continue to see Barr speak here. I have some comments a little bit earlier in the hour, but these were the most recent ones coming across in the last, I'd say, 6 minutes or so. But Anne-Marie, now that we're getting that bid out of that channel, has your game plan changed at all, knowing you're not really getting that flush that you were looking for?
No, and here's why. This level here at 68.50 is really a little testy. We're still in value, in range, and if I were to have a thought on this, it would be that holding this zone and coming into the very top of the first 30 minutes of the opening formation in the Globex, that ought to be where the price action collides, but we are still sitting right in the value area. Now, this is an interesting thing. A lot of times, big traders, when they look at half days like we had yesterday, what they have a tendency to do is say, I'm going to treat this as one entire profile on the day, and we're going to use the highs of that shortened day as my real high and real low. And so it widens the volume profile just a little bit, but still puts us right in the range. So if I were looking at this, I'd still be willing to short it on the upper edges of the formation. So maybe I'm looking at some kind of top. So I'm going to look for another kind of topping formation that looks like this, and then I'll set up for short. That's my thought.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens here, but I like that. Nice little change of plan to an extent, at least adapting. Let me rephrase that. Adapting to the current conditions and still finding a thesis that makes sense to what you're looking for, which I really like.
Yeah.
By the way,
sure.
metals also popped as well in the last 10, 15 minutes here.
I
We got
see it.
gold trading right around 4,900 right now per ounce. Silver is trading 73.40s at the moment. We did kind of make a run for those previous 5-minute highs. Didn't quite make it above the 5-minute high that we printed at about 10:05 a.m. Central in gold and 10:20 a.m. Central in silver. So we're rejecting those recent 5-minute highs. Crude not really doing a whole lot, kind of slowly drifting higher back around 62.40 a barrel right now. But those equities and the metals are really where we found majority of that movement here in the last 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll see what we continue to do here across the board. Let's see. Looks like Hoop. Shout out to Hoop. He said pretty sizable delta positive in the ES. 8,000 positive delta in the ES. What Hoop is seeing. Shout out to Hoop. Hey, Deanna. Speaking of updates, I know that we've got some new changes to your schedule. First of all, you want to go ahead and just quickly kind of share what we're cooking up with your new overnight segment or revised overnight segment.
Sure, yes. So as everybody knows, or some old Euro traders know, we were supposed to trade DAX, and that was the reason for an early segment. DAX never arrived, and then we're basically looking at switching the time of the show more appropriate for the metals. And with that in mind, we're changing the name of the show to Metal Markets, and I will be covering the London Metal Exchange Open, which starts at 5:40 a.m. Central. But I'm going to be starting the show at 5:30, and then we're going to be looking at how the metals are behaving early in the session, where we are in relation to the already established Asia range at that point, and hopefully maybe getting a couple of trades in as well. I really like trading even the energies markets for that time of the day. In fact, today we had RBOB going into the setup that I actually wanted a little bit higher, so that's why I didn't take it. But it basically tries to go higher, and then as we near, what would that be, 6 a.m.? 6 a.m. Central, yes, trying to get my time zones correct. You see this reversal, and that is a high probability trade for that kind of pre-NYMEX time of day. And that's something that I really love doing. So we are changing that from tomorrow. So we will have the new show time beginning at 5:30 a.m. Central, which should be a better time for people who have been complaining that it's too early, but they want to watch it and yet they can't. So here we go. At least it's not in the middle of the night anymore. And you can join me for an overview of the metals and energies, so we can start the day together looking at the LME Open, which is very, very relevant, especially for copper, which is a base metal. So therefore, it is heavily traded on the LME, and they are one of the organizations that sets the pricing of copper intraday. So it should be very, very interesting. I'm very excited.
We are also very excited. So shout out to you for adjusting, adapting, providing some viewers, hopefully, that are now going to be able to join you. Interested to see kind of what we have for feedback on this new time. But as you heard it, 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time will be Deanna's new slot here in the early morning for the London Metal Exchange Open. 5:30 a.m. Central right here on YouTube, Topstep TV, as always, and called now Metal Markets. So super excited for you, D. Hopefully more of y'all can join her in the mornings now that it's not at 3:30 a.m. When most of us are still sleeping here in the States. But that's exciting. And once again, catch her live right here on YouTube at 5:30 a.m. is the new time. You'll see that scheduled weekly. You can also find that on the weekly schedule on topstep.tv. So our website where you find the daily levels that get pinned each morning. You can also see the weekly schedule for what we have coming up, who we have coming up, and those times associated. I'm still finding a little bit of a slow bid here in the equities, trading around 68.60 roughly here in the S&Ps, 24,775 is trading out in the NASDAQ. Dow's also finding a little bit of a similar bid here, back above 49,608. We got gold and silver both coming off that recent little 5-minute push here. Gold 49.02 roughly per ounce there, and silver right around 73.47. And crude also looking to make a brief little pop above that 62.50 high, which was printed at about 10:55 a.m. Central. So we are very close to popping above that 5-minute high, maybe getting back into kind of the initial, that bigger volume push down that kind of happened around 7:50 a.m. Central. We're starting to trade back inside of that kind of higher volume range as we push back into these 50s. So see what happens there in crude.
I still prefer RBOB.
As I figured you would, Deanna, but
it's a very cool product. It's kind of like the old crude used to be. So, we see crude oil doing maybe $1 a day these days, and it's like, what are you doing? And I think Dakota was mentioning, was it last night? Because I watched some of that as I was trying to go to bed. And he was saying that, like the rest of us, we all used to trade crude oil quite a lot, but that was when it was moving in at least like 250, 300 tick ranges. That's like $2.50 to $3 a day. And now whenever we get that, that's considered a big day. Whereas before it was like, it's just normal. So I moved away from crude oil for intraday trading purposes, but RBOB is kind of like old crude oil. It is a derivative product derived directly from crude oil, therefore very connected. And it's a little bit more lively. So it does provide about 400 to 500 ticks a day. And that's my sweet spot, where it's generally nice to get the follow-throughs. Whereas crude oil intraday most days is just watching paint dry. So I would rather go stick pins in my eyes than trade crude oil intraday.
That's real. There's some truth to that for sure. I know that a lot of people here on Topstep TV have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with crude. JD's expressed that in opening call. Doesn't really provide as many opportunities potentially for directional movement. I know that in the last few weeks we have finally kind of traded off and back into those 60s, and we're seeing a little bit more movement. But generally speaking, you'll see a little bit more negative sentiment about crude. And I know D likes the moves in RBOB a little bit more, but we do have some more questions to get through. I know we're about halfway through the group coaching segment for this afternoon. Always great to be here with the two of you, but let's go ahead and move into another question. We got one from Tom. Now, Tom says, I just got called up into my live account last week. First off, congrats on getting called up to live.
Yeah.
Always love hearing about people's progression through the prop firm space into out of sim and into those real markets. But we do have a little bit of a perspective that he's looking for when it comes down to the pressure of moving into live. He's found himself in a little bit of a slump, couple red days so far in a row after getting called up. And I do kind of see this as a common theme. When people get called up to live, they do initially have a little bit of a hurdle to overcome when it comes to kind of maybe the feeling of getting called up into a real money account instead of being in that simulated environment. Dee, I know you've been called up a couple times with us. I'm sure you've dealt with this firsthand. But he said the pressure has caused nerves that are ruining my trading. Even when I'm sized down, I'm finding myself hoping to squeeze out a little more than what the market has been able to give me or offer me. I want to do things right. I typically average about a 57% win rate with a 1.7 R over 4 months. And that's a pretty healthy amount of data. It's a pretty decent sample size of time. I'm curious about the amount of trades over those 4 months, but 4 months is a good time amount to potentially get you a good data set. But it's like the last 2 days, I've just completely lost it. First off, Tom, I know you got a question about VIP. We do have another season of VIP coming up very soon. So just keep in touch with us here at Topstep TV. We will share more updates as we get more closer to releasing any details about how to potentially join VIP. I'm not quite sure about the details regarding live account, like live funded traders being in VIP, knowing you can't have XFAs and live accounts at the same time. But definitely tap into our Discord and connect with these coaches. But let's see what these ladies have to say about what you're experiencing. Dee, let's just start with you since I know you've been called up a couple times. Anything that you'd like to share with Tom?
Yeah, I mean, that never fully goes away. I've been trading for 19 years, and whenever you have that new account, there's always going to be some jitters. So some underperformance is normal, but it does sound like we're dealing with a little bit more emotional stuff. And one thing stood out to me where he said that he's trying to squeeze out a little bit more. And that's probably due to the sizing down. So rather than focusing on the dollar amount, why not go through the previous 4 months and see, like you say, you work with an average of 1.7 R. That's amazing. And 57%, absolutely awesome. Is it maybe that you are trading the dollar amount a little bit there and trying to squeeze out basically a similar profit that you had when you didn't size down? And that could be a piece of it where you're effectively stepping away from your plan. So I would tighten that up first and foremost. Second of all, if you're able-bodied, I would advise that you do some weightlifting or some sort of exercise just to get rid of the glycogen reserves in your body, because that is the fuel for the fight or flight response. And it very frequently prevents the prefrontal cortex from engaging properly. And then you're just trading from your primal side of your brain, which is a terrible idea in general. But if you do some movement before you actually start and you drain the glycogen reserves, the fight or flight response is going to have a lot less fuel to work with. So it should keep you quite a bit more on the rational side. But I do think that you have pointed out the problem. I think you're trying to get a similar amount of profit instead of the same amount of ticks that you were doing on bigger size. So let's try and stick to that plan. Don't try to eke out anything more, especially, I don't know what you trade, but especially if you're an equities trader, we are going through a range-bound market conditions in equities right now, and trying to eke out a little bit more is probably the worst idea you could, because there's just no more. And so let's try and tighten that up. Get rid of the P&L everywhere. Dollar-based amounts shouldn't be the focus here. So it should be process. We always say it, process over profits. If you were, for example, taking profits at just ballpark, let's say 50 points, and now you're trying to get 70 points or 60 points, that is still something that you're doing outside of your plan that you didn't do before. So yes, absolutely size down. That is the right way to go. But at the same time, don't change your targets. Don't change what's already worked for you. The drawdowns are inevitable. So it's not like consistency is linear, right? Consistency is is an ever-changing flux. We're up, then we're down, then we're up, then we're down. But the difference between the professional traders and the non-professionals is what you do when you're in a drawdown. Do you step away from the plan? Do you start to change the profits, change the stops, and then not effectively not following the plan? Or do you just wait it out, keep the risk to a minimum? So, you know, maybe don't trade as many trades as you were doing. Again, I don't have enough information how many trades you do per day, but I would focus on good setups. I would also go through my report to see what is the best time of day for you traditionally, and then avoid all the other times of day. Try to pinpoint the stepping away from the plan. So you already identified one. You're trying to get more from the target than you used to. So that's definitely a problem. And other than that, drawdowns are just, you know, a part of the game. So you have to manage yourself and your trading accordingly until better times come along. You might also want to consider that, you know, maybe your strategy is better suited for a trending market rather than a range bound market. And you could use this opportunity to get better at range trading. So perhaps look at the playbooks and setups. Don't change things too much. Maybe open up a combine whilst the drawdown is happening. Don't continue just to blindly trade your live account, running it into the ground. We still have the ability to open up combines and to practice there. So maybe move away for a week or so and see what's going on, whether you're still making the same mistakes. But just like I'm doing in this set of combines now, your goal is to replicate what's going to work for you in the live account that you already have. And, you know, that has to be scalable. So it's not about reaching the target. It's just getting proof of concept that you're back effectively. So use the tools that you have at your disposal. Consider stepping away for a week. Go into that demo stage. The markets will be here, right? But you do need to identify exactly where the issue lies. And once you're ready, once you're like, okay, well, that's what I've been doing, then you're ready to go back to live, smaller size. Don't change too many things, obviously. And just keep going. Resilience, consistency, and persistence. Persistency? Is that a word? Resilience and persistence is the name of the game. And this is one of the toughest jobs you can have. What's the saying? It's the hardest easy cash you will ever have. And, you know,
Yeah.
we're all in the same, we're all, you know, in the same game. Yes, live account is extra pressure. There's no going back. You can't reset. And if you blow it, you blow it. You're back to the combine stage. Not the end of the world, obviously. It does happen. But at the same time, if you can try and prevent that and battle your way out of a drawdown that you've just identified, I assume you didn't kind of run it into the ground and now you're trying to get out of a hole. I don't think this is the case here. But yeah, certainly do some crisis management and keep practicing until you identify where the pain points are and try to get back on the horse, as they say.
Thanks, Dee. Well, while we were going through Tom's question there, we did get a little run here in the equities. Let's talk some prices real quick. The ES broke out of its previous session high of 68.66 3/4. We are now trading about 68.72 half. NASDAQ broke above the IB high as well. Previous session high was 24.815 3/4. We're now trading 24.835s. We will see if we're able to sustain above these previous session highs or whether or not we are going to fall back into range. Dow has not broken out above the session highs. We're about 100 points away from doing that in the Dow here. 49,696 trading out. I believe the 796 level is where those session highs are currently sitting. Gold also popped above that recent 5-minute high, or not recent, but the 5-minute high from about 10:05 this morning. We peaked above and now we're back below, trading 49.10s right now per ounce. Silver has yet to follow suit, has yet to break above the previous 5-minute high of from 10:20 a.m., trading below that at around 73.57 per ounce. And then crude still trading right around 62.50. So not really much happening there. But let's see what the tilt's at here now that we've broken above those highs of the session. Looks like ES is about 50-50 split here. NASDAQ has about a 54% long tilt. Let me back and revisit those in just a moment here. Yeah, not much has changed, but there is a 73% long tilt in crude right now versus the 60% long tilt that we had earlier. So tilt's building in the long side on crude, but otherwise equities really haven't changed a whole lot. A little bit on the long side, a little bit above 50.
Cumulative delta also continues to rise. It's over 9,200 now.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Some good information here.
Yeah, I closed
Anne-Marie,
down my
do you-
book map because I was having choppiness, so I don't see
Okay.
delta at the moment.
Well, you definitely sound stable now, D. So maybe Bookmap
That's
was
good.
the was the culprit.
Yeah,
But
it's quite expensive.
yeah, and that's power intensive expensiveness, right? More
Yeah,
so?
that's what I meant. I mean, it chews up a lot of memory and stuff. And if you leave it running all day,
Bandwidth, for
eventually
sure.
it just chews into the resources. Didn't mean like actually expensive. It's not cheap, but it's not
Yeah, I
it's
gotcha.
expensive in that way. Yeah.
Well, Anne-Marie, do you have anything to add for Tom on that conversation that we just had about moving into live pressure, doing things differently?
Dee really covered a lot of it. The last thing I would say is that, fear is a funny thing. If we focus on not losing, we end up getting what we focus on. So I know it's a very weird thing, but it all makes sense from a quantum mechanics space. But if we really sit down, thanks for getting that, Dee. I appreciate it.
Yes.
When you're in there and you have the wiggles, the thing to do is just focus in a hyper-focused way to say, listen, I'm not breaking any of my rules in any of my spaces. And I'm going to keep it as rigid in my flow as I possibly can. And once you get more comfortable, then you can let those edges come off. It's sort of like, if you've got a kid and you put him on a tricycle or a bike with training wheels, you're going to let them ride as fast as they want if they've got those training wheels, but they have to go slower and go quite focused if those training wheels come off, which is what happens when we get into live. And we have to hyper focus in terms of what we are doing. We don't want to look around and that sort of thing. But the list that Dee gave you is very comprehensive. And just so long as you maintain that focus and hold yourself to your rules, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Accept the losses. You know how to get to XFA. You know how to get to live. So you know what to do. Just focus on doing what you need to do.
Yeah, great answers. Well, speaking of live traders, we got some updates from JD. I know he's waiting in the wings here to come in and talk about some stats. JD, what do we got cooking over in the live funded accounts here from, I believe we're covering Friday?
That is correct, from Friday. Yesterday was not a settlement day, so we're going to look at some payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Here is what our live traders did going into this past long weekend. Here we go. Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls up at the top. Shushil and 150K live account trading the NASDAQ and the MNQ, $39,957 in profits. Shushil now on 3 winning days, just a couple more till then. Next payout. Lee C, $16,730 in profit, also in a 150K live account. Trading the NQ just took a $31,000 payout too the other day. Big week for Lee. Edgardo, $12,006, 150K live funded account. Trading the micro NASDAQ, micro gold, micro silver, just a couple of micros. And he's just getting started too. He's on 2 winning days in this new live funded account. Good start for Edgardo. Dylan M, $9,079, trading the NQ, $11,000 payout last week for Dylan. Dylan's trading a 50K live funded account. And Armando T rounds out the top 5 from Friday, trading the NASDAQ in a 50K live funded account, $8,173 in profits, trading the NASDAQ. Also took a nice payout last week, close to $14,000. These live funded traders showing us all what's possible in that live funded account. Nice job to you all. All right, let's take a look at some payouts from Friday. Here are Friday's top 5 live funded payouts. Some big numbers going into that long weekend. Sebastian P had a good weekend, no doubt about it. $45,000 right in the pocket. Billy C, 22,107. Sangat, 21,106. Pavel, 18,459. And Marcelina rounds out the top 5 with a cool $10,600. Pulling this money out of the live markets and putting it in their pockets. That's the way to do it. All right, Gabe, back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, JD. Shout out to our live funded traders. Let's go ahead and real quick. I know we have a special guest that just appeared, but let's just mention that we do still have the equities trading above the initial balance high in both and the previous session highs. So it looks like we're holding bid fairly well right now above these previous highs. So we'll see if we continue to maybe push into a trending day, finally break and stay out of this range, or whether or not we're going to fall back into range. We do have the Dow finally making a little bit of a follow through and a run above the previous 5-minute highs that we're trading from around 1020 this morning, trading above right around 49,735 is currently Dow. I'm not seeing a whole lot of size here on the dome in the NASDAQ, other than about 92 contracts in the NASDAQ sitting at about 24,860. So a little bit of size above us, but that's about it. Nothing too crazy. Let me check out the ES, see if there's any size in the ES above us right now. Looks like 171 is about the largest that I'm seeing so far. Nothing really too intense above the market for offers. And Marie, any thoughts right now about being above highs of the day right now in the New York session? Any change of plans or condition adjustments that you're making?
As I mentioned, what a lot of the traders do, since yesterday wasn't a settlement day, they'll actually take that half day and clump it into the current day we're trading. So the high that they're after is really 68.70, 68.85, something like that. So I do believe they're going to force it out into there. We'll probably have a little bit of a stop run. I'm seeing a wee bit of negative divergence, but Delta is continuing to build. It's over 10,000. I would not be surprised if we gave it back at the top. I could trade the breakout. I'm just more inclined to wait for it to give me structure at the top and take a break down instead. So that's what I'm still looking for.
Awesome. All right. Dee, how about you? What does your dog have to say about what's going on right now?
She was very barky. Yeah, she's like a teddy bear. She was barking, so I had to mitigate the barking. And this is Astrid Mimi, by the way. Very good trader. Very good trader. She'll do anything for bickies. So I'm seeing that the post-COMEX settlement has pushed the metals into a bit of a rally. I don't really expect that to be going too far. In fact, gold is already having trouble around Globex VWAP, and silver tagged VWAP, and it's struggling. So it could be another smaller range trade there. I would like to see the same happening in copper, at least from Asia high, maybe even tagging VWAP, even though I think on my charts that VWAP on the main contract was a little bit lower, probably close to the Asia low. So that could be another slow fade into the end of the day, but I still need to wait and see what the tape actually tells me. Maybe I stay out, maybe I pop in another trade, but for now it's still trying to decide which way it's going to go. I'm expecting a failure here because there's not much to push the metals higher today. And just seeing how gold is reacting around VWAP today, that's been the benchmark. All of the other metals have been heavily correlated to it in the recent times. It's not always the case, but it was in the last couple of weeks. So we'll see. I mean, if it starts to run higher, we have a good chance of reaching at least 49.50. That's where the supply, intraday supply is located. But again, I would say that that's a lower probability trade today. So no go for me yet. However, if copper does tag VWAP, maybe there's another trade in it for me. For now, sitting on my hands still.
Okay. Well, new highs, by the way, in the session for the S&P and the NASDAQ here. It's 68.77 trading out right now in the SPOOs and 24.857 half currently trading in the NASDAQ. So let's see what we got. We're moving into the next hour, though. Ladies, thank you both very much for hanging out with us today. It's always a pleasure to be with you here for group coaching. Shout out to all the traders that submitted questions today. I know there's a few that were saved particularly for Hogue. So there was a few that I saw that were submitted for Hogue. And of course, I'm not Hogue. So I'm going to go ahead and leave those for him to follow up on potentially tomorrow or later in the week. No, I'm not. But I do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. And we're going to go ahead and move into the next hour. We got Trade with Topstep. You're stuck with me for another hour, but we have Jack and JD coming in to hang out with us as well. It should be a great time. But ladies, thank you both for your time as always, and hope you have a great rest of your day and evening for you, D. And once again, shout out to D. And we have a new time for metal markets now in the overnight session here in the States for us. That is going to be 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time right here on YouTube. So make sure you come in, tune in, hang out with her as the week progresses in that new time slot. I'm really looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take a brief break. But this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. You just spent an hour with Gabe during group coaching. Now he's here to trade it up with you. You spent a couple hours with Jack during fast markets, and he's here to trade it up with you too. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to talk and look pretty. That is my job for this hour. So get used to it. All right, guys. Jack, we haven't seen you in a couple hours. What's new? What are you looking at in these markets? Anything catch your eye?
Well, we went down and we went up a good ways, and that's where we are right now.
Sounds about right.
There's a little bit of resistance that I see in the gamma levels, but like maybe not till a little bit higher, like around 6,900 or a little bit below there in the futures. But I could be talked into a short here if this looks like it's turning around.
Gotcha. Just bounced off of Friday's volume point of control, 68.79.75. Call it 69.8 or 68.9, 68.80. Having a little trouble reading there. Saw some sellers step in right off of that. All right, Gabe, you just spent an hour answering questions. How you feeling about these markets? You ready to jump in? You seeing anything?
I jumped in. I'm short.
Oh,
you dog.
Should have assumed.
I'm
This
short.
guy's been queuing up trades. He spent the entire hour during group coaching just waiting to put that trade on. All right, what is it? What are you doing? Tell us everything.
Yeah, so I'm preempting a possible little reversal here. I know Jack's talking about maybe some potential resistance up here. I do like the fact that we just saw the first 5-minute red bar close as we got into this segment. So I'm trying to short here from the 843 half level. So I'm only short one from 843 half. I've got my stop above the 80s just a little bit. So kind of compensating for the previous little 5-minute high that we just put in. What I'm really looking at is a previous level of consolidation from, this was about, what is this, early AM, like 7:45, 8 a.m. Central. Obviously, this was technically during, a limited trading hours holiday. So I'm not expecting the volume to be crazy, but we did see a nice little sell-off take place here for what would have been the New York Open tomorrow, even though there wasn't one. And we took out the previous high from the afternoon as well. So let's kind of see what we got cooking here. Obviously, we are above the IB high. The IB high in the NASDAQ was right around 24,815 3/4. But we'll see. We'll see if we roll over, maybe try to retest the previous highs. I like the 800 level potentially for a target if we do find a little bit of selling here. But if we do continue to bid higher, then I'm going to probably need to adapt my game plan if we do end up into like more of a trending afternoon versus trading back into the range.
For sure, for sure. As our good friend and mentor John Hoagland mentioned a couple of times today, it's going to take quite a bit of buying power to get us to move any higher. We had an initial balance in equity markets in both the S&P and NASDAQ fairly wide. It's going to take some pretty hefty market participation to push this thing any higher. I didn't check the average true range in the NASDAQ. I got it for the S&P earlier, but not the NASDAQ. I'm not sure how stretched we are in this market right now. But it's a good cheap short at this level. That is for sure.
Yeah.
Jake, you see that question in the chat? Are those 4-hour levels on SPX? Yeah.
Right now, because I'm just getting sat down again, I was trying to remember where we kind of hit these levels before. So these are 4-hour candles. The lines are just the current SPX price for those major levels. I made the font bigger. There was some real font aficionados in the chat earlier being like, I can't read it. Well, now, if you go to my charts, if you are not legally visually impaired, you can see there 6,800, 6,850, 6,750, which we didn't get to today.
Got it. I just had a headline come across the tape too saying gold plunges 3% as US Iran talks about US dollar demand. That was a little while ago. That headline, they just wrote an article about it apparently, but that dip was a while ago, and we've recovered most of that now. We are right back to we traded almost up to our opening range low in the gold market. Opening range low was 49.30 quarter, 49.30.20. our initial balance high in gold is 49.44.30. Last trade 49.15. So we almost made our way back up there, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of a sell-off right now. But decent rally off the lows in the gold market. Let's take a look at the tilt real quick. We've got 55% short ES, 53% long NQ, and 54% long in crude. Pretty flat. I'd call that balanced across the board. Tilt's not giving us much to go with right now. Last trade in the S&P 69 or 68.78. Last trade in the NQ 24.863. Last trade Dow 49.725. Last trade Russell 26.663. 49.16 last in gold, and crude oil 62.38. Headline risk is on for crude oil. We were just talking in the green room. Gabe called out a headline. Iran has shut down the Hormuz Strait for a few hours on Tuesday, today, creating a little volatility in the crude oil market.
Ain't that the truth? Okay. The VIX is below 20. We're at 1995. Same year
US dollar
Jurassic Park came out. I think.
Year after I was born.
What year was that? 93? Yeah. I don't know if you guys are into this kind of thing. I saw Jurassic Park at the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. They do movies at the Symphony. I've seen some good ones. They did the entire John Williams library.
Oh, that's nice.
I saw Empire Strikes Back with the full symphony, the orchestra playing while the movie's playing. It's pretty intense. I saw Empire Strikes Back, Jurassic Park, and Superman. All very excellent. If you're into that kind of thing. Anyway,
now do you go to the symphony often, JD, or is it just when they're doing
times a year
music?
We go.
Okay.
I'm not a member, but for the money I spend there, maybe I should think about membership. I do enjoy it. Back to these markets, though. Gabe, how is your short looking?
I mean, we're playing right around my entry. We've been stalling here a little bit, which I'm happy to see, but really love to see this start to reject fairly quickly. We got about 7.5 minutes until this 15-minute bar closes here. I'm okay with seeing a little bit of a consolidation or an inside bar. Obviously, my stop is above the previous high of kind of that 875-ish level. In case we do run, I don't want to give this too much room. I mean, I'm risking essentially 40 points right now, which is already a pretty decent amount of risk on this. I know that a lot of people have their eyes on that 900 level. We do have a previous little swing from the 16th around the 3 a.m., like 3:15 a.m. Central, around those 920s. So there is more room to the upside. I know Anne Marie even had her eyes on last week, which is this 13th, which is what, Friday? Yeah, Friday's highs.
Are we losing Gabe? Did Gabe go?
They're doing something weird at the Air Force base behind his place, I would guess.
I believe that.
Yeah. But we're kind of in this tight range here in the ES. I applaud Gabe for taking the short.
Again, Gabe short from 24, 843 half. 843 half. He's a couple ticks in the money right now. Area 51 is, in fact, not in Florida.
It's in Nevada. Not too far away from Vegas, I believe.
Yes, this is true. So Gabe's got a couple ticks in the money on this short right now. Jack, gun to your head. I know I ask you this almost every day. Gun to your head, long or short?
Short.
Agreed.
But thankfully, that's not the case.
We don't have to do anything we don't want to do around here. That's
mostly, yeah.
Mostly. Shouldn't have said anything we don't want to do, right?
Yeah, we're still working. All right. What's happening in the stocks? Most of the big guys have flipped green. Tesla's still down 1.3%. Apple's up 3.8%. Big day for Apple. as usual, 10-year yields not moving that much once they find their area. We're at 4.05 or closer to 4.06 right now. So that's probably a move down in yields. Has caught a lot of people flat-footed.
Mm-hmm. Jack Ezra 777 is a very subjective question. What does a profitable trader average on a monthly or quarterly basis, percentage wise? Very subjective, especially here because there's multiple account sizes. Are you trading sim? Are you trading live? What's yeah?
Do
Little
they mean
context.
profitable at like Topstep or in general?
I think we could just say in general.
Hey, Gaby's back.
Hey, what's up, Gabe?
Jack.
What's up?
It was in the Chiron.
I was about to say they even got it in the Chiron. And no, I am not an alien. Oh, where y'all get
Well, Lito's
that
been
from?
saying it for 2 years. For 2 years, Lito's thought you're an alien, Gabe. He is not
I'm
a
not.
robot ninja, though. Not a robot ninja. I want to replay that clip so bad for everybody. Raise your hand in the chat if you did not see the robot ninja clip.
Be pretty cool. I mean, so the question about like a percent, I mean, it depends on what your dispersion is. At like something like Topstep, the numbers are probably going to be a bigger percent because more people start with smaller accounts. But if you have a huge book or something, if you do 2% a month or something, that makes you pretty. I mean, you'd be unstoppable after a couple of years. You'd be Renaissance.
Exactly.
Ooh, there's a list.
Ezra's back in
I
the chat.
think
Was
maybe
saying in general, if someone wanted to live off trading for 40 years, it would depend on where you live too, wouldn't it?
Oh, it depends on your lifestyle. Totally. I mean, there's people that give them 40 grand and a piece of flint, and they'll be happy. But like, I have 3 kids, so it's probably more than that. It's totally dependent on what your situation is.
Yep. And if you're living in a big city in the United States, you got to make sure enough to max out that 401k too, just in case.
Not seeing a whole lot of follow through.
Loaded question. Not a lot of follow through. Yeah, I got a 9-period EMA on the ES down here at 68.71. We just bounced off of that.
Really want to see a flush back down to this like 812. We had a little pivot off of 812 on a smaller time frame, like a 1-minute chart. See the wick on a 5-minute, but it was essentially the first retest back underneath the initial balance high.
We were talking about the other day, but maybe we should add some more metrics to the dashboard of sort of explain your, risk adjusted returns or something like looking at your Sharpe ratio. Because that's kind of what would tend to show. So kind of not just what your average is, but dividing that by your volatility of returns. To give you an example of, because if you're really cooking and got like a high Sharpe ratio, then you can lever up. Whereas, if you have these big drawdowns all over the place, which a lot of people do, at least in a professional sense, like big firms probably would not stand for that so much. So it all depends on how you trade.
Very good points. Very good points. And don't quit your day job for at least the first 10 years. Don't quit your day job in general. Always have something coming in.
I mean, what's a good Sharpe ratio? It's like once you get into that, it's so very different. That stuff's tracked more, I think, by like quantitative places where you're like there's not many traders here that are specifically going for the most consistent profits possible. I mean, I told the story like some of these I won't say which because I just overheard it. Someone talking about it was a PM at some fund that like they don't let you take a 5% drawdown, right? And that's one place where
Mhm.
you do have an advantage because you don't have that. And I mean like total, like from your high, you can't draw down more than 5%. Um, you're more flexible than that. But just to give the realm of it, like you know, a 20 Sharpe ratio would be like a straight line, or like so it eventually just becomes a straight line towards whatever your thing is. But realistically, it's like I think for most people, a one would be really good. More than one means you're kind of like that's your alpha or whatever. I think I've heard that like Citadel or something probably has like a two. So, but I think more people will find out. I was like, wow, my Sharpe ratio is like a 0.1 or something, and it's like, okay, well, whatever your returns are, it's not a super attractive investment to the outsiders.
Mhm. Jack Ezra sounds like you. I live in Chicago, 3 kids, in my late 30s. Is that you typing in the
Yeah.
chat, Jack?
Oh, that's my burner. I like to ask myself questions when things get slow.
What are you thinking, Gabe?
Kareem
Cut it?
asked in chat, what profit level are you looking for? If I'm, I mean, this could potentially turn into an all-day trade. It depends on how we handle the IB high. I am looking to see how we respond to the IB high, which was right around that kind of 815 3/4 roughly. So I'd love to see us get back down into those lower 800s. If we do end up closing below 800 with some strength, then I think I'm going to try to hold this and see if we can get back down into the middle of the session range, which would take us back down to the 600. So this may be more of a longer term play into the end of the day. But my shorter term target would be a retest of IB high.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Heads up, guys. Mary Daly is speaking or scheduled to speak at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, just in about 12 minutes or so. 12 and a half minutes. Fed Governor Mary Daly at the podium. Not sure what she's going to be talking about, but not likely market moving either. Just so everybody knows. And President Trump will be participating in a policy meeting at 3 o'clock Central Time. We'll always be on the lookout for a rogue headline coming from the White House, too. The man likes to bump into microphones.
Oh, we could spice things up there.
6876. See the last one from
Well?
Ezra Jack? Interview with Citadel a
got?
couple years ago? How did that go?
Well, he doesn't have the @Citadel tag, but yeah, that's a tough play. You guys over there.
Tough play. Tough play. I think we should bring Ezra to one of our meetups. Sounds like our kind of guy.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to refresh my platform here and check in on the tilt real quick. Not much change. 60% short in the ES, 51% long in the NQ, and 60% long in crude. Crude's going to settle at the bottom of the hour also, 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Always giving you a heads up on that. We'll give you settlement prices too. No news
Ezra,
coming across the wire.
If you can share, if you remember any, like just some random question that was asked at the interview, those are always fun to know.
I would love to hear this. Yes. The most random question from that interview. What do you do in your spare time? Volume is receding. Seen it drop just a bit. All right, Gabe, talk us through this trade. Did we lose Gabe again?
No. I'm still here. I'm just locked in right now. I think I'm still here. I still hear y'all.
You're still here. Yep, we got you. You're the only one with a trade on.
Yeah, I got
You
you.
gotta be woke. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm liking the 1 minute lower highs that we're kind of starting to develop here. A little possible 1 minute 3-bar reversal, but I'm not too sold on 1 minute 3-bar reversals. But I like the structure. What I really want to start seeing though is some bodies to close below and make some lower lows. We've been getting some wicks to make lower lows, but not bodies on the downside here in the 1 minute. So I would like to see us start to actually get like a body closure below 826. That would be ideal. If we start to get that 1 minute structure, I might tighten up my risk a little bit. Got a little bit of a negative reward to risk on this first target if I were to take all of my profit around the IB high, which is not usually what I'm looking for. Usually wanted to see myself around 1-to-1. This, I think, is going to be a little under. But
all right. Nothing wrong with having inverted risk to reward parameters, as long as you have a high win rate. Mandy trades with an inverted risk to reward ratio. She does very well.
Locked in equals hoping? No. I mean, obviously, I think all of us have a little bit of hope for positions when we put it on. But no, I'm not smoking hopium. I've got my analysis done, and I'm now just watching shorter structure to support maybe starting to engage and actively manage this position. But no, right now, I'm just trying to be hands off and letting the market do what it's doing right now, which is just essentially barcode on a 5-minute chart up at my 15-minute level of supply, which is expected. If there's some sellers up here, obviously we're just auctioning around this price right now. So we'll see how long the barcoding lasts. We're either going to break one way or the other. Preferably, I want to see I get retested. So
Gotcha.
no hopium smoking over here.
Opium. I like that one. I've always liked that one. Real John Ross in the chat. Looked like his cup and handle played out a little bit. Hope he held on to that long. He was trying to get everybody long in the chat a little while ago.
No, it's a good move. You got to pump that bag. Let's get long.
So, Jack, let me ask, what were you looking for to potentially dip your toes into a short in the ES again?
Preferably a higher price. I mean, it's tough because sometimes during these segments, it's like I'm oftentimes like waiting for something that's a level that just never trades, which isn't the most exciting thing. I want to get into maybe more chopping it up like Mandy or something, but I guess maybe I'd be looking for it to break the highs one more time and a little bit before 6,900 in the futures. Now, the wish that won't happen today is like the 6,900 SPX level. That's huge. But I'm just keeping my eye on the dome right now.
What is 68 or what's a 6,900 level? What does that translate to in the ES, Jack?
69.16.
69.16. Okay.
We're down to about a 16 or 17 point spread between the SPX and the ES.
Gotcha. Thank you. It's a good question. What do y'all think about the 10-point strategy? Just taking an arbitrary or a flat target of 10 points.
What's your risk on that, though? Because
what's your risk on it? There's a couple. 1-to-1. The 10-point strategy. That'd be the strategy. 10 points. Risking 10 to make 10.
Honestly, I think in the NASDAQ, that might be a little bit unrealistic just due to even the 1 minute ATR. Like, I don't think you're giving the market enough room with 10 points in the NASDAQ. Maybe if you're doing the S&P and you're just doing a micro risking 10 to make 10, I mean, that market moves a little bit more, just at a pace that I think that would be a little bit more realistic. But that's just my personal take. I don't think 10 points, even you'd have to get like a sniper entry within the NASDAQ to avoid getting stopped out on a 10-point risk.
Yep. And your setup's got to be great too, right?
Yeah. And the longer, if you just wanted to test sort of like how good your like win percentages, I don't mind the idea of doing like 1-to-1. Let's say in like the ES, you did that 10-point strategy. If you have if you're just doing it randomly, that position should come pretty close to breaking even minus commissions. So it'd be interesting to see if you could really pick the turnarounds or continuations. The smaller that point differential is, though, the more some other things come into play, i.e., if you did it for like 3 points, well, you'd be getting in at the market or dealing with like adverse selection if you're the bid, plus you might have some slippage occasionally. The wider it is, the closer you'll come to the break even if you have no skill in picking. So maybe we should see, JD. I mean, should I just take the next 100-point trades? Can't do it now because the end of the day is close, but I don't know.
What's the best time to take those trades?
Well, being able to hold them would be helpful for 100 points in the ES.
Yeah. So you got to be in early on the right side. Doom in the chat. I'd rather lose 100 points than make 10. I knew a guy in the bond pit that once said that. $100. I'd rather lose 10 grand than make $100. Meaning, at least he gave himself a shot, right? This is not trading advice of any kind.
No.
Really don't want to see a closure above 864.
How far are we from that CYA right now?
About 20, about 30 points roughly.
All right. We are a little bit range bound. We're right back to the volume point of control again in the S&P 6880. A little bit of selling coming in after we kiss that number again. Our third test of it. Second test.
Anybody got a delta?
I do not have a delta reading. Hogue, if you're in the chat, what's delta? Hogue. Hey, Marie. Just calling people out in the chat. Hit us with delta.
Okay.
What are you seeing? What are you okaying?
A little 25-point move there in the last 30 seconds. See if it sustains. I would love to see a closure back underneath 840s, but
back down to your entry price. Gave a short from 24,843 half. 24,843 hook. No
10
news
seconds
coming
till
out.
1 minute bar closes. All right, I'm adding one with that momentum and tightening up my stop.
Ooh, doubling down. I love it. This makes for
Short
good TV.
Short 2 from 840 3/4. Stops now above that previous little 1 minute high. See if we can get some momentum, some follow through on this. I'm going to take one off. I'm going to bid one just underneath that IB high. Excuse me, IB high. So I'm going to put a bid in at 813 to cover one. See if we can go take out that previous little 1 minute low. Test that IB high, get back into those lower 800s. And then I will hold the second one.
Very good. Very good. You got in 2 ticks better on that double down. Average price 843 quarter, right? So sold one at 843 half, sold one at 843.
My average is 840 and 3/4.
840 and three. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought
So
you said
I
840.
kind of got a lower average on that, unfortunately. But
Gotcha.
see if we'll
All right,
fail here
man.
at the lower end of this 1 minute range here. Let's see if we can finally flush and kind of psych out some of these longs that are building near the highs.
A little bit of selling coming in the ES2 or below that 9-period EMA. Jack, you're about to say something. What's going on?
Oh no, nothing important.
Okay. And Mary Daly is speaking. Fed's Daily does not address the near-term rate setting or economic outlook in her prepared remarks on AI. Mary Daly talking about AI. The Fed must dig deep on AI impact to make the right rate calls ahead. I'm going to put the guys
Anything
on the
else
box
coming
on
up
the spot.
today? We got
We still have
the,
that robot ninja.
mm,
Oh, going into the end of the day. Yeah, we've got Trump at the podium at 3 o'clock. IMF review of Japan later this evening. Couple numbers coming out of Asia later tonight. What's the China holiday tomorrow? Are Asia markets closed? I don't know. Crude oil has officially settled for the day. March contract futures settle at 62.33 a barrel.
This is not the momentum. Not the momentum I wanted to see here.
We're just barcoding right now. Look at that 5 minute on
That's
the
such
S&P. We're going sideways.
Yeah, such a bummer. Recovered that whole 1 minute bar there. I don't like this. I think I'm about to get stopped here.
VWAP has gone flat. We could just be drifting sideways going into the close, unless something really sparks these markets.
On sellers, get back underneath 840.
Seen a little bit of selling in gold coming in. 48.9760 last print in gold. What is 4,900 in gold? Last week's low. Trading right around last week's low. 4,900 even in gold.
JD, are you going to get one of those robots or what?
I mean, what would I do with it? Just have it set on my front porch to pick off porch pirates?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. No one's going to come steal your shoe boxes anymore if there's like a karate bot there.
Actually, have them
Win-win.
hide underneath the porch and wait for people to come to walk up my stairs. That would be even funnier. I'm gonna send a message to the guys. Now I'm dying to see this video again. I'm gonna ask the guys in the back.
You probably get the POV video of the robot fighting someone too. That's wild.
JD's chair strikes again. I love chat. I'm not the only one that picks up on it.
What did my chair ever do to you guys? Why are you always picking on my chair?
I think we're cooked here, boys. I think Jack's going to get his higher price.
Approaching that volume point of control once again, 68.80. Trading it right here, right now.
Yep. Closure above 865 essentially, and then this trade's invalid for me right now. Look for a better location. And here we go.
Not
Chatter
so
in the
fast.
chat.
And oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Top ticked you?
Nope.
Did it tick you? Miss you by a tick?
Not yet. I mean, it missed me by like I think 2 ticks. Yeah, 2 ticks. Gotta love getting edged by the NASDAQ.
Man. Coming back for you? Don't come back. Keep dropping. Play the range. Just topped it out.
Yeah, I think it wants to take this little high. And about to pop.
Not over yet. It's not over yet.
And there's the pop. Okay. All right.
And
I'm out of those 2. Flat, down 1200. See what progresses here in the last part of this little. I really didn't like that 5-minute, all that momentum back off the lower end of the range. I mean, we basically just got a 5-minute bar to close above previous couple 5-minute bars. So not a good sign there for sellers, unfortunately. But let's see if it presents itself again.
We could be sticking in this range for a little while yet. I got word from production team in the back too, guys. We could watch the Robot Ninjas again if we want.
Robot Ninjas?
See this clip from group coaching?
Daniel, I did cut the loser.
Oh, we're about to see it. Here it is.
Take a look at an impressive display at the intersection of technology and technique. A fleet of humanoid robots put on a jaw-dropping presentation showcasing kung fu artistry alongside human counterparts. CCTV reports the stage segment was part of the annual Spring Festival Gala, known as Chunwan to millions of viewers in mainland China. The machines' martial arts moves were impressive on their own, but the show also included a technical display arming the bots with traditional kung fu weaponry such as swords and nunchucks, which were also wielded with impressive dexterity and agility. The performance was an eye-opening showcase of coordination, artistry, programming, and style that would surely leave anyone impressed. Unless, of course, you're one of those kung fu robot apocalypse conspiracy theorists, which I am. We are so cooked.
Love it.
We're all gonna die.
It's so funny. Like, oh my god.
Tell us what you feel, Jack. How are you feeling about that?
I want to get one of those jobs to be the guy who just like tries to push the robot over. You seen this? Just like pushing him over. It looks so sad. It's funny they're doing kung fu and they all look like iPods or something. Like it's a weird juxtaposition.
My favorite chat quote of the day too was who thought it was a good idea to teach robots karate? That's a good question.
All right, here's that reversal.
There it comes.
Let's see if I can get a decent entry. Just need to pop that high again.
Approaching mid-range once again. 5-period, the 9-period EMA on a 5-minute chart in the ES, 68.76. Looking like a decent target right now. We call that halfway through the range in the S&P too.
I was trying to put my finger on it. Yeah, it was the nunchucks that had me like just crying in the background. Like when they start swinging those neon nunchucks around, they're hitting it off their robot backs and doing the elbow thing. Oh, that's fun.
How do you
I
fight
got
that?
an offer. 69.5, by the way, JD. And an offer for 1.
69.5. Got it. Working 1, 24, 869.5.
All right.
Should be approaching. Getting real close. We're at the upper end of the range in the S&P. I'll switch over to the NQ, get a better look. And Gabe is in. 69.5 entry price, Gabe.
Yep. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Check out the previous high. I like the reversal that we got there.
I'm going to draw you a range box so that the market doesn't move any higher. Let's see if it.
Oh, thanks, JD. I appreciate that.
Every once in a while, I draw a line, and the market stops right there. No, it's not happening right now. Sorry, Gabe. We're getting a little pop here. 883 last trade.
No follow through once again. I just that
someone in the
early.
chat wants to see you. Jack, someone in the chat wants to see you fight a robot. Kung Fu robot.
Oh, dude, I would pay to. I would pay to see that.
You know, if there's something that can kick his ass out there, Dakota will find it.
What do you want to do today? Let's go get our asses kicked.
He's gonna be an early adopter to those Kung Fu bots.
Still popping in the NQ, 24,885.
Yeah. Not.
Where's the CYA? How much higher?
93.
I have day 68.85 hook. 85 half is the high in the ES. Dakota heard us, Jack. Dakota heard us.
Okay.
We've got about 15 minutes left here. I'm going to watch that Kung Fu robot video at least 4 more times tonight before I go to bed.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to show it to the whole family.
We got a couple hundred offered in the S&P just underneath the high, 68.85, 200 offered. That's the biggest offer I'm seeing on the ladder right now. Not much on the downside. Closest 100 lot on the downside in the ES is 68.72.
I know when I show that video, JD, my son will ask me, are they good guys or bad guys? And I'm not going to know how to answer. He's obsessed with that distinction, and he just asks it about everyone. And like 80% of the time, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if so. It's maybe they're a good guy. I don't know.
We're watching robots right here on Topstep TV. Come on. Here we go, Gabe. A little bit of selling coming in. 24,871 last. Almost back to entry.
Yeah, I don't want to see us hang around here. I mean, we basically just double topped on the 1 minute. We got a wick above the previous high, but no closure above the previous high. Like, this needs to just fail. 870s. Don't want to see these act as support. Otherwise, we might be going for that 900 level.
Is this the time of day where you just see a flat out roll over and fail?
Not necessarily. Like power hour might be a little bit better time of day for that.
To close this 5-minute candle in 15 seconds. See what it does.
We're getting closer. And I'm on for power hour too. We're getting closer to
Oh, cool,
the
cool.
levels that interest me to the upside.
Kara in the chat thinks I'm cool in your trade, Gabe. Not my job. I mentioned that movie The Cooler earlier today. Raise your hand if you've seen it. Excellent film. Jack, are you familiar with The Cooler?
I'm familiar with the term cooler from Roadhouse. Is it the same definition there?
Sort of, very, very similar, except William H. Macy plays this employee at a Las Vegas casino who is so unlucky that he's hired to go around to high roller tables, and whenever somebody is on a hot streak, he sits down and everybody at the table starts losing. He's the cooler of the casino.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Nice.
All right. I like that 1 minute closure. I'm in 2 from 869.
869.
See if we can
Short
flush
two.
these 60s. Close back underneath
67.
the previous highs of 70s.
Top Trade expects Power to take out the low of the day today. It's ambitious.
That would be epic.
Not out of the question. Very ambitious. Ten more minutes. Gabe short a pair of NQ 24,869. Gabe is trading minis, not micros.
Good gosh, man. We just can't stay below these 870s.
It's a choppy zone.
Yeah, I'm going to bail if we get back above 880.
Right back to entry price 69 last trade. In the money, a couple of tickies here. There we go. A little selling coming into the S&P. 68.80
continuation.
last trade. Here we go. Here we go. Here's some sellers stepping in.
Sustained selling now, though. That's the thing. I don't really care about these little tape bombs or these little wiggles because we're not really carrying through. But if we can get one to finally carry through, that would be fantastic.
Hmm. 68.80. Last trade in the ES. See if we can hold here. Wiggles don't pay the bills. No, they don't.
Down to 1980 in the VIX. Just below 67,900 in the Bitcoin spot.
These 870s are killing me.
It's just they're just jockeying for position right here now.
This is nuts.
We tested outside this. Yeah, we tested outside this 5-minute range. Came back inside, and we're just choppy. Chop suey. What's for lunch today? Let's spread out to a 15-minute chart. How we looking here? I mean, doesn't look like it looks like a good trade on a 15-minute chart. You're right at the top of the range. It's a low risk setup. Cheap trade, as you might say. One might say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really don't mind it. It's just I got to make sure I limit myself with how many times I'm really willing to try it.
Yeah.
I'm usually stuck with these kind of conditions when I'm on for the 1 p.m. hour, which is essentially range plays, right? So that's what I've been.
You've been
really
spending some
getting
gold
accustomed to.
in these range trades too, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Been crushing it. We go 15 ticks in the money now, or 15 points in the money now. Looking better. About halfway, almost exactly halfway through this little range.
These 850s can just get blown through. That would be phenomenal. About 30 seconds till this bar closes. I would love to see a closure back underneath 850. I'm going to start trailing this pretty quick here.
Don't have a delta reading. Ryan Chang. Someone in chat has one. Who's got a delta reading for us?
And Hogue said his was messed up because of the non-settlement.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Gabe, you hold us
For
through
me,
power
like-
hour? What's up, Jack?
No, I'm just going to go all out at those 812s. I'm not on for power hour. Otherwise I would.
Jack, you're about to say something.
I'd just like to see like the change in delta in each bar more so than whatever the cumulative is.
Yeah, like a footprint chart.
Yeah.
Those are handy. $68.75 last in the S&P. Coming up to the lower extreme of this range. 5-minute chart.
Like that we're closing underneath 850.
Yep, good hold, Gabe. Good hold.
Underneath 840 briefly. Like you said, though, JD, we're just right back to the extremity of the 1-minute range.
What's the thing I hold in my hand? It's a pen. It's a writing tool. They used to teach writing in school. I don't know if they still do. Penmanship. It was a joke, guys. It was a joke.
830s.
There you go.
820s.
Nice hold, Gabe. Nice hold.
Get these 812s. About to retest the IB high. 821s trading. On, stay underneath 830.
Nice trade. I said it.
Don't say it, JD. Don't say it.
Sorry.
Don't say it.
Let's
Dude.
get out.
Don't say it.
Let's get out.
Yeah.
I like the closure underneath 830s. Let's see if we can maintain. I'm going break even.
I could pull a
go.
generational hater move right here.
What do you got?
Just buying.
Playing the bottom of the range. I get it. I get it. 10% it. Chad saying 10% it, Gabe.
I'm not going to let it come back and stop me out for a red trade. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see a little bit more carry through. We didn't come back and retest IB. Broke below the last couple 1-minute lows, which I like. I want to give it the space to potentially come flush. Maybe we get a little retest of 840s and then we go, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient here. I definitely have protected the position at this point.
We'll hold on for another minute. See how Gabe gets out of this trade. We just played both extremes of that range. We're about to approach mid-range once again. Buyers stepping in here. Toss up in the chat. Some are saying take it. Some
There
are
we
saying double
go.
down. Put another one on. Put another one
There
on.
we go. Come on, sellers. I like how they reacted off those 840s. That's what I wanted to see. Here's where I want it to flush. In about 15 seconds till this candle closes. See if we can get this flush before this session ends here. I like the bar. very neutral bar. Seller's kind of a little bit in control here. So here's where I want to see that follow through.
Follow the arrow.
Follow the arrow.
Follow the arrow. Stay on the line. Oh, Gabe, that line I drew worked for you, by the way. Amazing
It
how
did.
that happens.
Love it, JD. All right.
I am not the cooler today. I am not the cooler.
This
All right,
is it
guys.
right here. This is it. Come take this low. Come
You got
take
him.
this low.
Gabe's working a bid to cover. We'll hang out for another minute. Come on, come on, come on. I don't know.
He said, I don't know.
We might have to catch up with you in the next couple of minutes to see where you get out of this trade, Gabe. We got to
think we're
start
coming
making
for it.
room for our Power Hour team coming in just a few minutes. Jack is sticking around for another hour.
We go.
Yep.
We're joined by Dakota and Dolby Time. Oh, here we go, Gabe. Here we go. 26,
Karate it.
25 last trade.
Nunchuck this down.
Nunchuck it. Awesome.
He said nunchuck it.
Yeah.
825s. 825s, boys. Let's go. 10 points
Here we
away.
go. Here we go. Here we go. We are right on the lower extreme of this
Oh
range that
my
we've been playing.
good heavens.
All right.
The 3-up
All
makes
right.
Wish we
this
could stick
very
around.
exciting.
Wish we could stick around to see how this one ends, but we're gonna get out of here. I see him lining up
Oh,
in the
good.
back to get ready for Power Hour. Jack is sticking around. Dakota's gonna be here. There will not be a fight. Don't worry, unless it's a robot fight. And Dolby Time, I see him getting set up in the back also. All right, guys, we're gonna take a short break. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Jack. We will catch you all later on. Have fun in Power Hour, y'all. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back. It is Power Hour. I got the crew with me today. Dolby Time and Dakota is back for more. Dakota, you do anything else today, trading wise, or just been watching?
I'm still long this one gold. I
Okay.
got stopped out. I got back into it, and I've been just holding this long gold all day, basically all day. Yeah, I got stopped out earlier from fast markets. Got back in at 48.70, and I'm just planning to hold on to this. Let's see how it takes us for the Power Hour. But been watching the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just so resilient. Rallying. We're up what? We're now green for the day. We're only up 0.14, so
Not a lot.
still more room to the downside.
I was talking with Gabe in the back. He's short one at 860s, and I was like, "What's the worst case scenario? 80-point bounce off of 800, so we're like halfway there. We're halfway to an 80-point bounce in the Nasdaq. We'll see if Gabe truly has diamond hands here. But this has been a resilient market so far. Very resilient. Got to find some trades.
Equities are always resilient.
Which of your 9 markets will you be trading today, Dolby? Are you in a Russell mood or
what? You trade NASDAQ and Russell, and that's $1 million. Anything other than NASDAQ gets you to the $1 million. It's only RTY and NASDAQ, Jack. That's all I got.
Okay.
That's all I got.
So are you looking at the NASDAQ today or the Russell?
Look at the NASDAQ right now, and we might trade the Russell. I don't know. Chat, what's chat feeling? Does chat want to see trades in the Russell or trades in the NASDAQ? They look basically identical. Look identical right
Trade
now.
your process, Dobby. Trade your process. If it's
Same
the Russell,
process.
it's the Russell.
2 different markets. Same process, 2 different markets. The charts look identical right now between the two, to be honest. I feel like if NASDAQ rolls, RTY is going with it.
Right now on the day, we got the ES is up 0.3%, NQ's up 0.06, so just above settlement there. RTY is up 0.28. Not a ton of dispersion between them. What's weighing down the NASDAQ? I mean, we still got Google and Microsoft down 1%, Tesla down 1.5%, but Apple up 3.7%, saving the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go, Apple.
Is it Walmart earnings after the bell? Is that what's going on? I've seen Walmart earnings this week. Let's look.
The newest member of the NASDAQ.
Is it really on the NASDAQ?
Yeah, it's really the NASDAQ now. They recently became a trillion dollar company. Let me see.
What are they?
I'm so happy for the Waltons. Good for them.
What the heck is the Walmart doing in the NASDAQ?
Well,
yeah, they're a tech firm now, Dakota.
Yeah.
Oh no, Walmart's Thursday. Walmart's Thursday.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's Thursday. It's a short week. Short week, holiday week. Got hit in the head one too many times, you could say. Yeah, that's
it's all right. We got Walmart tomorrow. I believe we also have Carvana tomorrow.
Ooh.
Need a sound effect for that. Dun dun dun.
Ooh.
Yes.
Do you have a position in Carvana still?
Yes, I do. And I may need some soul seeking tomorrow to figure out what I'm going to do before the earnings.
Ooh.
Is it short Carvana?
It was short volatility. Basically,
okay.
You know what? I'm gonna get out of it, I think, because I want to show. I realize as I was about to talk to you about what I was doing with it, is that to not do it would be kind of YOLOing. I got out of the shorts and sold like a 390 straddle. So the spread together I'm a little bit up on, but I would obviously love to see it pump up a little bit on earnings, but that would be kind of YOLOing. So I'll confirm when I've done that.
Short volatility. Did you sell a spread? You sell a...
Yes. So I got very lucky, basically. Well, not lucky. When that short, I was short Carvana, and then that short report came out and just tanked it by 20% in a day. So then I figured that might amend itself. So I just took off the short and then sold a straddle, trying to capture some of that volatility. But it has earnings tomorrow, and it's sold off a little more.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Man, these equities are so resilient. Yeah, Apple up 3.7, Nvidia catching a major bid. I thought it might, seeing that there was a chance that it could be, down 2 to 3% with the headline that came out, but not so fast. And yeah, we got silver taking a big hit, and I've been in gold. I've been looking for a bigger bounce in gold, which we did get. We did get to those, 49.20s, 49.30s. Going into the last trading minutes, you got the over under? Who has the over under?
Oh, you're the guest.
The above
Dakota,
below.
what is the over under today? The above below.
On the NASDAQ. All right. All right. That's a good one. That is a tough one. I'd say 24,800. 24,800 on the dot. Let's try that.
24,800. Okay.
Above below 24,800.
Yep. There you go. Let's see. Let's see if we get there. Might be tempted to take a short into it, but
Yeah, right. It's looking a little heavy right here. Let's see.
Chat, you guys just focus on trading, chat. There you go, 24,800. I'm gonna lean to below on my end.
Yep. This is looking very heavy. I don't know if it seems like it wants to get back to the middle of the range, which is quite far away.
What do you have as
but
the
I feel like
middle of the range?
It's a good question. Well, the point of control, let me go back to the NASDAQ real quick. So the middle of the range, so just from low to high, is 24,669. And then depending on, let me see, if we just go to this session's market profile, volume profile, it gets us to about 24,700. I think within about 30 points of there is fine. So somewhere between 670 and 700 is about the middle. So kind of getting back into that consolidation we had before we broke out to just above initial balance high, which was 24,816. So that was the high of the first hour of trading. But I'm with you. I'm gonna see if we can get short. For sure.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. I'm holding this gold long, so I'm going to be long and strong into the close.
Okay.
But I don't mind shorts on the NASDAQ as a base hit, not like a huge home run, but just a little small pullback before the end of the day, possibly.
A huge home run would be like 200 points. A base hits like 50 points with NASDAQ today.
How volatile is fair.
Yeah,
Fair
it's
enough. Yeah.
pretty crazy.
Yeah. I mean, since we tuned in right now, NASDAQ's down, 25 points. We're starting to head towards 24,800. So there's the above below. If we get it. Trading high, there's not enough likes. Maybe if you tune it, okay, slow markets. Ooh. If you show up to slow markets and we get those likes up, I might be, I might entertain shadow boxing, but I'm shadow boxing. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? It's just shadow boxing.
What's the other person look like, Dakota? You get him good?
No, Toby.
No. Okay.
No, he's a heavyweight, and he's currently holds the title, the Utah State title for amateurs.
Wow.
Yeah, I did not. I landed like 2 punches in 2 rounds.
So just like you volunteered to spar said person?
Yeah. Me and him spar all the time. We went harder this time, preparing for more of a realistic environment. But that's the thing, you want to spar people better than you. At least I do. And I learn a lot. You get caught, just like in trading. where you don't expect to try and get better at trading without ever taking losses, and sometimes you get hit in the
True.
face.
That is true.
Yep.
I thought you'd
You
find
zig
a
and-
hobby that was like further away from trading. It's just more of the same. More of the same
It's
lessons.
more the same, man. Anything that requires discipline and patience, anything that you want to take to, a certain level, right? They have a lot of that. It requires discipline and patience and process. Whatever sport, whatever hobby, I could imagine. I can't think of a hobby right now that doesn't require some aspect of patience and discipline, unless I just can't think of it.
Trying to think.
My
Oh,
drums
there?
have never punched me in the face.
But it does require discipline and patience, no?
Totally.
To learn.
Totally.
Yeah.
I have hit myself in the knee with a drumstick before numerous times. That doesn't feel good.
There you go.
Hurts quite a
There you
bit.
go. And I can imagine, just like drums, you're not going to become really good at them overnight. It's going to take a lot of hours, a lot of dedication.
Lots of practice. Lots of practice. Well, selling off here in the NASDAQ. The more we
Did you
talk,
get
the more
into
it
a
goes
short?
down. No, I
Did you
want
get into a short,
pullbacks.
Bobby?
I'm too stingy,
No,
Dakota. You know how stingy
Yeah,
I
okay,
am?
fair enough. Fair enough.
We'll be able to bounce off 800s. We'll go from there. Not one of those
Gotcha.
momentum types.
Like I said
Right
this
at
morning,
that,
everyone. Go ahead, Jag.
What did you say this morning? Well, I was just gonna say we're at the 68.50 right now in the spot market. Also, the high from that initial burst at 1020.
I was gonna
Bring in some
say,
good price tag.
the NASDAQ still hits harder. If anybody's been sucker punched by a tape bomb in the NASDAQ, just out of the blue, or a tweet, we know how that feels. You're in a good position, up 20 points in the NASDAQ, and then a tweet bomb hits, blows through your stop loss. Oof.
I feel like if we just get short right here, right now, it's just going to bid 40 points. Maybe
This is that
sell
level.
stop. Maybe a sell stop.
This feels.
This is the level we broke out of. This could be a conversation to where we broke out, and this was resistance at this 24,800, and that resistance becomes support a little bit. So maybe we look for
longs
if we want
at 800.
Yeah, that seems more Dolby to me. I was kind of thinking it'd be kind of chasing there.
Longs at 800 would make sense for like the stair step trade, but we're still kind of stuck with an initial balance high, initial balance low. We kind of ran both sides of it. I just wonder if it wants to end up in the middle. We got what, tariff talk on Friday? I'm worried about tariffs just locking this market up until the market finally gets the news that we've been waiting on for so long here. Might be good range trading weather. So I want to see, that's why I kind of want to see if we sell off back into the range because the tariffs on Friday.
I'm leaning towards a sell-off and maybe a retest of around 24,760s.
That would be great.
Yeah,
that would be great.
But we need to break through these 800s with some momentum.
Didn't get them yet. Didn't get the momentum yet. You want to go over your gold trade, Dakota? I didn't know you were even in the gold trade. I know you've been in it for a long time.
Oh, since this morning, Toby.
Wow, this morning. Hell of a hold time.
Yeah,
With diamond hands over here.
So I was in 2, right? I got in long earlier during fast markets. I got stopped out for minus $50. I got back in at the retest of these lows. I got 4870.1, and I have I'm going to actually tighten up my stop loss, lock in some profits, and I'm looking for this market gold to recover a lot of what we sold off. We're down 3%. We were down even more. If we zoom out on a higher time frame, I'm looking for a higher low to form here on gold and a push back up towards 5,000 this week, possibly. Now, on the day trading perspective, because we have to be out of the trade at the end of the trading session, I'm looking for maybe a retest of these 4920s and the breakout higher. I'm just going to let this one play throughout the rest of the day. I mean, we have, 45 minutes left? Yep. So focusing on this NASDAQ here. getting more selling coming in.
It's just slowed down so much from the first hour of trading was just insane today. 50, 100 point swings within minutes. This is slowpoke right now.
Feel jaded from all this volatility. What's VIX at?
Uh-huh.
VIX is still
Definitely.
at 20. It's still at 20.
Same feeling. This dome feels slow. It did fill out a little bit though, which is nice. It had some gaps in it this morning.
Let me do some voodoo back here.
All right. I mean, scariest
So while
trade is
we've been
along
at,
right
yeah,
So, Jack, go ahead.
we zoom out to like the 4 hour. I'm looking at the ES, right? We've been in this big range between really 6,800 and 7,000. The SPX, we've gone a little bit lower. We tested the 6,750 twice, so we're almost the middle of that range. Trying to see how many times, like, could this level we're at right now, we don't break down. I kind of like the long.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to break through this level. Like you said, it's more of a Adobe trade is to be buying this for a return back up to those 850s from a NASDAQ.
Mhm.
So
That would be
that's
large
the
time
most
frame stair
boring
step.
trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most boring and irritable trade for traders, I think, is buying this, looking for it to consolidate and go sideways. Probably the right one.
Probably. Let's see if we can get long 797s. Let's see.
797.
I'd also be interested. Yeah, I'd also be interested in shorts at like up at the highs here too. Maybe at like 850, 870, that sort of range. Don't really expect this to break out to the upside. I mean, as Hogue said this morning, like if you're going to break the initial balance high, you really need a lot of momentum and power to do it. You need a lot of buyers. Did we have enough buyers to do that?
Power hour.
Maybe.
It's power hour.
Maybe.
MOC will
Right.
get a little spicy here.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Hopefully it does. More than like
Here's
a
the thing.
jalapeno. We need like a habanero level of spice.
Settlement here on NASDAQ is what, 802, 801. So, I mean, this makes
Oh, that's
sense when
nice
you're
too.
looking at all these bigger stocks. It's a Christmas tree, right? Red and green on both ends. So,
Mhm.
having just a flat day where the NASDAQ closed around settlement would be on par.
It's starting to get wiggly. It's starting to get wiggly here. All right, we're in. We are long 797s. 50-point stop? No, we want a 25-point stop.
Okay.
See if we can
See
go
if
2
it
to 1.
holds.
Okay, that's my target to the downside is these 760s, Dobie. That's where I'd like to see a long.
Down there? All right. Well, we'll high five you on the way if we get stopped out.
Okay.
We're just trying to hit a 2 to 1 here. Can we risk 25 points to get 50 points? We have bought 797s. Looking to see if these 800s are going to hold. See what happens. So far, doesn't feel great. Definitely got the wiggle a little bit in the dome. I feel like the dome might have forecasted some sort of price action here, or at least movement. You know, if the dome wiggles, chat, it's just when it starts like kind of flickering up and down, kind of like within a tight range. Sometimes that can be indicative of a move about to happen. You just don't know what direction or what the purpose of that move is, but it looks like maybe we just ran the lows a little bit and found some buyers and we bid back up here.
I mean, we're back above 800. We're right here at settlement, back and forth.
We will take it. We'll definitely take it. One of the things about this trade, though, is that the market has not done a great job of making higher highs recently. After these 888s, it's just been on the 5-minute at least, just a lot of lower highs. It would be nice to see if we could make at least one, maybe get back up to 817s. It's kind of why the short, just at first glance, looks a little bit more appetizing. Just haven't seen any buyers, but let's see if they come in.
He tried. He got smacked right back down.
Yep.
I'll look good for a moment.
That's trading for you. This looks heavy. Is there any levels we could lean on?
760 is looking attractive. These 760s.
Some interesting quotes, maybe with the market turning around. Not on these, but Fed's daily talking.
Great.
We need inflation to go down. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, here's the ones I liked. Worker anxiety is high. Worker anxiety is not the same thing as AI taking all the jobs, though. The Fed doesn't use AI in monetary policy work right now. AI isn't a good tool now to replace our forecasters. I like that little run there.
We're going to reduce our risk down to 20 points.
Okay.
So we're risking 40 bucks. Initially, we were risking 25 points. Now we're down to 20 points just because we're not really seeing the best price action right now. Ideally, for a range trade, you just want to see your level get filled and just rip to the upside because that means you're on the same page as the rest of the market. But this does not feel like we're on the same page with the rest of the market right now.
Fair enough. Well, if we get down to these 60s, these 760s, I'm going to look to get in long here to finish off the end of day.
Okay, we're out. I was minus, I don't know, 30 something bucks.
That's a Starbucks. One Starbucks coffee.
Starbucks. Yeah, basically. What's your order, Dakota, for Starbucks? Why does it cost $30?
I just hear it's expensive, man. I don't drink coffee. I would have like a steamer.
Steamer?
What is a steamer?
It's just like steamed milk flavor, like vanilla or caramel.
I don't know. It had a name like that. That's pretty cool.
Just pure sugar, man. That's all it is. You're paying for expensive sugar.
We'll take it. We'll take
we got
it.
Trump posting about Japan on Truth Social.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
seen that.
Not. I mean, yeah.
Not really
Japan
moving much.
forward with first investment of $550 billion plan. I mean, nothing. A tape bomb that is not.
Totally fine. So back to these shorts. Let's see if we can find some shorts.
I think we could get down here. Let's get to those 60s. And we bounce right back up to the 800 to finish it off around settlement.
Props to the shorts. I want to see if we can get short on a pullback. Maybe to like 800s. I don't know if we didn't get back up to 800s now. We've not consolidated one bit on any of these really small time frames. Momentum is still pretty clear to the downside. Gabe, 100-point runner.
Ooh.
Short from he's short from 860.
Okay. There's the trade.
Yeah, that's a great trade. Still sharing the screen. Appreciate that, Gabe.
Nice. Never doubt the NASDAQ. We could be right back at 800 before we know it. And we still have MOC. We got 35 minutes left in class. Oh, there we go. There it is. There's Toby's screen. Or there's Gabe's screen.
Yep. Looking great.
And the runner in the XFA. Nice. Who's that? In a mini too, right? That's a mini?
Yeah, he's trading minis.
Okay.
He had two minis on.
All right.
He had two minis on in the NASDAQ. Let's go.
Someone says, why is 800 so important? Well, that's a big round number, and that was resistance throughout the morning session here in the New York. So it's a nice little level of support and resistance. We have the settlement price right around there, 801, 802. And so, yeah, it's an area of interest, right?
NASDAQ really
You can-
respects its big round numbers quite a bit.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, usually. I always got them marked off on my chart for sure. There's just not a buyer in sight right now. So you're saying 60s, huh, Dakota?
Yeah, we kind of tapped it, right? We tagged 69 and bounced off there for a minute. So let's see. We still have some time. I'd like to see a flush down there into the 60s, and then I'll look to get in long. I think this market wants to be as close to settlement as possible.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much in the options. It is monthly expiration on Friday for February.
Got 57, almost 60 bid at 24,770 in the NASDAQ. But other than that, the dome is so thin on the E-minis. Let's see if that's 60 trades out. 615 is what traded there at 770s. Filled. That 50 something, 60 lot filled at 770.
Ooh, okay. I thought you meant you got in. I'm like, ooh, you got in a 50 lot.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Old
No,
boy.
I did not. Can't have Gabe one up me.
Yeah.
I would never. I would never. I mean, I would, but one day.
Okay.
It was
I'm
my
gonna
2025 goal on that 50 lot.
I'm going to start
Didn't make it.
scaling in here, actually.
For shorts?
See if I could get in. Yeah, longs in the
Longs,
NASDAQ.
okay.
Yeah, I'm going to get in one long right there at 767.
Okay.
I got to switch it to points.
Which are you keying off of, like the kind of that 15-minute range, like the high of the 15-minute range that we had?
Yeah,
Is that
let's
the level
see.
that you're kind of looking at?
On this rally up and this breakout, there's a lot of
Mhm.
consolidation right here, and this is a nice level of support resistance. And we got settlement at 800. So my play is, buy in this zone, looking for a pushback up to settlement before the end of day. Obviously the closing bell, and we'll see. Anything can happen, but at least this allows me a few good points of reference, and I'm getting in with a lot of this momentum, and I'm targeting a very, very key level, which is settlement round number. You can see it was that level of resistance throughout most of the New York morning session. And did I just bottom take the heck out of that?
That was a very good entry.
Oh, if you don't say so.
It's a very good entry. I'm still happy with where we covered because we were not getting the price action we wanted. Let's see.
We'll see.
I still would be interested in getting short 800s on a pullback if we can get it again.
30 minutes is still a long time in the NASDAQ.
It could be an eternity in the NASDAQ. Depends how it wants to start moving. Wow, we had 61% below 24,800, according to chat.
Ooh. All right, chat.
That is pretty good.
So far. Well, we do got a little news to show. Apparently, Warner Bros. Discovery has given Paramount another chance for its best and final offer to acquire is the word I'm looking for, the company. Let's take a look at that real quick. It's not karate bots, but it'll do.
The bidding war for media giant Warner Bros. Discovery is heating up. The company has told Paramount it is willing to hear its best and final proposal to acquire it. For the past several weeks, WBD has rebuffed Paramount's attempts to swoop in on its standing deal to be acquired by Netflix. Paramount has been appealing directly to shareholders in a hostile takeover bid and also filed a lawsuit. One thing it hasn't done recently is increase its offer price. Now, WBD is saying, show us the money before a special shareholder meeting scheduled for March 20th. That's when a final vote on the Netflix deal is expected.
Interesting. I got my eyes on Netflix. That's for sure. We're hanging around $77 a share. I've been interested in starting to build a position long term in it. It's been getting hit.
It has been. Sounds like the other Ellison's got to get on the phone with Big Daddy. Get a few more buckaroos together for that deal.
A buckaroo is $1 billion, right, Jack? Is that the term?
Yeah, a buck a yard.
Buck a yard. Well, NASDAQ is
Selling.
continuing its sleepwalk to the downside here.
Huh? Drew says, am I long one chart and short another? This is one account, right? And you can see I have my gold position here. So I'm long gold, and then I'm trading the NASDAQ right here, and I'm currently long the NASDAQ. There's nothing wrong with this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dobie and Jack. The biggest issue is when a trader gets long, say the NASDAQ on one account, and then switches accounts, and then they get short the other account. That's a hedge that's frowned upon. But if you're trading one single account and you're trading multiple instruments, then that's fine.
Oh yeah, you can trade whatever spread you want within the rules. Probably not advisable in some of them, but if you go both ways in one account, you're flat.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You're just paying commissions.
Yep.
Cannot do that. Same market cannot do. Different markets, that's okay.
There you go.
Well, not a green candle in sight here. This has been a slow sell-off so far in the NASDAQ. Buyers might wake up at some point in time.
Still liking a long for a pushback up to settlement here.
Yeah,
I don't mind adding.
That's my knowledge.
How much risk are you taking on this one?
$100. $100. Very, very, and I still have that gold position up 200 and something. So
nice.
We're cruising here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the same account, you can be short MNQ and NQ. Probably only makes sense on very wide trades because you got to leg out of it at the end. You can't just you could take it to the liquidator, but we're just going to liquidate you to both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to get out of gold. I'm going to get out of gold here.
Out of gold.
I'm going to, that'll allow me to. I'm going to show how I want to build a position. I'm going to build a position here in the NASDAQ. I'm going to add one there, widen this stop. See if we could build this position. I got a few $100 to the green from that gold trade, so maybe we could catch a good demonstration of building some micros into a single direction.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna look for these longs at 700.
Oh, you're looking all the way down there. Okay.
It's only 48 points. It's nothing for NASDAQ.
Well, we were at 800. We were at 8.
I wish I was.
We got some possible options support. If we look at the ES, maybe 68, 80, a little above it, 53, pretty close. Might be worth.
Someone says cheaper getting out now and building in later. I mean, there's not much when it comes to later, right? We got 25 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
And we're already above my entry point. And buyers are starting to step in.
What do you got, 2 right now, or is that 7? Looks like
I'm at 2 at
okay.
757. And we're starting to see some volatility with buyers stepping in for a moment.
About damn time. It's gonna move on. NASDAQ.
Old Broadcom's up 3% now in the day.
Nice.
Imagine Apple there. And Nvidia's
That's
up
probably crushing
1.3
it.
now.
Ooh, okay.
But the NASDAQ's red. So it's
Well, red, you got a couple big ones. Microsoft, Google both down 1.125%. Tesla's down 1.75%.
I'm going to add to this. So I'm now long 3 from 759.
Nice. Scaling in.
Scaling in.
Scaling in off the level. See, at least you're getting some sort of bounce there. We didn't get any bounce at the 800, so at least someone's trying to chip in here. That's why I wanted to cut that trade. Just did not see the price action we wanted. The more frequently you take the same setup, you can start to develop a little bit of an intuition of what you're looking for as far as response goes.
We got 14 minutes, 13 minutes now until MOC. To end this synthetic Monday.
That's right. It is Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
That's going to mess me up all week. That's going to mess me up all week. No doubt about it.
All right, here we go back into these 40s.
We're going to get a short in the RTY, actually. It's 2655.2, so about 2 points away. Almost 3 points away. We'll see if we can get filled on it. We'll see if we can get filled. So what's your stop at, Dakota? How are you gonna play it for the stop? Because you started taking on an additional size, right? You've gone from 1 to 3.
Yeah, I'm fine with building up. I'll probably build 5 contracts, depending on the price action. Obviously, if it just goes straight down, it's going to stop me out. But I'll build 5 contracts if we, continue to find better support here. But we are starting to see buyers. They're a little bit more aggressive now on these sell-offs. I mean, the volatility is still pretty big. I mean, that's 24, 25 points on these bounces. So that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for these, dare I say, little bounces. I'm looking for just a complete reversal and a push back above 800. So we're short on time. We have MOC and we have 21 minutes left. So I don't mind building 5 contracts in this zone. And the zone?
The zone.
Basically, I mean, this entire lit right there.
Yep.
There's so many wicks. There's so many wicks from this morning.
This morning was incredibly choppy. Props to anybody who elected to not trade it and wait because the market state changed pretty dramatically after the first hour, which is pretty typical. But it's really slowed down quite a bit. We're working that RTY. I'm going to watch this NASDAQ. The platform will let us know if we get filled.
Do you have a order to buy it, Toby?
Sell on a pullback in RTY. We are offering up 2654.8, which is a short that is just underneath sort of kind of the range, the 15-minute range or half-hour range that you were referring to in the NASDAQ. A similar one exists in the RTY. So we're just trying to get short at the top of that range.
Okay.
See if that pans out. I feel like it'd be
20
a cheap
minutes
short.
left.
20 minutes.
All right, here come the buyers trying to step in again.
Perfect. Cool. What do you have on for slow markets today, Dakota?
Today's Tuesday already. Today's Tuesday. I'll double check, but it's just me. Just me on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You joined me last week, Dobie. That was a good one. I might be getting some new faces to slow markets.
Neat.
Ooh. Well, we'll see if I'm available. Maybe I'll be. I do have acupuncture again, Dakota,
Oh,
on
okay.
Tuesdays.
That
So
was
we'll
an
see how I
invite.
feel.
That was
Oh,
not
it's
an
not an
invite.
invite. Not an invite.
No,
All
no.
right.
I'm just saying that I had you on last week, and it was pretty fun.
Yeah, no
Invites in the
guarantees.
mail,
Second
Toby.
time.
I'll send you an invite. I'll reach out.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, 2 doses, too many. 1 dose, just fine.
No. I'd love to have you on again, man. It's always a nice chill vibe.
It is. It was a good time. Your chat is very
Yeah,
nice.
you seen how we could range. Here we are.
Yeah,
Buyers.
pretty great.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. And we get filled in the RTY.
I'm fascinated by that trade. That's
RTY short? Why not? It's just a market like any other. We're close. We're about 5 ticks away from getting filled.
Mm.
All right, we're in.
Okay, nice.
Risking 2
And buyers
points, $100.
Buyers stepping into the NASDAQ too. We got the above below right at 800, and I still like it.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for a bigger reversal, Dakota. I'm just looking at the
Yeah.
ES, like 66. I'd probably be out this late in the day. Although we have MLC.
Yeah, we getting a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute almost, and buyers starting to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you called that level very well. Right on the nose.
Black Swan traders. I mean, it's the NASDAQ. It's the NASDAQ that's beating me up here.
I don't know if it's beating you up. I think you're beating up the NASDAQ right now. You nailed that level.
We go back and
nailed
forth.
it. Yeah.
We go back and forth, Toby.
It's a fun relationship you have with the NASDAQ. Don't we all have a special relationship with the NASDAQ at this point?
I wouldn't say fun.
Some days, not too shabby.
Some days not too shabby. The others, need a little bit of therapy.
Got Bitcoin spot 67,864. Apple and Broadcom still holding up the Mag 7. Amazon's up 1%. Nvidia's up 1.25. 10-year yield is chilling at 4.05.
Let's go.
I mean, I did say this could be a really good demonstration for everybody tuning in. It's not perfect. It's not rocket science. There's zones.
Mm-hmm.
If it was, then you could be a little bit more accurate, and that's why I love scaling in with smaller size and wider stop.
Oof.
And guess where we are? We are tapping up against that 800 level again, and gives me a good way to manage risk. So I'm going to go ahead and tighten up the stop loss.
Nice. We almost got tagged out in our RTY, but we're hanging in there. We are hanging in there. Let's see if this 5-minute range will fail.
Right.
So you get flat, Dakota?
No, I'm still long my 3 contracts. I just tightened up the stop loss. We have about this 5-minute candle just closed right now. So the 3-bar reversal is just a beautiful confirmation right there.
Mhm.
So it's looking pretty good for maybe a continuation into the into the closing bell. Obviously, we got MOC, which will spice some things up. So I would like to close out of 1 or 2 before the MOC hits, but we shall see. The ideal situation for me, or the ideal scenario, is we get a push up towards these 800s. I close out of 1 or 2 contracts, and then I hold 1 for a runner into MOC with no risk.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be awesome. That would be perfect. Well,
4 minutes, 10 seconds till we get that
Let's
MOC
go.
number, the initial one.
Let's go, MOC. How's Gabe doing? Gabe, you still in your trade? You had over 100 points in your NASDAQ trade. Would love to know what's going on over there. Diamond hands Gabe. No salad dressing on
Yeah,
his
there it
hands.
is.
Look at that.
There it
we
is.
go. Nice hold.
There it is.
That's
He's
good stuff.
locked in a winning trade no matter what, looks like.
Let's go.
I think we can make maybe another leg higher here in the NASDAQ. That we tapped 795, pulled back down to the 770s, and I think we can make another leg higher into the 800s. It's looking like that's
nice.
maybe a decent pullback for some long step in. Let's see if we can get it there. You can see this is kind of where we consolidated on our way down on these 70s, 770s, 777s.
So something you do pretty frequently. Yeah.
What's that?
I was just going to talk about your 100 tick chart because I know you have a time chart on one side, you have a 100 tick on the other. I was just kind of curious, how you utilize both of those at the same time.
Yeah, I'm actually looking. That's what I'm looking for right now, Adobe, is just a way to move my stop loss, right? Are we going to make some type of a pivot where I could tighten my stop loss up even more? Or if we just fell and I take a 31-point loss, it's looking like this could be a possible higher low, but still no. We got MOC in, what, 2 minutes?
2
minutes and 15 seconds.
Yep.
Then we will have, of course, the hashtag Power Hour content coming in after that.
I might just get out of this before MOC.
Oh man, it looks like your entry is acting as support, which is a nice feeling. My entry is acting as resistance, which is not a great feeling. But we are hanging out around the entry, which is fine. It is acceptable. Starting to get some lower highs, higher lows, little mini Dorito going on. Dorito minis. I think we're waiting for
Andy,
MOC here at this point.
I don't need a makeup artist. This is it.
It's beautiful, Dakota. I love what you did.
It's just, hey, everyone's talking about it, even though, yeah,
Clearly, it's working.
it's working. I get.
It's like the worst of both worlds. I've told this story before on here. My brother's a like middle school and high school teacher, and at one point he got a black eye. It was probably like 10 years ago. We won't go into how. It wasn't me. I don't know if he's told me the full story, but so he had his wife put some concealer on him for class, and he said the general reaction was that all the boys in the class were like, "Why does Mr. Pelzer have a black eye?" And all the girls were like, "Why is Mr. Pelzer wearing makeup?" So it doesn't
lose.
It doesn't always work out.
I'm not gonna lie.
sure.
I thought about it. I'm like, do I just put makeup on? I'm like, you know what? It doesn't really matter. I share everything on my social media anyway. Yeah, everyone knows I'm a boxer. It's part of the game. It's like I'm gonna try and hide my losses in my trading account. It just happened.
Yeah. Would it be weirder if you didn't post them? It's like, oh, I do all this boxing and stuff, and you just come out looking clean every single time.
Here
Like, what
comes
do you do?
MOC in 5 seconds.
Fair enough, Dobie. Yeah.
Sell side? No, definitely not sell side. We are stopped out. We are stopped.
All right, here we go. Here's a nice bounce. I think now I could tighten up my stop loss here. I'm going to get out of one contract at 85, tighten up that stop loss because now we made a nice pivot and basically risk-free. Yeah, risk-free right there. So I took
Nice
one profit
trade.
up here at 85, and so now I could let it just play out. Risk-free going into the bell.
Not a bad place to be.
Hubin, there's no ground game in boxing.
There is no ground. That is very true. This is not MMA. is not MMA.
I don't have the MOC numbers yet.
We ended up getting stopped out in the meantime, down
right, I'm out.
184 on the day.
I'm out. Took a little profit.
Nice job.
Little bit of profit. I kind of see us. Okay, now this 6840, we got some positive gamma. It's been growing here. It's about 55 in the futures. 56, we'll call it.
My above below still 800. We'll see if we get there. Gabe's
Hope so,
doing well.
Dakota.
Gabe, are you still in that trade after this MOC?
I don't know. Gabe has been
Yeah.
crushing it for like a month.
Yeah. Nice.
Just in the zone.
Well, really quick, maybe Gabe
In the
selected
zone.
something and submitted it as well, but we're going to hit the hashtag power hour content. I think I see James back there. Let's do it.
That's right. That's right. We're doing hashtag power hour. That was terrible. Here it is. Earlier today, we asked you to take to the X, go to social media of your choice and share your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to share with us. And starting today with Romeo, caught the perfect rebound today on NASDAQ futures, entered it right after the dip and riding it up. Tight stop loss in place and eyeing my target. Love when a plan comes together. Romeo, you've made it on the fast market screen. Congratulations. That's a lovely trade you got there. Keep it up. Moving on, let's check in from our friend Wyatt. Wyatt up $554 on the toss-up XFA. Full transparency, I went tilt today. Lucky as shit to be green. Started the morning so good, was teetering all morning between $300 and $600. Then went to NQ instead of MNQ for one more trade. Before you know it, I'm sitting at negative $600 for the day. Full porting 2 minis to get where I'm at. You want to read the rest on screen? I encourage you guys to go to Wyatt's X account. Always very transparent, always sharing all the insights of their trading. And you know what, Wyatt? Sometimes that happens, but look at you. You still ended up 554 on the day, even after that. We'll keep following your story as long as you keep sharing it. Moving on from Alex 5,000 day on the Topstep XFA. Before you guys know, I did screenshot it a little bit. This is an XFA account. I did kind of crop it to keep that information secure, but Alex is not lying. That's 5,000 green on the day in his XFA. Congrats, Alex. Keep jabbing away until you're the live account. Maybe we'll see your name on our top 5 payouts. And finally, last but not least, from Chris. Had a good day today, trading today up $1,400. Funded 2 times over with Topstep and requested a payout of $600. But Chris added some transparency there, and they're still down $550 for the month. You know what? You could comb that $600. That's still a win. That's still a power hour submission. And those have been your hashtag fast markets power hour submissions for the day. Back to you, Jack.
Right on. I think it's an awesome like hardo move to show like personally identifying information online. It's like I don't care if you know my bank, my credit card number. Come take it. Badass trade there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't have anything in it anyway. Come on.
Yeah. Good luck. You can keep it. Assume my debt.
All right, last 5 minutes here. Can we get a 40-point bounce in the NASDAQ to finish it off? Or a 40-point sell-off for Gabe?
Yeah, it was a shifting.
Test of those 800s could not get back above. Is RTY going to do the same and end up rolling over here? Oh, it has really slowed down quite a bit here.
It could get slippery
Give it a shot,
here.
though. It is. Yeah, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that there's just suddenly a bunch of negative gamma around here, and like to both sides. So maybe we'll see which way they get the ball moving. Resistance, 68, 70.
Okay. I have
Oh,
no
you're
read
saying
on the
right
market
here?
right now. Got no idea what to expect in the last 5 minutes.
Let's get it.
Yep, we got Trump in a policy meeting at 3.
Okay. hanging out at 750s.
Mm-hmm.
Very anticlimactic.
No kidding. Oh, RTY just tanked. You gotta be kidding. We got tagged at 57 evens. It went to 57.4. So about 4 ticks. And it is now down almost $4 and counting. Damn.
That's we will.
Great
We could break
idea.
hard right here. We could break hard.
Great idea.
Gabe, hold it.
Oh, Gabe's chilling right now. He is chilling.
He's still holding it. Let's do it.
He made himself
When do
a
we think
pina
he's going to close
colada.
it?
He's leaving this one for
Bottoming?
Ben. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He's leaving this one
Links
for
it.
Ben.
Give it.
This one's
The
for
ri-
you, Risk Team. Close this out for me.
Auto lick.
The auto lick. There we go.
Let's break through these. Let's get to 700 here. Last 3 minutes.
Gabe doesn't need targets where he's going. One-way ticket.
Yeah, we're just gonna be sideways. Come on, poke it.
No way.
Poke it with a stick.
RTY is very close to just breaking the 5-minute range that we were trying to sell the top of.
Cash says auto against the rules. What do you mean auto against the rules?
Topstep will close trades for you
Yeah, just auto. Yeah.
at the end. It is set up to automatically close positions. Dakota, back in my day, if you held trades past the close, your account was disqualified, and you would lose the account.
Interesting. I know.
Mhm.
For me, when I'm trading the Percy, like it auto liquidates you, but they charge you. They charge you a fee. I get an email saying, "Hey,
Oh.
we auto liquidated this position. Here's a $15 fee."
Gotta pay for your auto liquidator's lunch right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I was like,
Worst thing ever, Jack, is they auto liquidated an options vertical spread I had, and they legged me out at market. Ooh, man.
That's no good.
I was sick to my stomach.
they didn't do both at the same time. Is that what they're supposed to
No.
do?
Yeah, but you
No.
pay the spread on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just
It's an auto liquidation, not an auto legger. And we had auto leggers. We were trading spreads, but no.
Yeah, I remember that was like a huge thing that Topstep released. There was no rule violation on at holding a trade into 310, and then also the scaling plan was just brutal.
Really quick, before we go down memory lane, let's see those 3 top funded traders. I got to get them in
Oh,
before
yeah.
the bell.
Bring 'em in.
Let's bring them in, and we'll get back to action for these last 50 seconds. Andrea,
Uh-oh. Andrea's saying
just wait
no.
1 minute. Let's wait
We'll have a
till
minute.
the bell, I guess. Yeah.
Got 30 seconds.
all right, Gabe. Are you
Here
flat?
it goes. Gabe.
Crush
Gabe.
it. Here it comes.
Oh,
Oh, there you go. Yusuf.
man, add this RTY one. Let's go, Yusuf.
There we go.
Oh, here we
There
go.
we
Nicholas A, 16 grand. We got 17 seconds. I'll do this. Yusuf, 14 grand. Tyler, $10,400. What a day. Great job all around. And we got 5 more seconds until the bell here.
Oh, if this tags 800. Nah.
Wow, massive buy volume just came in on the RTY.
Nah.
What
Oh,
the hell?
there it is.
That
I was
is
close.
crazy.
I wasn't wrong. I was just early.
Look at the volume that came in at the end there. Wow. Wow.
Always. Last 5 minutes.
Wow.
Juking around. Well, Dakota, thank you very much for stopping by today. Great to have you on.
Of course. Yeah, I'll go fight some robots for you, Jack.
Please
You said-
do. Just guard the other
Safe.
side. You can hit that one eye again and again, and it just will stay the same. Dolby, thanks for trading. And
Anytime.
yeah, we're gonna kick it over to Dr. Volatility right now. We'll be back tomorrow, but we'll let him tell you that. Have a nice day. This is Topstep TV.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Dolby. And thank you to Mr. Fighting Around the World, Dakota himself. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Follow your progress. And see you later tonight on Slow Markets. But before we get to that part, chat, don't forget, At the Buzzer is up next. That's right, but you already knew that. At the Buzzer, it's the show with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And they go ahead and they recap the entire day's trading session. And they're going to get you feeling good and ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. And the best part is you don't even need to go anywhere because once this video ends, you're going to automatically be redirected to At the Buzzer, Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. right here on YouTube, Topstep TV. Then later tonight, Slow Markets is at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. You love watching Dakota and Fast Markets? Well, check them out during the Slow Markets. Lots of movement happening overnight with metals, equities, and more. Slow Markets, you can find the party right here on YouTube, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. And then you heard her announce it here during group coaching, but Deanna's show is now Metal Markets. That's right. Euro Trade is now Metal Markets, and it's moving up in time. No longer is Euro Trade on at 3:30 a.m. Metal Markets is on at 5:30 a.m. If you're here in the States, it might make it a little bit easier for you to catch Metal Markets with Deanna starting tomorrow morning at 5:30 a.m. Central Time. And you know what? By the time that's done, it's only going to be a short hour or so until we're back. So that's right. Topstep TV coming back at you 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. Bell-to-bell coverage of everything that goes down, live news, and more right here. But you know where you're going to be. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:15. But for now, let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. And as always, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.